The boy remembers the events of 10 years ago. Then, sharp blades fell from the sky. There were so many of them that they completely covered the sky and resembled a steel cloud. A rain of blades covered the entire land. It was a mystery to people whether this was a punishment from God and heaven for their sins. If that was true, then God was no better than the devil. This event took the lives of many people. A blogger who calls himself MC starts broadcasting. He shows the guest who visited him so that they can do a live broadcast together. The guy promises to tell fans very interesting news. Another guy is holding a camera on which he is shooting a video. He eavesdrops on the conversation of his boss, who asks the girl, who is called Hanil, whether she had previously been on the set of some blogger. The girl modestly answers that she has never had such an experience before. MC reassures the girl and says that popular professions change with time and circumstances, even in a world that is being destroyed by monsters. The blogger flexes his muscles and says that his nickname comes from the two words, monster streamer. The girl clings to MC's hand. He continues to tell how his profession was formed. People who have lost loved ones due to the attack of monsters, ordinary citizens who cannot and do not know how to resist monsters, love and respect the profession of monster hunters very much. In this way, all monster hunters became quite popular among ordinary people. The MC reminded that after a successful hunt, which will begin right now, the audience can expect a hot dance from Kanil. The girl asked not to disconnect from the broadcast and to wait for the end of the broadcast. The guy filming all of this was baffled by what people were capable of to get their show's ratings up. MC pointed to a tree that could be seen in the distance. The blogger said that the hunt will begin right now because there is a monster under the tree, which is called Ani-1. The operator was not thrilled with the idea. The hunter boasted that apparently the audience does not understand why such a prominent person in the world of monster hunters chose the monster of the first Danger Star. He explained that there was simply no other hunter around. In addition, he asked the audience how many monster hunters there are in Korea who can single-handedly defeat a monster of the first category. Kanil swam high and shouted that there were exactly 86 such skillful hunters in the whole country. MC promised that today their number will change, increasing by 1. The hunter resolutely went forward. A girl followed him. The operator thought that it was a bad idea to go fight a Category 1 monster on his own without the help of another hunter. The guy said he thought it was too risky a plan. After all, without the help of other hunters, the blogger will not have enough combat power to win, and the monster was too big. The cameraman reminded that MC got pretty drunk yesterday, and he should rest and gather his strength for the fight. The hunter reminded that the boy was just filming and ordered him to shut up. Kanil added that the monster would not even be able to reach and scratch such a powerful warrior, and the operator simply does not understand anything about hunting monsters. MC added that she is absolutely right. And while the cameraman was thinking that this was indeed a bad idea, the MC was about to show his power, which he considered a gift from heaven itself. His hand blazed with a red glow of activated mana. The hunter formed a ball of fire in his hands and was ready to attack. He emphasized that such power and courage are not given to everyone. Therefore, others who are not hunters cannot resist. The operator was very upset by this fact because the MC was right. This world is too cruel to people like the boy. They can die at the hands and claws of monsters, and there is nothing they can do about it. The hunter threw a fireball straight in the direction of the monster that was resting under a tree. There was an explosion at that place. At the place where the bullet collided with the monster, fire and flames erupted. Against the background of the fire, Hanil happily swam next to the hunter, who boasted of powerful muscles, and addressed the audience that they were probably surprised by such power and strength, which they were seeing for the first time. Suddenly, a monster jumped out of the firestorm. He attacked the blogger and the girl. MC instantly reacted to the danger and managed to grab the girl by the waist and swim to the side, avoiding the monster's attack. The girl looked scared at the attacking creature. Kanil began to panic and asked MC to at least do something, otherwise they could die. The hunter replied that he did not know what to do in such a situation. With a wild roar, the monster towered over the frightened girl and the confused hunter. The operator panicked and was afraid to even move so as not to provoke another attack from the monster. The creature rose on its hind legs and threw the girl away with a powerful blow. The guy with the camera begged the hunter to intervene and at least do something about the monster. MC was not going to engage in a fair fight with the monster. The cameraman looked after MC, who ran headlong. The boy asked the blogger to return and fight the monster. The hunter said that the cameraman had a role as a decoy and he would be back soon. The monster had already approached the guy with the camera. The operator still could not believe that the hunter had abandoned him and decided to use him as a decoy to break away from the chase. MC, getting into the car, thanked the operator for his work. He admitted that it is better for such an outstanding hunter to survive than a talentless one who cannot bring any benefit to humanity. While the fugitive was apologizing to the cameraman, with whom he had been in many different places, the boy remembered a scene from his childhood. His father told him that God was always watching over him and would protect him in times of need. The boy was running away from the monster. He tried to remember his father's instruction completely and believe in it, but now he couldn't concentrate on faith. Instead, he thought about death and the last moment. The boy prepared to die because the feeling that God is still present in his life left him completely. Unexpectedly for the boy himself, his body was enveloped in a strange glow and he flew high into the air. The young man looked at his hand in surprise. She was still glowing. The boy could not understand what happened to him and how he was saved. An inscription appeared on the hand. Translated, it meant that God was very surprised. The boy still wondered if all this was really happening to him, if he was dead, or if he was just sleeping. At this time, the monster attacked him. A powerful paw with sharp claws rushed towards the young man's head. The surprised monster sat in the middle of the meadow in complete solitude. The creature could not believe that the victim, who was almost in its clutches, was able to escape, and to do it so quickly. The boy was hiding behind a tree. He was completely focused on the monster that was looking for him. The young man tried to somehow follow the enemy's behavior in order to be able to plan his movements in the future. A message appeared in the boy's head from someone who introduced himself as a god. The message was about popcorn. The boy understood that this god was simply watching the death of people. Surprised by this behavior of the unknown god, the boy realized that his backpack had strangely become much heavier and larger. The amazing metamorphosis of the backpack distracted from thoughts about the monster. He confusedly looked at the various weapons and ammunition that was in the backpack. The boy remembered how, before the filming began, the hunter threw his backpack at him, because the boy was very worried and asked for at least some kind of protection. The boy grabbed the sapper shovel and attacked the vile monster. The young man hoped that armed and with the support of a strange deity, he could deal with the monster and defeat it. The shovel hit the monster's head. However, it did not bring a noticeable result. The creature only became angrier at the victim. For the boy, the real battle with the monster was different from the stories. In the meantime, the creature raised a huge stone from the ground and, gathering all its strength, threw it towards the enemy with a loud roar. The force of the blow was enough for the boy to fly high into the air and fly his skull to the side. He could not understand what he had done wrong, because he had been preparing for such an event for a long time. The boy was born without natural gifts. He put a lot of effort into developing himself physically and studied a lot of strategies of hunters who hunted monsters and saved people. And now he could not just die after all his efforts, from the paws of some monkey, even in the form of a monster. A message appeared, which said that God was applauding the boy. But the boy did not pay attention to the information and messages that sounded strangely in his head. There was no time to be distracted by hallucinations. He had to defeat the monster. The young man gathered his strength. He quickly maneuvered around the monster and ended up behind him. It was the last chance to deal a fatal blow to the enemy, because the monster is most vulnerable from behind. The spear with which the boy was armed penetrated deeply into the monster's leg. A loud roar tore through the air. The young man drove the spear deep, and blood flowed down the monster's legs. None of the opponents was going to give in. Wild rage filled the monster. The monkey-like creature stood on its hind legs and was about to strike the opponent with all its might. The boy took the opportunity and hit the monster with a spear right in the chest. The monster lay dead on the ground. A spear point protruded from his back. Viewers watched live as the operator killed the monster. People were shocked to see only a camera that fell out but was working. The boy was lying with his arms outstretched next to the monster. The newly minted hunter could not believe that he managed to defeat such a powerful opponent. It didn't look like it was a dream. Besides, he felt the power. A new message appeared before my eyes. It said that God was pleased with the result, and he is going to call another one. The boy could feel the power overwhelming him. The viewer could not believe that the novice defeated the monster without the support of a hunter or other helper. She asked that someone finally write that it was a fake. After all, an ordinary person cannot do this. A group of young people watched the result of the battle between the boy and the monster. They also believed that an ordinary person could not do it, and therefore it was worth quickly putting this video on the network for public access. The young man was looking at the tablet where the audience's correspondence was displayed. He couldn't believe that his battle with the monster was broadcast live. Everyone who watched the battle considered it a real phenomenon. Still in a state of shock, the boy noticed that the number of viewers and views were increasing. At the same time, he was watched by 3 gods. The hunter could feel his strength and confidence growing. The boy did address his new fans. He apologized for not being able to respond to their comments at the moment. He will surely reply to all the fans later, but he was a bit busy right now. It was heartwarming to think that a prominent hunter blogger, who had left to his own devices, was detained by the police in Seoul. He will be punished for kicking his heels at such a crucial moment. The guy did not feel sorry for MC at all. He left him alone in danger, and so he disgraced himself on camera in front of the whole world. Now his fate is to rot in prison, shortening his term. He was distracted from his thoughts by the thought of Hanil, whom he had lost sight of since the monster attacked her. The hunter tried to remember the direction in which the girl's body flew away. The boy saw the girl's body lying not far from him. New messages coming to him on the device told of the god's concern about his condition. The camera was still filming Hanil, who was lying on the ground. The gods advised to stop and get away from the scene. The hunter thought that the gods were no different from ordinary people, spectators. The boy was approaching the body of the girl, who was lying unconscious. He understood that there was nothing comic about the situation. It was not suitable for broadcasting. The girl was alive. At least no traces of blood were found. As we got closer to the girl's body, the messages became more obscure and strange. Some of the gods were very interested. Some were excited by what they saw in the lens. The rescue team was approaching. Now the conscience of the newly minted hunter was clear, and he would leave Hanil under the care of specialists. Rescuers. The boy was going to go to the city. One of the rescuers approached him and asked if he was Choi Kang-sik. The guy confirmed that it was his name. The man replied that he was amazed at how the hunter single-handedly overcame such a dangerous opponent. Choi said he was just lucky. He had a doubt that people would believe his true story, and that's why he thought it was better to just accept that he was just lucky. The rescuer allowed filming to continue, but asked not to disturb the work. Choi thanked the man and assured him that he would be careful and not interfere with the rescue operation. Men with weapons in their hands approached the monster's body. Before them was the task of removing the body of the monster. Choi continued to film the rescuers. The rescue team surrounded the monster, which was still lying on the ground. One of the men reported that the monster was still alive. The order to open fire had to follow the commander's signal. Meanwhile, another group of rescuers found the girl lying unconscious near the scene. Medics ran to her to provide first aid to victims of the monster's claws. Cho explained to new viewers that the main goal of the rescuers' work is to extract the core, which is inside the body of any monster. In the creature's body, a core of unknown substance is the source of power. If you do not have time to remove the core from the monster's body in a short period of time, the monster can be reborn. The monster can be killed completely only by removing the core. Distracted by his explanation to the audience, Choi did not notice when a strange purple substance began to emanate from the body of Hanil and the rescuer who was next to her. It flowed out of the girl's ears and eyes and rose into the air. A strange creature appeared in front of the boy, which arose from the substance that was released from the victim's body. Choi was surprised that a new monster had appeared before him so quickly. The boy was confusedly preparing for a new fight. The young man made an assumption that there was a toxin in front of him. This is a one-star monster. Under his control is the control over deadly poisons and substances. He hides in the bodies of the wounded. This is a very cunning and dangerous monster. He waits for his new victims and attacks when other living creatures approach the victims. In this way, the monster increases the number of its victims. The rescue team was about to leave the scene. The commander ordered to start the car and prepare to retreat. The men were going to take the core from the monster's body and climb away, leaving the injured people behind. Cho felt that he would not be abandoned in such a situation, because the rescue team were not newbies, and they had a lot of experience in such operations. Everything that just happened was not new for them. The young man was not going to be a defenseless victim. He was preparing to repel the monster and save Hanil and the man who suffered from the attack. Choi chose fizzy vodka to destroy the monstrosity. The creature began to run away, because it could not tolerate high temperatures. The boy offered the monster to stay and feel the fire on his own skin. The rescuers frowned at the boy, believing that he would burn the corpses of people, and they would have nothing to give to the relatives of the dead. Cho assured that if the men dared to help him instead of standing and waiting, then they had the opportunity to save these people's lives. He believed that he should do at least something to save people. The boy ran to the rescue vehicle. He needed a fire extinguisher. At the same time, he thought about outsiders, monsters of the spiritual type. For them, the main source of food was the human spirit. The toxin will kill slowly in order to squeeze as much life energy out of the victims as possible. But if you neutralize the poison used by the monster, you can save its victims. To do this, you need to wash off the substance from the body. Choi Kang-sik does not know how to give up and do nothing. He has already calculated everything, and now he has a specific goal in front of him. The boy couldn't help but take advantage of this opportunity and become one of the top monster hunters. The young man threw himself into the whirlpool of fire. He sought revenge for the lives of his parents, who died after being attacked by a monster. And for a long time, there was an opinion that a simple, ordinary operator would not be able to do anything for revenge. Choi had been trying to achieve something for many years, but everywhere he was not taken seriously enough. He was nobody to this world, and he couldn't even gather the audience he needed. One could not talk about the influence, but now was a pretty good opportunity to make a statement, and he was ready to take this desperate step. The wisdom of the week says that you need to become stronger and fight for yourself. Choi apologized to the audience for acting crazy and causing such a big fire. But fire is the weakness of toxins. Flame neutralizes poison, which was the main weapon of toxics. In addition, the fire takes away the strength of the monster and makes it weak and defenseless. And a fire extinguisher is needed in order to take advantage of the opportunity and save the victim while the toxin is weakened for the attack. The boy understood that a monster of this type could not move and attack at the same time. The hunter has only two options for further actions: or drop your prey and run away, or use the power for the final battle. The substance that made up the monster slowly began to penetrate the girl's body. Choi realized that the monster would fight to the end. The girl's body slowly approached the young man. The boy was surprised that the monster was going to fight without using poison. The newly minted hunter boasted to the audience that this was an indicator of the monster's intelligence. Choi swung the fire extinguisher and hit the girl. He shouted, addressing the monster, that the weakling could not even engage in battle normally and on equal terms. This coward is using a girl's body. Kanil's body fell to the ground. The message that Choi received indicated that some of the gods were shocked by the boy's actions, but most believed that he acted correctly. The boy himself believed that it was the right choice. In the new message, it was said that the guy just wanted to justify himself to someone. Choi wondered to himself how the gods could possibly know about similar situations and how they would act in such a case. The guy came out of the fire, holding the body of one of the rescuers on his shoulders. The other team members stared at Choi in bewilderment. The spectators were shocked because they thought that the hunter and the others had already died. Choi reported that the toxic just didn't have enough time to drain all the spirit out of people, but the only problem at this point was that he couldn't control the fire, which started to burn even more. Keneal got up behind him. The hunter realized that the creature was still in the girl's body. He understood that when she attacked him now, he would not be able to fight back and would die with the man on his shoulders. The girl's head fell back. The substance that made up the toxin burst out through the girl's mouth and flew high into the sky, saving her life. Cho thanked the gods for encouraging the monster to flee. The young man carried the bodies of the rescuer and Keneal out of the fire. Fortunately, the toxin decided to run away and leave the bodies of its victims. Both people were alive. They just had to be taken to a medical facility. Choi thought that although he had saved people's lives, he had not been able to destroy the monster. Some could not believe it, but there were definitely no monsters around now. Choi still hoped that he would be featured on the news. He thanked everyone who watched the cameraman-turned-hunter's broadcast. The guy said that the broadcasts with his former boss, the hunter, will stop from this day. This should have been mentioned in the news. Choi believed that today's match would give him an opportunity to make a good impression on many viewers. Finally, he got off the ground, and his affairs began to improve. Now all that was left was to go forward. He received a message that a new god had joined him, and God welcomed him. People watched a new video posted by a cameraman who became a monster hunter just by being persistent and spending a lot of time training and exercising. The video was uploaded to Ilama's page. Choi was starting a new broadcast. He looked at the number of viewers who tuned in and realized that it was really worth it to risk life for fame and popularity, although he did it from the page of a former blogger. The boy said that he is now near the hospital, where he came to undergo a medical examination. After the fight with two monsters, he was worried that something might happen to his body. A message from the system that came immediately after this appeal indicated that some gods had become too bored. Some of the gods demanded cruelty and spectacles. Cho saw that journalists and reporters were standing at the checkpoint, which was a barrier at the entrance to the hospital yard. He didn't want to see them because it could cause a lot of unnecessary problems. Yesterday, journalists and correspondents of various local publications chased him all day and asked questions about whether he really has superpowers. And was he really able to defeat Aniwan with his bare hands? The boy was able to avoid an unwanted meeting with reporters, but fate presented him with a new test. There were ruins where Choi's house should have stood. Monsters destroyed the boy's home. He saw a crowd of frightened people further down the street. Doctors and rescue teams working at the scene of the emergency rescued the population and provided assistance to the victims. There were calls for help everywhere. The young man lowered his head. He felt hopeless. Now, monsters have attacked the city. He got this world, where the attacks of monsters that take human lives and destroy people's homes. The gods paid no attention to the boy. They longed for battle. In the new message, it was said that one of the gods had disconnected from viewing. Choi thought about this question as well. He was interested and confused as to who these gods were who were constantly watching him and demanding spectacles. He felt himself begin to lose some of his strength. This was due to the fact that the greater the number of gods who look at him, the more power he gets. Choi realized that the best way to be the center of attention was to fight monsters. The boy remembered stories about numerous heroes from the mythology of the peoples of the world. These heroes, with the help of some patron god, won victories over monsters and possessed extraordinary strength. Choi thought about his future life. What will happen to him? What is his further fate? The system reported that the gods were increasingly displeased with the boy's behavior. Some of them were tired, some were angry. Choi did not hear the unknown man approach him. The stranger asked what the boy was doing here and why he was so sad. The man asked if the young man was the same blogger who defeated two monsters live. Choi agreed. He said that a few days ago he was a simple, ordinary operator, and today he is so famous that even the famous streamer Jong Sung-han recognized him. It was strange. Another stranger with a camera appeared behind the streamer. The presenter began to talk about a meeting with a celebrity who recently suddenly burst into the news and caused a lot of noise. The man asked viewers not to switch to other channels because he will return after a short commercial break. Choi realized that this man was streaming to the bone marrow, but that didn't really surprise him. Meanwhile, Jung turned to Choi and asked if he was willing to die chasing monsters and grab as much fame as possible. The boy denied, and thought to himself that after turning off the cameras, a person becomes real. The man was angry because of such a contemptuous attitude towards him on the part of the boy. He shouted and proved that everyone should know the famous Cho Seop-han. Choi asked what exactly the streamer wanted from him. Cho asked what the boy was thinking. Choi asked how many viewers the streamer currently has on his channel. He emphasized that now he has more observers than his husband, and he was interested in what he was trying to do. The man said that he is sure that the boy's fame is just luck, because he does not know how to use superpowers, but just pretends to be such a cool monster hunter. And it was true in his opinion. Choi recalled that the commercial break on Cho's show was delayed, and it's time to return to the air, because people will start to disconnect from his air. Cho scowled at his operator, because someone needs to be angry at. The streamer issued instructions to do his job properly and not get distracted by small things, or he would be fired. The guy emphasized that the streamer should not worry about the commercial break, because unlike his cameraman, Choi's camera was working and captured everything that was needed, and the broadcast was not interrupted. The audience enjoyed it. Cho continued the broadcast, because he was sure that people would be interested in watching the broadcast of the cameraman, the hunter. He emphasized that it was very interesting to see the true face of Jo Seop-han. After that, the system reported that another god had joined the viewing. Choi felt his strength increase. It was very easy to get Cho out of his mind, and it was worth it, because in this way the rating only increased. Cho began to make excuses. He said it was just really good advice from an experienced streamer to a newbie, and everything else was misunderstood by the audience and misinterpreted. The guy replied that strategic advice exists for a reason. Thus, they should help to avoid various mistakes and misunderstandings. But this time the effect was quite the opposite. The vast majority of monsters do not exchange information with each other, but people not only exchange information, but also create strategies of struggle and behavior in general, although there are people who prefer silence. And it is not possible to develop your own strategy of confrontation for every monster. You just need to be on the alert and constantly improve your skills and fighting technique for a fight. Cho realized that he needed to pull himself together so as not to disgrace himself even more. Monster hunters are all about fighting monsters. It is necessary to distract the public's attention by destroying at least one monster. The man pushed the boy away with his shoulder and told him to watch him carefully, because he was going to defeat the monster on his own and show true professionalism. Cho asked the young man not to be afraid and not to be trapped under his feet. Mana energy appeared on the man's hand. He looked at Choi and told him that the boy was not a real hero, he was just pretending to be one. In fact, he is a coward, and he was just lucky to get into the right situation. The boy wished his opponent luck. He was sure that Cho was an order of magnitude stronger than Yu Ilam. But the man had a simple character. Choi intended to find the monster that destroyed his home, so he could get the support of even more gods, and therefore have more strength in the face of monsters and monsters. A monster appeared around the corner of the house. He carefully watched the people in their quarrel while he prepared to attack, taking advantage of the latter's delay. Cho neutralized the monster with one wave of his hand. The monster was lying on the ground. Lightning was still playing on his body from the impact. The man asked Choi if he was too slow, because that is the basis of the basics. Suddenly, another monster jumped out of its ambush and swooped down on Cho. He did not notice the danger because he was bragging about how skillfully he dealt with the attacker. Choi shouted for him to be careful. With a powerful blow, Cho was thrown away from the monster that landed behind him. Choi realized that it was pride that destroyed a man who was very self-confident in his abilities. Talented Leos are too safe and self-confident. The monster was standing over the boy. The monster was very big. Choi thought that it was this monster that destroyed his house. He asked the monster if he didn't know what happened to the ass of his friend, whom the boy was beating. The monster struck the hunter, but the hunter dodged the blow. He wasn't going to wait until he was defeated. Running away from the attacker, Choi tried to understand. What exactly did his strength grow in? The boy tried to find a shelter in which he could hide from the pursuer for a short time. There, he will consider the plan of further actions and draw up a rough plan or strategy, according to which he will act during the battle. Cho came to in the rubble. He could not understand what had happened to him, and where the boy with the monster had gone. Suddenly, he heard a wild roar, which he had never seen before in his life. The man ran to the place where the noise of the battle could be heard. He couldn't believe that there was a real battle going on between the boy and the monster that roared so powerfully. At the battle site, he saw a monster lying under a wall. The monster was dead. A large wooden cross protruded from the monster's body. Cho stood over the defeated enemy. He told Cho that God helped him. During the battle, a critical situation arose for the hunter. Cho miscalculated the enemy's strength. The monster turned out to be too strong and hardy for the boy. The hunter hid with a column of the temple. As he thought about the fact that the monster would find his hiding place sooner or later, Choi noticed a large cross hanging on the wall. He immediately understood that the cross was perfectly suited to the role of a weapon that would help defeat the monster. Choi wrapped both hands around the heavy cross and stood over the monster. The creature only managed to turn its head and see its opponent. The next moment, Choi swam up high with the cross in his hands and directed the cross, which was spreading mana energy, directly at the monster's head. This victory was to prove to all his opponents that he is not just a lucky man, but a real hunter. Cho glared at the boy, who was looking at something on the camera. The man was outraged that the hunter used the cross as a weapon in the fight against the monster. Choi was more interested in the audience's reaction. The graphics indicated that the desperate story of an ordinary person with no abilities but strong will won the hearts of viewers. For the average person, there was nothing more interesting than such a story. Choi reminded followers and viewers that he also managed to survive this time. This time it was easier to fight the monster because the hunter enlisted the support of the audience, the gods, and he also thanked all viewers of the channel for their support. He asked them to stay with him the next time he found a new enemy. Anyone can follow his progress as a hunter. The system reported that some of the gods were interested in his persona. Another god asked about the boy's future plans in the field of monster hunting, and some of the gods were impressed by Choi's adventurism. Cho began to shout and prove that he himself could handle the monster better than the boy. And the man was simply distracted by the first monster to make sure that it finally died, and the monkey could not do anything to him. Choi asked why this stuck in the streamer's mind so much. The man offered to solve it. Who among them is stronger in a duel? This will finally put an end to their quarrels. Choi didn't understand why they were fighting. Choi asked on camera why they were fighting each other. This distracted them from their main task, which was to fight the monsters and save the lives of innocent people who might be harmed by the monsters. Cho assured that he just wanted to invite the boy to the collab hunting of 2 monster hunters. Next week there was going to be a group hunt of the best hunters from all over Korea. It is there that they will be able to find out who among them is the best in the field of monster hunting. Choi was interested, because if even Cho attached such importance to this event, then it was really significant for the hunter. They talked about the best monster hunter. The boy really wanted to know her name. The man asked if the boy really wanted to know who she was. Choi was bursting with asperity. The gods were also interested in this information. Cho replied that the hunter with the best abilities and the most advanced monster fighting skills. Her name is Kim So-yoon. Choi thought that the very opportunity to do a joint broadcast was already an achievement. He accepted Cho's proposal. Although the boy was troubled by certain doubts, he was very serious. He simply could not lose such an opportunity without using it for his publicity. Choi arrived at the abandoned Gimpo airport. This place was pointed out to him by Cho. It was extremely dangerous and long ago abandoned by people who did not use it due to frequent attacks by monsters. This place reminded the boy of his childhood experiences, connected with the death of his parents and the void it left on the earth and in the boy's heart. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Cho, who ordered Choi to follow him instead of getting stuck in the ruins of an abandoned airport. A girl met them. Cho began apologizing to her for making her wait. The reason for everything was a boy who had never seen abandoned buildings of such a scale in his life. Cho's verbiage was annoying. The girl replied that nothing terrible had happened, but that was not what surprised Choi. The girl just hung in the air. She really had extraordinary talents. Using the gift in everyday life required a lot of energy. According to the boy, this huntress was really very different from other hunters he had met and heard about. Meanwhile, the girl asked Choi if he would continue to lash out at her or if he would finally say hello. Choi apologized, but the hunter girl interrupted him. She asked him to be very careful when hunting, and she added that he should not even think of calling her sister or goddess. And now they had to get down to business. The program she offered lasted 3 days and 2 nights. If the boy began to doubt himself, then he could just go home now, so as not to waste time. Cho looked at the girl in surprise. He just didn't expect the program to be so long. Choi thought that the man had already given up in his mind and lost the competitive spirit that had driven him from the beginning. The boy extended his hand to the huntress as a sign that he was satisfied with the conditions of the hunt. The girl looked at him approvingly and offered to start right now so as not to be distracted by extraneous matters. Choi promised that he would not let her down. The girl replied that she hoped for his honesty and that these were not just empty words thrown to the wind by a boastful boy who wants to prove something to someone or to satisfy his pride. Reports from the system indicated that some of the gods just couldn't wait for it to begin. A certain god spoke openly of the excitement that came over him. The gods were waiting for the beginning of this action. 2 days later, they were already in a field camp set up specifically for the upcoming hunt. Choi looked at the hunter girl with admiration, because she once again surprised him with her manners. The girl studied in detail all the data obtained before starting the hunt for monsters. She carefully checked schedules and planned the operation responsibly, and worked out all the points that could affect the event. The huntress asked if Choi wanted to join her team or work under her. The boy thanked him, but declined the offer because he considered himself more of a monster hunter than a soldier. The girl regretted that Choi refused. At the same time, she watched the reaction of Cho, who could not believe that the amateur boy had received an offer from a famous huntress and even dared to refuse. The huntress got down to business. She spoke about the fact that the number of wildcats in the abandoned airport has increased critically. This situation recently began to take on a rather frightening scale and threatens the city. She added that few people knew about it. Cho asked if she planned to monopolize the hunting grounds. The huntress asked not to twist her words, because she was not going to do what Cho thought about. The official statement was postponed until later, because the investigation was postponed until later. Choi concluded that the investigation was now complete or simply closed. The girl reported that there were about 100 monsters. Her team has been working tirelessly all this time to discover if there are any more unpleasant surprises and unwanted traps in this area, hidden from the eye of the common man. Choi looked at the operators, who must not have been very easy. He sympathized with their plight, as he remembered how he himself had worked as a cameraman for ULM. Then he was in the role of a scout for a hunter. Alone, he climbed rocks in search of monsters in order to shoot another video for his boss. All this time he was haunted by danger, and sometimes he was on the verge of life and death. He emphasized that he had already dealt with the Bunulovs. The gist of it was that these creatures imposed rampage on each other like a buff on a teammate. The bull itself was essentially no different from an ordinary cow. But the more individuals were together, the more difficult it was to deal with them. Cho suggested that they wait until the herd went wild on one bull, and then they could take advantage of the weakened animals. The man asked if the novice hunter knew about the real danger of these animals. He asked the huntress if she could even hear what the boy was talking about. Wouldn't it be better to kill the buffalo separately? The girl assured that it would be very slow. During this time, other monsters will appear, and then the situation will become much more complicated and may get out of control. Cho boasted that one of his shots would kill one buffalo. The boy thought it was a good idea considering the fighting power of Cho and the hunters. Probably the girl herself suggested a joint hunt. The girl replied that then it would be difficult for Choi to participate in the hunt. The boy thought that he would play the role of hunting bait again. But everything was already decided before him. He assured his partners that everything will be fine and that he is ready to make a significant contribution to the common cause. He realized that the collage broadcast was over, and now he can openly talk about what he thinks about it. And now he was free to choose how he should act, and act in this situation. The huntress got into a fight with the buffalo. She attacked him with dark clots of energy. Choi was in awe of the girl's looks and talents. These were her two advantages. Choi couldn't understand how one could hunt for so long using the same battle strategy. He did not forget to greet the spectators, who could not believe that such outstanding and strong hunters had joined forces. His broadcasts were unpredictable and always attracted the attention of followers and subscribers. Choi's hunting methods were different from those of ordinary monster hunters. This should have played into his hands. Messages from the system started coming in immediately after he started broadcasting. A new god has joined the review. He stayed for a while but became very interested in Choi's personality as a newly minted hunter. The boy thought that the audience, the gods, were longing for something new, and he was going to satisfy their curiosity. He and his partners figured out the right strategy for fighting the buffalo, but two more problems remained. The first major problem was the buffalo's buffs, which they stacked on top of each other and thus strengthened. A buffalo could not inflict violence on itself, but it could inflict it on its relative. The biggest danger was that the herd could concentrate its efforts on one buffalo, and it was unknown how strong this animal would be and what danger it would pose to others. And they keep themselves ready. The recent fight between the buffaloes for the territory made them even more aggressive. Chuika did not let the boy down, and trouble was about to begin. He asked if the audience was ready to start hunting with him. Today's hunting lesson could illustrate the phrase, "Keep your rear guard safe." The huntress attacked one of the buffaloes, firing an energy ball at him that smashed against the animal's horns. This stopped the monster for a while. Cho saw a huge buffalo running at Cho. The guy asked the audience not to worry about the girl and Cho because they were capable and talented hunters, veterans in hunting and fighting monsters. The boy began to worry about himself because he did not have any extraordinary powers. But he was about to face a herd of buffaloes, who at that very moment were buffing one of the largest males, improving all his characteristics. A huge buffalo stood in front of the girl, who was held high in the air and planned her next course of action. Before her was a powerful and dangerous opponent. Cho shouted, warning the huntress of danger. Choi was sneaking up on the huge monster. He asked if the audience was wondering why he had brought the big iron door with him. He promised a prize to the viewer who solves this riddle. This person will receive a prize. He carefully looked at the huge number of messages that came to him in the chat. Choi was afraid to miss the correct answer, but soon the winner was found. The guy asked the lucky guy to write him back later. The hunter promised to send a buffalo horn to the winner if, of course, Choi survived the hunt. He was about to explain why he thought the door was real camouflage. The herd has buffed one of the most powerful members of their species, and they themselves are resting behind him at this time. Anatomically, buffaloes had astigmatism due to the fact that they constantly look down. A hunter covered by a door will be able to approach the herd from the front. Buffaloes will not understand that someone is sneaking up on them, but will perceive the door as part of the surrounding landscape due to poor eyesight. Choi carefully examined the huge buffalo of the first rank. He understood that this monster, which was the size of a bus, was actually a simple buffalo that had been buffed by his relative's herd. The hunter thought that if he had dealt with the monster monkey, he would definitely be able to deal with the big cow. He leapt high and lifted the door above his head to slam the monster right in the head with it. A buffalo with broken horns was lying on the ground. However, he tried to rise on trembling legs. The boy could not believe that his punch had failed to kill the bull. Cho was about to finish off the animal. He stood over the enemy's body. Choi understood that even the most advanced weapons were powerless against the core that was inside the monsters. Only direct attacks and above the abilities of the hunter could destroy the core. Spectators looked at the buffalo lying on the ground with its tongue sticking out. They understood that only such a barbaric method could defeat the monster. In fact, the situation was not the best at the moment. Cho managed to cut down only one of the buffaloes, and the other hunters are already very tired in the confrontation with the monsters. They could not defeat the huge buffalo, which seemed to regenerate directly in battle. The key to victory was in the strength of Kim So-yoon and Cho Seop-han. If they retreat even a step, the buffaloes will surely trample Choi. It was necessary to hurry to neutralize the herd in order to deprive the main monster of its strength. He received word that some of the gods were very angry at this way of fighting. Some god was very angry, and some offered to fight with the whole herd at once. Some considered the boy a weakling. Choi understood that he had no right to lose control of the situation now. If he surrenders and runs away, he will lose viewers. He needed to come up with a method and a strategy. Meanwhile, one of the gods made a serious decision. Choi received a donation. He himself did not expect such a turn of events. A spot shone on the head of the buffalo he defeated. The boy reached out and pulled out a shovel. She was the donation. He tried to lift the shovel, but it was too heavy for him. Some of the gods openly mocked the boy who tried to lift the gifted weapon. Cho understood that this was no ordinary weapon. He raised his weapon high above his head, but the miracle did not happen. The shovel did not turn into a sword. It wasn't a game. He had no other choice and had to act as the situation demanded. He will kill a bunch of zeros with a shovel. Choi had to rush to help his teammates. They were both already very exhausted and tired. Kim hoped that reinforcements would arrive soon, but they were delayed and would not be here soon. After all, they felt like competitors. The boy decided to test the shovel on the nearest animal. His will and spirit were strengthened by the gods' faith in him and their blessing, which they used to strengthen him. A core fell out of the buffalo's severed head. Choi couldn't have imagined that the shovel would turn out to be so sharp. One of the gods was proud of the fact that he helped the newly minted hunter so much in the fight against monsters. The number of gods, spectators, increased to 6 people. They supported the boy, and he in turn felt his strength grow. The shovel turned out to be not such an unnecessary thing, which can only be used to dig flower beds. General elation and a sense of his power overwhelmed Choi. He was going to slaughter the entire herd, and thereby weaken the main buffalo with whom the other hunters of their collabo were currently fighting. The boy attacked animals. After killing the herd, Choi noticed that his companions felt much better and lighter. The monster began to weaken, and he could no longer attack. His small relatives were quite easy to deal with. The biggest threat, according to the boy, was neutralized. Now it was necessary to prevent the remnants of the herd from empowering the new monster. The hunter girl was watching the buffalo slaughter that Choi had arranged. Cho turned to see the other hunters rushing towards them. He was furious at the delay in reinforcements that nearly cost him and Kim their lives. The man was sure that if Choi hadn't taken action, they could have died. Rows of special-purpose soldiers, clad in bulletproof vests and shields in hand, went to finish off the remnants of the buffalo herd. Monster hunters flew over the ranks of warriors and suppressed the resistance of the remnants of the herd. Choi received new messages. He carefully followed each of them, hoping for a certain profit. Some of the gods wanted to continue watching the hunt, which was perceived as bloody entertainment. Some of the gods were very much alarmed. Some were nervous. The boy could not understand the reasons for such strange behavior of his patrons. Suddenly he heard a strange sound that distracted him from his thoughts. He saw the torn bodies of the hunters still hanging in the air. Cho could not see. What exactly did it do to the hunters? However, one of them gathered his last strength and shouted for his comrades to beware. Choi saw a huge humanoid monster in the sky. It was this new monster, which the boy had not yet seen even in pictures, that caused the death of the hunters. The boy remembered his childhood. He still couldn't forget that day. Little Choi came home and found his mother cooking dinner in the kitchen. He still believed that his mother was the best in the whole world. The younger sister met the boy when he entered the next room. She bragged about the new dress that her caring father, who was always attentive to both children, had bought for her. But then tragedy struck. Metal blades began to fall from the sky with a metallic screech. They dismembered people's bodies. After this event, the whole city was wiped off the face of the earth. Until now, this phenomenon remained a mystery. The boy was holding the body of his younger sister in his arms. He asked her to wake up. That day, a rank 5 monster took the lives of his relatives and loved ones. He will never forget this ghostly vision. Choi laughed. He understood that this was exactly the monster that killed his relatives. Some of the gods said goodbye to the daredevil, and some offered to order the hunter's remains to be cremated. The audience could not believe that this was the end. Choi stood in front of the monster that was hanging in the air. The boy was smiling because he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He gripped the shovel tightly in his hands. Cho burned with the desire to avenge his family. The monster attacked first. The hunter dodged the lightning attacks of the enemy. He mocked the monster and asked him to take their match more seriously. The boy lived only for revenge. He charged at the null blade. That was the name of this monster. This opponent, unlike all the previous ones, was able to think and improve his behavior. He thought and studied. Overcoming it will not be an easy task. Choi thought through a large number of simulations before the battle. This time, you need to update all your skills. The monster was to die at his hands today. The gods divided into 2 camps when they understood the boy's plan. The hunter once again dodged the monster's blow. The specialty of Zero Blade's attack was that it could generate as many blades and limbs as there were enemies in front of it. Theoretically, he could not be defeated. But Choi was going to disprove this theory on his own and point out its fallacy. Today they were alone. The boy hit his opponent with a shovel. He dealt a very powerful blow to the enemy. Cho saw that with God's help, and armed with a shovel given to him by one of the gods, he could defeat such a formidable opponent. The audience also looked confused at the confrontation between the level 5 monster hunter. The hunter gathered his strength and decided to strike a decisive blow. But something extraordinary happened. The monster was running away from the battlefield. The boy shouted at him and demanded that he come back and continue the fight and finish it all today. Choi chased after the monster. The hunter gripped the shovel tightly in his hands. He shouted angrily at the monster, demanding that it stop. The creature that had killed a huge number of people was now just running away from the boy. Zero Blade's path to retreat was blocked by Cho. He activated his abilities and streams of energy played around his hands. Choi shouted and warned the man not to do anything stupid. However, the daredevil did not listen. Jo Seop-han said that he is not going to share the laurels of the winner. He called himself the Korean Thor, the god of thunder and lightning. Lightning burst in the direction of the monster, but it did not have the effect the man had hoped for. Transformations happened to the monster's body very quickly. 2 additional limbs appeared in one breath. Zero Blade now had to fight 2 enemies at the same time, so his strength and anatomy were modified accordingly. The boy was afraid that if it continued like this, the monster would increase the number of blades, and at the same time, Choi's chances of victory would decrease. The novice hunter realized that it is worth just dodging the enemy's attacks. At this time, he was thinking that he had messed up again. Choi stood in front of him, breaking away from the monster. The man assured that it was an accident. He wasn't going to frame his partner. Now Cho was offering compensation. Cho hit Cho, and now he was lying on the ground in front of him. The boy said that he didn't believe the wallman's words, and buffalo shit smelled better than Cho's lying mouth. The gods reacted in different ways to what had just happened. The number of gods increased to 11 after the battle. Choi felt uplifted and improved, unlike when he started this joint hunt. The boy was in the hospital. He still couldn't believe that his encounter with the Zero Blade had happened so quickly. The battle showed that even a 5th-level monster is not as invincible as it seemed. Thanks to the shovel given to the boy by one of the gods, he will definitely destroy this enemy and avenge the death of his relatives. Outside the window, he heard the cries of crows, which had been crying very loudly since the morning. Choi thought about how monsters are currently classified. Some of them were very dangerous and brought death and destruction wherever they lived, or where they visited for nourishment, or to satisfy their thirst for destruction. Other monsters were not dangerous. The second type of creatures is not particularly interested in people, which is why such monsters are called without both. Among such monsters was the Okarkul, which could predict. The cry of the left head of the Okarkul testified of the troubles that should soon come. The right head indicated the well-being and prosperity of the area or an individual person. Now, fortunately, the right head was screaming. Messages from the system again said that one of the gods was bored. Some of them suggested to leave the streamer and find someone better. Choi thought about how gods were like ordinary people. The guy decided to test his equipment. He took out his tablet and started scrolling through the news to find out what happened in the world during the time he was in the hospital. He was not so interested in knowing the results of the diagnosis. The news reported that Zero Blade had fled to the south of the country and was now hiding in that region. The monster was not stupid. He specifically retreated to those places in order to ambush the hunters pursuing him. The battle of an ordinary cameraman, who only recently became a hunter, a beginner, was unprecedented in history. However, even after fleeing the battlefield, the Zero Blade was still invincible. Without the help and support of the gods and their donors, Choi would not be able to face the 5th-level monster. He would probably die without being able to achieve anything. He wouldn't even be able to reach the monster. The situation became more catastrophic and unmanageable after Jo Seop-han entered the battle. But even without his intervention, Choi would surely have lost to Zero Blade. And yet he managed to survive after a direct collision. Judging by his condition after a battle with an almost invincible opponent, he hasn't even been hurt yet. But only one thing bothered him. It was a question about where the shovel he had received from the gods was. Some of the gods were very surprised that the boy remembered the artifact that he seemed to have lost. Choi asked where his shovel was. One of the gods was soothing his companion. Some of the gods suggested that the boy raise his ass and try to find the shovel on his own, if he was so worried about it and worried about its disappearance. He couldn't understand why the other things were in place. The guy decided to distract himself from thoughts about the shovel and started broadcasting directly from the hospital. He addressed the audience and promised to answer all their questions that they had prepared for him. The first was a very painful question for him. He honestly answered that he did not have any extraordinary abilities. The reason behind his daring duel with the Zero Blade was his desire for revenge, which motivated him greatly. He spoke calmly about the death of his family. The story of his past really shook everyone who watched him. He wasn't the only child orphaned early by a monster attack, and that's why he didn't give up. Choi appealed to everyone who watched it now, or will watch it in the future, to never lose hope and faith in their own strength. Even in the most difficult circumstances, there is room for one's own will. He was as ordinary a person as everyone who follows him now, and if it worked for him, it will definitely work for all the others. God asked if Choi had a conscience. One of the gods praised the boy's acting skills. The hunter did not mention the gods or talk about how he got their support. He thought that few would believe him anyway. Suddenly someone entered the room. From his place, Choi could only see a dark silhouette. A man in a white doctor's coat apologized for interrupting his broadcast. Choi thought that something had changed in his body after all, if the doctor came to him so quickly. So the doctor had an urgent matter. The doctor asked if the boy really considered himself an ordinary person. After all, even a well-trained average person would not be able to attack a level 5 monster armed only with a shovel. The man assured that everything is fine with Choi's body. The boy was glad that the intervention of the gods had not changed his body. The doctor only noted the good level of physical fitness of his patient, and assured about the complete absence of extraordinary forces. The doctor said that the boy was in a special hospital for monstrous diseases. Choi did not immediately understand what the man meant, until the doctor started talking about the services and conditions of their specialized hospital. He emphasized that they take excellent care of the patients who come to them thanks to 15 years of experience and extremely expensive and high-quality equipment, as well as the efforts of the staff. The man could tell by the expression on Choi's face that he had bent the stick a little. The boy said that he was glad that the doctor was so observant. The doctor emphasized that the boy had to understand what he was getting into. The doctor asked if Choi was doing well. Now he had to have a serious talk with him. The man said that many doctors want to conduct research on the boy's body and organ functions. The doctor said that while the boy was unconscious, a couple of experiments were conducted on him. The results of the diagnosis showed that he was an ordinary person. But some of the management do not really believe in this. They want to make sure for sure. After hearing the message from the system, they showered on the boy. The gods were very unhappy with what they wanted to do with the boy. Some of them emphasized that it is possible to deal with very interesting doctors. Choi asked the doctor if he knew where the shovel had gone. The man replied that the management was very interested in what kind of strange object it was, so they sent it to the laboratory, where specialists would deal with it. The novice hunter was angry with the management because it acted as usual. Instead of offering any reward or encouragement to the young hunter, it decided to take his artifact. The doctor added that he forgot to say something else. He reported that after all, something interesting and unusual was found. He threw an unknown object into Choi's hands. The doctor said it was a fabricated monster core. The man said that the core of the monster can be called the basis of his life. People who can resonate with the vibrations of the core can also draw energy and become an extraordinary person afterwards. Each Superman has a corresponding vibration that gives its owner unique superpowers. A person can use the power of only one type of nuclei. If the kernel type is not suitable, he cannot use force. Accordingly, each Superman knows which core suits him and corresponds to his abilities. But none of the previously known cores suited Chow. In other words, he can use the core of a monster that has never been killed before. Choi replied that this is called giving the last hope that may not come true. The doctor asked if the boy was intrigued. After all, he can acquire extraordinary power and release abilities. Overpowering is just one way to end the Zero Blade. And in this case, extraordinary abilities do not play a primary role, but they are a very important contribution to this case. Choi asked if he could leave the hospital and go home already. The doctor asked him to be careful and to come back in exactly 1 month for a re-diagnosis and health check. The man promised that he would stop at nothing to find the right core for Choi. It will search all databases and corners of this world to find the core and release the power, hidden in it with the help of this little one. Choi asked why the doctor was so interested in this, as it made him a little nervous. The doctor said that he saw hidden potential in the boy, and it hurts him a lot for the boy to get extraordinary powers. Choi said he was not interested in it, but he promised that he would return in a month to find out about his health. The boy arrived at the Monster Fighters Association, which was an international organization that organized monster fighting and controlled everything related to this type of activity. Humanity created this organization to counter the threat of monster invasion. Choi used to come here a lot when he worked for his former boss. There was usually some loot left over after the battle that could be exchanged. The spoils were the remnants and remains of monsters that can be recycled and used. Equipment for the hunter can be made from the skins of buffaloes and their horns. Even monster meat was used in the food industry. Choi decided to get some money for himself by fighting monsters. You could make good money on this if you knew how to organize everything correctly. The guy approached the cash register where a young girl was sitting. Choi asked where he could collect his reward. The girl could not believe her eyes and asked if he was really a cameraman and a hunter. All the people present in the hall paid attention to the newly minted hunter, who became famous in such a short time. Some are amazed by the fact that he looked like an ordinary boy, so many of whom walked the streets. Cho did not pay attention to the remarks of some of the people present, because there is always, and in any place, such a bastard who will add fuel to the fire. Instead of arguing, the cameraman hunter introduced himself to the audience. The boy returned to the cash register and asked to be paid for the killed monsters. The girl nodded her head and said that she would calculate his fate right now. The gods asked the boy to solve his affairs faster. An unknown man in a mask with a respirator took Choi by the shoulder. He asked the boy to look at him. Chi replied that he was busy at the moment. The cameraman hunter was not happy to be touched at such a moment. Another man who approached them said that it could not be that an ordinary young man would frighten the Zero Blade so much that the monster was forced to flee to the south of the country. In his opinion, there was some deception here. Choi was tired of hearing things like that. He pulled out a camera and started broadcasting, asking the pushy men why they didn't believe him so much that they had to ask for the truth and demand proof. A man in a mask with a respirator asked to turn off the camera. Choi asked why he didn't want to repeat his words on camera. After all, the audience will be interested to learn something new about him and the boy. The men left, and Choi turned on the broadcast directly from the Monster Fighting Association hall. He informed the audience that he was currently waiting for a reward for completing the mission with the buffaloes and the skirmish with the Zero Blade. A stranger in a mask with a respirator addressed his friend. He asked him to get out of this place, otherwise the public opinion of them would be at a very low level. An example would be the position of Cho Seop-han. The girl apologized for the long wait. She submitted the documents that dealt with the size and procedure of calculating the reward for the victory in the battle with the monsters. The guy asked if there was an error in the calculations. The reward was clearly understated, and there was no mention of the disappearance of his precious shovel. The girl replied that all questions should be addressed to the superiors, but Choi reassured her and said that he would not quarrel with her. He was not going to be cheated about his reward. It couldn't just be left like that. On camera, the hunter made a statement that the Monster Fighting Association had changed its standards. Material goods have now become more important to the association than the lives of ordinary people and those who protect them. Officials split his reward among themselves, and they are trying to cheat him even on his property. Comments poured in very thickly. Someone even translated them into English. A man who was heckling heavily ran up to Choi. He introduced himself as an assistant manager. The man said the reward seemed too small. But most of the proceeds from that hunt were sent to the families of the hunters who died that day in a fight with Zero Blade. The association did not create any corruption schemes. It was a forced necessity due to rather small funding. Cho replied that the compensation to the hunters' families should be with the organization's internal funds department, and the association has no right to reduce the payment to hunters. He was interested in who allowed his part to be taken for payments. The assistant pointed out that Choi's comrades who hunted with him also had their payouts reduced, but the boy interrupted the official. He said that he did not know all those hunters who arrived late at the battle site that day. The man was confused. His future career depended on his decision in this situation. He mentally turned to the general manager, thinking about the solution to the situation that had arisen. Cho waited for an explanation. A group of people led by a man in uniform approached them. He made fun of Choi because he was hiding behind the camera, but what angered him the most was that the boy decided to make a mess in a sacred place that protected all of Korea. The manager looked at the man named Park Jin-chan with relief. The man received the full support of all those present in the Hall of Hunters. They unanimously sided with him and defended the assistant. The gods wondered who this man was. One of the gods thought that this man was too stingy and greedy. This was followed by offers to stuff the face of this stranger. Choi understood that he now had two headaches. Park Jin-chan was not a streamer but a real monster hunter. His skills were pretty mediocre, but he made up for it with drive and drive. He had a certain peculiarity, namely, that he was the first to detect the invasion. He belonged to those who, in his time, had experienced a much greater nightmare than what was happening right now. Chan led a new generation of hunters to prevent the events of the past and all that horror from happening again. Now he enjoyed undisputed authority among the hunters and was considered their spiritual leader and mentor. His figure was very significant in matters of fighting monsters. Park turned to Choi and asked what his problem was. He asked if the boy really believed that he had survived to this day because of his powers. After all, the hunters who died protected him all this time. Choi laughed. Puck asked if the young man's head was all right, or perhaps there was some clouding of consciousness. The boy replied that no one had interceded for his family when they were dying. The boy asked what the management of the crane did that day to save the lives of innocent people. The authorities that day simply dropped a rocket to where the monsters had broken into their world, right where Choi lived. Park said the reason was good. After all, the Zero Blade could form a huge number of swords when faced with a large number of opponents. The government's response was quite utilitarian. One powerful blow. Because of this attack, Choi's house turned into a solid firestorm, and the high-tech weapons didn't even hurt the Zero Blade. It did not even leave a scratch on the body of the monster it was used against. It wasn't long before it became known that the only way to face such a powerful level 5 monster was to engage in a one-on-one duel. It was found out right then, and this fact was proven after the fight with Choi. The boy asked if everything became clear to the first of the hunters. If there are no more questions, then he asked not to prevent him from receiving the well-deserved reward. Chan understood this, but he wasn't going to back down. He noted that Choi was right about responding to Zero Blade's attack. She was really wrong and incompetent. But what can change when hunters repeat the mistakes of the past? The boy replied that Chan was wrong because he was a simple person, not a hunter. Choi has no superpowers. Chan couldn't believe what this guy was telling him. The young man said that it was all about his persistence. Chi turned to the assistant manager. The boy said that he agreed to take the buffalo horn and his magic shovel. After that, he warned not to touch him and let him leave the building in peace. Stunned by such an appeal, the assistant looked at the shovel which appeared from the bag of the hunter operator. The man said that in honor of the weapon that struck the Zero Blade right in the jaw, they gave it I. She was named Hemos, in honor of her great ancestor. The man did not understand what the shovel was doing in the boy's hands, if at the moment it should be in the laboratory, where experiments will be conducted on it. Again, the dilemma faced the employee of the organization. He shouldn't give a hint that the association was very interested in this artifact, and besides that, they weren't going to steal it from the boy or take possession of the shovel. The assistant stopped Choi Kang-sik. He reported that the general manager was asking to see him, and it was during the meeting that the guy was to receive his fee in full. At the same time, a number of issues had to be resolved. Choi haughtily replied that he had no time for idle chatter. To all this was added the demands of the gods to start adventures, because they were getting quite bored. The boy promised the gods that he was almost done with his work. The boy heard someone calling him loudly. His former boss, for whom he worked as a cameraman, was heading towards the young man through the crowd. The former monster hunter's intentions were not very friendly. The guy recognized his former boss. However, this did not upset him very much. On the contrary, Choi hoped that Yu Ilam's appearance in the frame should boost the ratings of his broadcast. The stream should become more interesting. Amma said that he would never believe that his former operator could even scare the Zero Blade, let alone make the monster run away. The gods were interested in what was to begin next. The audience also stirred, and therefore the gods became more and more interesting. Choi's former boss was a fool, and therefore he does not understand that by provoking a conflict, he is only playing into the hands of the growth of the rating. Yu Am believed that the stream should not have lied, but he was sure that Choi owed his success to the magic blade, which was not an ordinary artifact at all. Everything began to develop very interestingly. A crowd of spectators gathered around. The word shovel was on everyone's lips. No one could understand what exactly the shovel is in this case. The man in the mask and respirator realized that he was right not to trust the boy. Choi picked up a shovel and walked towards Yu Ilam. The guy wondered if the former boss could die just for this, and if he really didn't care about anything else in this situation. Before his death, Choi allowed himself to say a few words. Yu Il-ama was very scared. He tried to continue playing bravado. In fact, he was very afraid of the former subordinate. He scared him very much because the changes in his character were noticeable to the naked eye. The hunter thought about the fact that only with the blade itself, even when it was enchanted, it was not possible to fight so expertly against a dangerous monster that was not so easy to withstand in a duel. Choi was getting closer and closer to Yu Il-am. He warned the boy not to approach him, otherwise he would not vouch for himself. The guy suggested not to control himself, but to do at least something. He recalled how his boss threw the cameraman and the girl he invited to run a joint blog in danger. The man replied that it was in the past. He was given a suspended sentence and issued a huge fine. And now he is being forced to marry a girl he has never even met. This marriage will be concluded in order to make it easier to pay off the fine and debt that Yu Il-ama owed. Choi thought, what a bastard his boss is. The hunter became more active. because the court acquitted him and declared him innocent of the crime. The audience in the group chat spoke with one voice about the fact that the judges were bribed because Yo-Il-Am was from a rich family. Choi offered to solve everything like real men. The conditions of the match were as follows: that the boy will not use a shovel and his opponent will use his magical powers. Only fists and nothing else. The gods were divided in their assessment of this act of the young man. Some reproached him for low moral principles. Others, on the contrary, were not too shocked by such a proposal. Spectators among the gods were added, which indicated a new renewal of the boy's strength. Choi understood that his physical data had increased, so he should be able to easily resist even without a weapon. He asked the gods not to let him down. His opponent, on the other hand, insisted on fighting only with his own superpowers. He was confused by the fact that in battle he could not use the core, which gave him strength and additional protection. Yo-Il-Am understood that without the core, he would lose to Choi. He couldn't overcome the little one in hand-to-hand combat. After all, even Choi's muscles were real. The man was afraid of the match and did not want to be disgraced after it. The waiting and delay made Choi very angry. He had already agreed that he would fight with his bare hands, and his opponent could use the core and the powers it gave him. Yo-Il-Am asked not to twist his words. He wasn't against the boy using his powers if he could activate them and use them in battle. Yo-Il-Am promised that today he would put an end to his lies. Now he will make it clear why he is called a fiery sniper. The man attacked Choi. He promised that this would be the last blog for the boy. Tongues of flame flew in the direction of the young man. Choi thought that his boss hadn't changed a bit since their last meeting. The young man quickly jumped between the streams of fire. It was almost impossible. Yo-Il-Am was shocked by what he just saw. He is impressed by the speed of movements and attacks of the former subordinate. Cho ran through the firestorm. He did not pay attention to the shouts and threats of his opponent. In desperation, Amma used his crowning trick, which always helped him win, even in the most dangerous situations. The boy was trapped. His opponent believed that if the young man did not try, he would lose now, and he will forever remain what he was in this life, an ordinary person, a cameraman who simply had to film outstanding feats. He threatened to destroy the boy and his camera. Suddenly, Choi jumped out of the fire. He brought his hand to strike and rapidly attacked the opponent. He only tried to cover himself with his hand from the powerful attack. Choi worked for his former boss for exactly 3 years, and during this time, he was able to thoroughly study Amma's fighting technique. Nothing has changed since then, because the self-confident hunter did not waste time on self-development. The heavy blow threw the hunter's head back far. A tooth flew out of his mouth, and a trickle of blood hung in the air. Spectators had the opportunity to enjoy the victory of the author of the broadcast and watch it up close. The gods were pleased with the battle. They felt more relaxed and refreshed. They no longer bored and threatened Choi that he would no longer receive help from them and lose their favor. The boy was standing over the enemy's body. He emphasized that Am's future wife was very unlucky and warned the hunter not to even think about demanding compensation for knocked-out teeth. People looked at the battlefield in surprise. They couldn't believe that the famous hunter, who was called the Fire Sniper, lost to an ordinary guy in a duel. They still thought it might have been an ordinance. Choi addressed the audience and revealed that it was just a lesson for AMU, and then he added that he would send the promised prize to the winner under the nickname Princess of Polka Dots tomorrow, namely a buffalo horn. An ocarkle sat on Choi's shoulder. The boy did not understand what had just happened. In appearance, the monster was still a bird, and he cawed loudly, scattering his feathers around. The hunter thought that this portended something good. He was even glad that such a bird perched on his shoulder. The creature was cuter than the gods who chased him and constantly demanded something new. Besides, the bird was never wrong in its prophecies. The assistant manager was looking at Choi with a peephole over his shoulder. The man could not believe that the cameraman had defeated his boss, whom he had been filming for a video blog for many years. He could no longer just stand and watch. The assistant called Choi Kong-sik as if he wanted to talk to him about something important. The boy hid the shovel in his bag and angrily asked what else was required of him because he believed that he had already solved all the questions. The man said that the association did not intend to offend such a prominent hunter, although he does not possess any extraordinary powers. The situation with the shovel was simply a mistake, and the culprits have already been punished. The guy was not going to chat about anything, and went on. The man simply could not allow the artifact to be taken away. He tried his best to detain Choi. He said that the organization is ready to provide housing for the boy, who is currently spending the night in different places. Choi replied that he was not interested in that. All he wanted from the association was a buffalo horn, which he promised to give as a prize to one of his subscribers. In addition, he did not chase after money. He needed the Zero Blade. The assistant manager said that he was ready to help the boy with the payment of taxes, which are very high for the kind of income that Choi makes. He replied that wealth will not help him defeat the main monster. The assistant manager asked to accept at least the house as compensation. He understood that he would not be able to completely cover all the debts of the organization, but he tried to do it. He did not demand anything in return. Suddenly, one of the Okarkul's heads came to life. This head was responsible for negative prophecies. He understood that it might be related to the assistant's offer of housing. Therefore, it is worth refusing dubious help. Choi heard from someone that the Okarkul prophesies and predicts only events that were to happen very soon and very close. What bad could happen, and why did the Okarkul react so to the proposal of the man who tried his best to detain Choi? Cho decided that he was tired of getting into all kinds of trouble, so he needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. In the future, he decided to stay away from various organizations of this kind. Strange monsters attacked the boy from the sky. They had the appearance of a huge bird with the head of a boar or a pig. Cho did not understand where they came from. When the dust cleared, the hunter realized that it was the son of a snitch. The guard of the Anti-Monster Association pointed in the direction of the vault and ordered the people to hurry to the shelter. Choi wondered how such a serious organization with such a profile was protected from monster attacks. Hunters and others present fled to shelter. Pigwings chased their victims. The boy realized that the chances of surviving and hiding from the attack were 50-50. Most of the hunters were out of town now. Without the help of experienced hunters, even in a shelter can be quite dangerous. Everyone was worried only about their safety. Therefore, it was expected that members of the organization would not save the lives of ordinary citizens. The vault door closed. A lot of people did not make it to the storage room. They broke into the closed hermetic gate. Choi realized that under such conditions, everything always remains the same. The authorities are not interested in saving citizens. The pork wing attacked the girl who served Choi at the cash register. The boy did not hesitate to jump up to the stranger and beat off the monster's clawed paw with a shovel. The hunter ordered the girl to run away, and he promises to arrest the monster. He gripped the shovel tightly in his hands. Cho ordered the girl to hide in the forest among the trees. After all, it was too dangerous at the entrance to the shelter, and help could not be expected from anyone except himself. The hunter adjusted the camera on his shoulder. He understood that it was the turn of a new stream, and the second part of the live broadcast. The boy felt like a hero, because he was the only one who decided to fight back the winged monsters. Energy surged around the boy's body. The gods decided to help this time too. He wanted to kill monsters and save people. Yulgiv has been added to view. Now there were 13 of them. They all watched the boy carefully. A lot of winged monsters flew at him from the sky. Cho realized that even with the support of all the gods, he alone would not be able to repel all the attackers. There were too many of them, and each of them was the size of an elephant. Each individual will be very difficult to kill. However, he tried to find a vulnerable spot in the monster's body. Pig wings fed on waste, and therefore they had a very well-developed sense of smell. They could smell even from a great height. With a lightning strike, the boy cut off the leg of one of the attacking monsters. He thought that it was worth at least maiming the attackers by cutting off each of their paws. It was supposed to help him fight monsters. Choi was surprised at how easily his shovel chopped off the limbs of the flying monsters. His improvised weapon went through the monsters' bodies like oil. Monster paws were his priority target. The reason was that the very heavy and clumsy bodies of these animals maintained balance due to massive paws. Depriving them of their support and balance, it was much easier to neutralize the attackers. Monsters will need some time to recover and regenerate, and this will play into the hands of Choi and the other hunters who have to come to his aid when they receive a signal of danger that has not occurred. The sedentary monster was not very dangerous for the hunter. Therefore, it is worth simply maintaining a good pace of attack and defense and waiting for reinforcements to arrive, then finally finish off the swarm of winged. In the middle of the battle, Cho's attention was diverted from the opponents by Okarkul. The bird wanted to convey something to the hunter's mind, and since the left head was throbbing, it was necessary to watch out for something. And it was at this moment that the biggest among the monsters attacked. At the right moment, the boy dodged the sharp claws on the strong paws of the pigwing. Choi was very grateful to his new partner for the tip and warning of the enemy's maneuver. And Amma fought the pigs with snouts. He hurled fireballs at them and dispersed the winged monstrosities so that they could not attack him. Choi thought that help had arrived and was very surprised to see his former boss. The boy thought that he had long since escaped from the battlefield. The gods smiled at Choi's thoughts. The boy carefully examined his sudden partner and assistant. There were a lot of monsters around AMU. Choi wondered why. The first thing that came to mind was that the waste-eating monsters were interested in the smell coming from the hunter. They appreciated the stench of that scum. The guy joked that even the snotty pigs appreciated the stench of shit that came from Ilam. The hunter looked around in surprise and did not understand what exactly made the boy come to such conclusions. The man himself was absorbed in the battle. Choi had a very interesting idea. He hurled a handful of rocks at the monsters swirling around Ilam. The man did not understand what happened and why the monsters suddenly started flying away from him. He couldn't believe that he had been saved by a recent enemy. Ilam couldn't even guess why Kang-sik did this, but now he had an opportunity to escape to the storage room and try to sit out there. Ilam quickly ran in the direction of the shelter. The people inside could not understand what this scoundrel was doing. They wondered why he was running to them. After all, it could provoke winged attackers. The man broke into the closed door. Security inside warned. What won't open the door for him? They said that there was so little space inside and he had to find his own shelter. In addition, he was a provoking factor. Chek looked at the herd of pigwings chasing Ilam. Now he was sure that the monsters could perfectly smell the shit coming from the loser hunter because they flew clearly after him. And now all the bastards who forgot their vocation to be hunters had to suffer the punishment for their unworthy deeds. Pig snouts attacked the shelter. Without normal protection, the building will last for some time. Choi asked the audience to thank the brainless Ilam for luring the pigwings into the people's shelter. The boy himself was going to help all the people who could not get into the vault. He turned his attention to the hunters who were still holding their defense near the breach in the wall. These valiant defenders, according to Cho, hid, or rather, held a heroic defense. But if there were a little more of them, things would go faster. Ilam still did not give up on the idea of hiding in the shelter. The porcupines chased him and flew almost over the hunter. He tried to take advantage of the chaos around him to hide like a coward. The pig grabbed Ilam by the snout and lifted him high above the ground in his paws. The man begged Choi to save him. The guy was angry, because rescuing the loser again took away from him the time needed to save those who really needed it. Choi swam high into the air to reach the snout pig's paws. He swung his shovel and yelled for Ilam to prepare for a hard landing. The man asked to wait because he was very afraid of crashing. The boy landed on the ground. Behind him, Lucky Ilam fell right on the pig's snout. He pressed the monster's body to the ground and avoided major injuries. Choi saw a crowd gathered near the breach in the wall. People begged to be let in and help them. The boy thought that they should have been inside the shelter a long time ago. He understood that no one would voluntarily open up to them. The hunter understood that a real disaster could happen right now. The gods advised him to abandon everyone to his own devices and run away for his life. One of the gods almost burst out laughing. Reactions and sympathies were divided. Choi saw a large snout pig flying straight at him. The monster looked angrily at the hunter, who dared to resist and maimed many of his tribesmen. A plan was born in the boy's head. At this time, people were breaking through the doors of the shelter. They begged the guards to let them in. No one paid attention to them. Some of the fugitives began to say goodbye to life, accepting their unfortunate fate. One of them noticed a strange picture. Cho ran headlong in the direction of the storage room. Behind him, a porcupine was flying low over the ground. The creature tried to grab the boy and deal with him. The hunter shouted for the people at the entrance to disperse and not disturb. The crowd immediately dispersed. At the last moment, Choi managed to dodge the attack of the snout pigs. He watched as the huge monster broke through the wall of the shelter with its body, opening the way for rescue to those who did not have time to run to the shelter. The boy jumped on the body of the pigs and ordered the people to hurry to the middle. The crowd ran for cover. Only the guards were shocked by what the boy had just done. One of them tried to beat him. One of the security agents wanted to argue with Choi, but Choi simply ordered him to get down to business and help the new arrivals settle in and provide them with the information they needed. It was necessary to take everything into one's own hands. Choi summoned all the hunters nearby and said that they still had a chance to win this confrontation and save the lives of the citizens. He said that the monsters are too big and will attack alone. There were many hunters, and with one pig's nose, they definitely have to cope as a group. The hunters cheered up and decided that the boy was right, and they would be able to repel the attackers and win this battle. The hunters focused their efforts on the monsters. Although they were not true hunters operating in the field, they were good at holding the defense against the onslaught of winged monsters. Choi was pleased with the result. But they still lacked fire support. He had to take care of the remaining monsters himself. The hunter decided to defend humanity at any cost. He mentioned the null blade. The monster became much stronger when it was attacked by several opponents at once. He grew in power as his enemies increased, and that's why you have to fight him one-on-one. The boy decided to train basic skills so that at the crucial moment, nothing and no one would stand in the way between him and the Zero Blade. People who watched his heroism will raise the public's faith in his strength. People will become his strength. After all, his faith in him and his satisfaction with the fact that he will become the protector of ordinary people, their savior, instilled in him faith in his own abilities and motivated him very well. A woman with a child approached him. They thanked for the rescue. Choi assured him that there was no need to thank him, as he was just doing what he had to do. He is simply fulfilling his duty to them, as he protects the weak. Other hunters who did not take part in the defense of the shelter looked at the boy with anger. They heard words of thanks from Cho's people. People thanked him for opening a way for them to be saved from monsters. Choi said he was overjoyed that no one was hurt. The guy understood that this note of humanism should contribute to the fact that his broadcast will be in the top. His eyes were distracted from his thoughts. The left head screamed again, and again it was necessary to wait for some troubles, which the Okar Kul foretold. Behind the hunter, a huge boar appeared out of nowhere. The clawed paws of the monster were reaching for the boy, and he was standing in front of him without a weapon. There were seconds left to react. The guy almost said goodbye to life. The claw caught the boy. Blood splattered into the air. Choi stared dazedly at the monster's paw, which almost crushed his body. Fortunately, at the last moment, the boy retreated, and the wound was shallow and relatively safe. The hunter attacked the attacker, but the monster quickly dodged the attack. Choi realized that this time his opponent was much faster and more intelligent than all the previous pigwings. He was different from his fellow tribesmen. The boy thought that it was probably the leader of the herd. The monster fiercely attacked the hunter, not even giving him a chance to rest and further plan the battle. However, he was not lost, because for him it was another monster. He gripped one of the tusks tightly. The monster lifted the hunter high into the air and began swinging it around like a toy. With the last of his strength, Cho held on to the enemy. He was not afraid. He was afraid that the monster would run away from him. The creature was so powerful and large that it punched through the floor of the vault with its own body, which reached several floors. The monster wanted to fly out of the closed room as quickly as possible, where he felt confused. Choi climbed out from under the wreckage. Everyone around thought that the boy was already dead. People's astonishment knew no bounds when they saw the almost unharmed hunter. It was simply difficult for the boy to keep his balance. But it did not last long. A pig crawled out from under the wreckage. He was even more enraged and burned with a desire for revenge. The clawed paws were closing in on Choi. The boy looked confused at his enemy and did not know how to act. A huntress girl slowly descended from the broken ceiling into the room. She asked if the boy needed help and if he was going to dump all the work on her. The creature did not see that another hunter had come to help. The girl once again asked if Choi is not one of those men who shift all the hard work onto the fragile shoulders of women and girls. The audience in the chat chanted the words that the girl was a real goddess. Together, the two hunters managed to deal with the monster. Cho delivered the final blow with the shovel and cut the pig's body in half. Now they were considered a couple with a girl, a hunter. This teamwork pleased the gods very much. Some of them simply fell in love with this girl. Someone was simply smiling, and ambiguous looks could speak of different intentions and thoughts of the gods. The girl asked Choi if it was true that he had been hospitalized recently. She did not expect to see him in such a place. The boy replied that he is quickly getting himself back to normal. The huntress agreed with his words. The goddess spoke about her younger brother, who is fanatical about Choi streams. The boy was surprised. He couldn't believe that the brother of such a prominent hunter was watching his stream and was subscribed to his channel. Kim said she didn't have time anymore because her team was waiting on the mountain for her orders. The boy thanked her and assured her that he would get out of here on his own. He looked around for a way out of this room. Rows of bookshelves appeared in front of him. That reached the very ceiling. Choi thought that the rumors about the organization's secret archives were actually true. He walked down a long corridor and tried to visually assess the scale of this storage. He recruited the rescue team and decided that the broadcast should have ended there. He said that he would appear immediately after the treatment. One of the gods wondered if there would be anything exciting today. The gods took Choi one by one. He answered them that he should take care of himself after the fight and heal the wounds received from the snot hogs in battle. But he understood that if it were not for the gods, he would not have been able to defeat even his first monster, and he would not have received all that he has now. It was necessary to express gratitude and respect to the gods. Besides, he was interested in how strong he could become. He assured the patrons that there would be many more adventures that they were waiting for so much. They should wait a little and he will satisfy their desire. At the exit of the building, a strange man approached Choi. He assured Choi that he thought he was invincible and very cool, when in reality, it was all a result of him possessing cool potions. The guy realized that it was one of those hunters who were out of town when the vault was attacked. The man wondered if Choi was selling his artifact. A stranger is ready to pay any money. Choi thought that fate constantly threw such people in his life for a reason. He asked the gods what should be done with this man. Adventures had to wait a little, because urgent matters need to be resolved. The gods thought. They made a balanced and important decision regarding their further actions. Choi was not happy with their sentiments, but suddenly, unexpectedly for himself, he received a donation from patrons. The boy understood the hint of the gods. He believed that the gods were serious about further adventures. He was interested in what awaited him this time. So far, he has not noticed anything interesting. The main thing is that it does not become too unexpected a surprise. The stranger insisted that he wanted to buy Choi's shovel, and it is better to do it well. After all, threats could go further from his side. The guy replied that the shovel was not for sale. This is his final position. The man already said more conciliatorily that he would pay any money for the shovel, and he promised that he would treat her much better than Choi himself had done all this time. The boy was confused by the insistence. Choi said he would turn on the camera and no longer vouch for his actions. He asked the man to let go of him and go his way. The stranger was not satisfied with such an answer. He threatened. The agent of the organization called the annoying interlocutor Choi. He asked what he does. The agent understood that the hunter wanted to take things from Choi. The man denied it as a slander against him. The agent was still talking about how there should be respect between hunters for each other as between people doing a common business. He talked about it until his eyes fell on the shovel in Choi's hands. From the expression on his face, Choi understood that now he could not avoid more problems. It should be expected that the situation will get out of control, and things will get much worse. After all, a new contender for the shovel will appear. Choi decided not to run away from problems this time. The boy will solve this issue right now and in this place, because he is tired of running away from problems. Besides, he didn't like two pushy people. He readied his weapon for battle. In an unknown way, a ring appeared on the handle of the shovel. The hunter thought that this cannot be a gift from the gods, because what is the use of that ring? One of the gods asked if Choi liked it. The boy was a little disappointed that the donut turned out to be an ordinary ring on the handle of a shovel. But Choi understood that the ring was there for a reason. It had to serve for something, and not just be for beauty. A crowd of hunters surrounded Choi and the men arguing with him. Everyone present involuntarily paid attention to the artifact in the boy's hands. Cho reminded them of the story of Excalibur. Everyone looked carefully at the shovel. The boy stuck the shovel into the ground. He announced to everyone present that the artifact would be owned by the one who could pull the shovel out of the ground without using superpowers. He is ready to give the gift of the gods to such a person. The next condition would be that whoever tried but failed to draw the weapon would kneel before Choi and apologize for their arrogance and insulting the boy's honor. The crowd rushed to the shovel. They thought the conditions of the competition were too easy, and everyone confidently ran to the artifact. People pushed each other away. Choi turned on the camera. It felt like a cold shower on everyone who was eager for the artifact. They covered their faces and asked the boy why he turned on the camera and asked him not to film them, because it was not fair. The boy replied that they were very cunning because they wanted to simply leave this place in case of failure. But it doesn't happen like that in life, and you have to pay the price for everything. The record will be made just in case, so let them think before that. The man who started the argument went to the shovel and grabbed it with both hands. He pulled the artifact with all his might, but it remained unmoved in the ground. The hunter was surprised that the weapon was so heavy. Those who wanted to take possession of the artifact pushed each other away, but their efforts remained unsuccessful. They were just wasting time. Cho understood that they still couldn't do anything. He didn't even care that someone would be able to fulfill the conditions he set. But the hunters did not lose their enthusiasm and tried as a group to subdue the shovel that was just sticking out in the ground in front of them. Some of them began to accuse the guy of being a fraud. They still could not understand how, but the boy was leading them by the nose and deceiving them. In their opinion, there was definitely a hidden mechanism. They turned to the boy and asked him to try it himself, and prove that there was no trick. The gods watching these contests simply rolled on the floor with laughter. Choi was afraid that now the gods would laugh at him and make it so that he would not be able to extract the magical artifact himself and would disgrace himself in the presence of hunters and a bunch of ordinary people, and even live in front of the audience. One of the gods emphasized that the artifact will be given to the hands of only those who are pure in soul. The boy thought about what these words meant. The audience looked at Choi with skepticism and already imagined him screwing himself up. Some of the hunters who possessed extraordinary strength understood that if even they did not succumb to the artifact, then the boy would definitely not be able to do anything with it. Now it's time to cheer and taunt them with Choi. The boy replied that his shovel was simply very heavy, and there was no more trick in it. He is ready to demonstrate his strength and training, but those present will be forced to forgive him an apology for slander. Cho pulled out a shovel. At that very moment, the earth trembled around and a powerful earthquake began. But even he could not surprise people who saw how easily the boy pulled out his weapon. The hunter himself could not understand what was going on around him. He saw only the surprised and frightened faces of the other hunters. The gods laughed and rejoiced at something that Choi could not understand, and that only the other gods knew about. The boy looked at the artifact in his hands. He still thought about the fact that for a long time, earthquakes did not threaten Korea and were rare in its territory. With the arrival of monsters, everything changed. Climate and natural conditions have undergone significant changes. The strange thing was that the ground split just where the paw was sticking out of the ground. Choi thought that he had caused the earthquake. Fortunately, there were no serious damages. The boy's gaze fell on the ring. He couldn't believe that the ring had caused the earthquake. He was interested in how it worked. The gods all congratulated the boy on his success, although he did not understand what it consisted of. The hunters, who also wanted to take possession of the artifact, noticed that the earthquake happened right after Choi pulled out the shovel. It was hard to believe, but all the facts pointed to it. The boy decided to behave loudly and brazenly. He started broadcasting. Choi replied to the audience that this timing coincided by chance, but it is still worth not rejecting the moment that it could not be a fall song. Those who want to know the truth must stay with him. Cho hid the shovel in his bag. He understood that in order to avoid any more adventures, he should get out of this place. It seemed that it was cursed. He rang the doorbell and got ready to leave. Late in the evening, the boy sat down at a table in one of the cafes on his street. He couldn't believe that this crazy day was finally over. Back in the day, everything was so strange and incomprehensible, but now there is silence around, as if nothing had happened. He looked at the wounded hand, which hardly hurt. Cho believed that the gods were blessing him. After all, it was simply impossible to get away from the wound so quickly. Every time he was surprised by this. The boy thought that without the blessing of the gods, he would never have reached the position he was in now. He was really lucky, but one should not forget about all those efforts and exhausting training that he was engaged in. At last the time has come when he can strengthen himself, and the gods will not be able to tell him anything. Some of the gods laughed. Choi noticed a man at the next table watching him. Popularity was not appropriate now. People saw today's news report that monster attacks have become more frequent recently. Proof of this was today's pigwing attack on the shelter of the Anti-Monster Association. The hunter who made the greatest contribution to repelling the attack was a popular hunter, who became such after many years of working as an operator for another monster hunter, who at a crucial moment abandoned him to his own devices. The young hunter had no extraordinary abilities, but he is very smart, agile, and strong. In addition to all this, he uses an extremely strong magical artifact in battle, a magical shovel. The news presenters promised to keep a close eye on the newly minted hunter and to cover the details of his confrontation with the danger that threatens all of humanity. Although many were interested in whether this was really an act of courage or a game for the public. The gods were indignant at the last words the announcer spoke. Some said that the boy should start moving and doing something, so that his popularity and influence would not decrease. A new god joined the watch. Motivated by the new deity expressing his trust and support for Choi, the boy decided that he couldn't waste time and had to start acting for his own future. The polka dot princess will be his next target. Kim Mushin Avenue was the safest place in Korea. It was named after a famous monster fighter who died with the word soul on his lips. From here it was very close to the association building. This was the reason why it is extremely quiet and safe here. And that's why a plot of land or housing in this area was extremely expensive. Choi couldn't believe that a user who called himself Polka Dot Princess lived in such a place. He understood that this was either an oligarch or the child of a very influential politician or even a national hero who ensured the future of his descendants with his deeds. The question of who this user could be was disturbing. Two men came to meet the boy. One of them was fully armored in combat gear. Another stranger in civilian clothes asked that the boy had forgotten it and that you simply can't walk here. Cho covered himself with a shovel. The laser sight was already running along the boy's neck. The hunter excused himself that he had no bad intentions. However, the guard with the gun thought otherwise. He emphasized that Choi was armed. The man fired a gun with an electric charge, but later it turned out that this is a famous monster hunter who participated in the defense of the shelter. The guard frowned and asked to forgive his inattention. The boy assured that nothing terrible had happened and it is not necessary to raise such a fuss about what the man had done. The security guard assured that he is actually a fan of Choi and has been following him and his broadcasts for a long time. The guy replied that he came here on business. The men wondered what important business had brought the monster hunter to this area. Choi showed the buffalo horn and explained that it was a special prize for the audience. The security guard was simply delighted that Choi had decided to personally deliver the prize to the fan. Of course, It was not possible to enter a regime object just like that, but for such a case, the man could make an exception. The man was impressed by the kindness and responsibility of the hunter. He promised to keep it a secret, and he would let Choi into the middle of the room. This could be allowed to a hero who saved an entire city. In the elevator, Choi thought about how his life had changed since he became famous. Fans are already starting to help him. Recently, he could not even dream of such a thing. In the hallway, Choi wondered if he was really inside an apartment building or if it was some kind of palace. He was impressed by the luxury and taste of the room. A rich life had its advantages and disadvantages, but the latter are not yet visible. He was standing in front of the door of the apartment where the winner of his competition was supposed to live. Choi was worried because he expected to see a beautiful young girl who was hidden under such a nickname. The gods were also waiting for something romantic. The boy asked the gods not to push him to rash decisions. You couldn't fool around or play the role of a clown here. After all, it can end with something more serious than a stun gun. He decided to ring the doorbell and just leave the gift on the doorstep. A girl came out of the apartment and looked around in surprise. There was no one in the corridor, and in front of her lay a buffalo horn. The fan happily held the horn in her hands. She was amazed that her idol kept his promise. Choi looked at the girl and understood how well the nickname she chose for herself suited her. The hunter liked the girl. Suddenly, the okarkul on his shoulder screamed. Cho covered the monster's mouth, but the girl heard a scream and turned her attention to the place where Choi was hiding from her. She asked who was hiding there. The answer was silence. Choi ran away from the house. He still wondered why he was behaving so strangely. After all, it was not difficult to say a few words to the girl. Congratulate her on the victory and something like that. A monster hunter saved in front of an ordinary girl. The security guard at the exit asked why Choi was leaving the house so quickly. He asked if the boy needed help. He thanked and sped up. He asked the man not to tell anyone that Choi was here. At that moment, one of the gods said that Choi would not find a girlfriend like this. The other god let out a sad sigh. The boy thought that his patrons were just laughing at him. He couldn't believe that such powerful beings would be bothered by something like this. The guy was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice Kim, who came out to meet him. He could not understand the sudden appearance of a hunter girl in the area. The first thing that came to mind was that she was too interested in him. The girl replied that he should stop acting like a fool. She just lives here, and he is constantly followed by some problems and troubles. Choi assured that he just gave the promised prize to the fan. The girl promised that she would pretend to believe him. But even during the battle with the Zero Blade, I didn't get the impression that the boy was afraid of his life. He did not treasure him and did not value him. Kim often saw such people very quickly disappear somewhere or simply die. Therefore, Choi should behave more carefully and at least sometimes think about the consequences of his actions and be more careful. He replied that he would try to protect himself, but it is difficult for him to do this under the conditions of battle. Okarkul suddenly attacked his master. The boy could not understand the reasons for the attack. He only noticed that the bird seemed to glow with happiness. Choi thought about what these monsters feed on and how they should be cared for. In general, it was interesting to learn more about this monster. Suddenly, Choi thought about where the monster core he got had gone. One of the gods blamed Okarkul. Another said it wasn't him. The third refused to speak at all without his lawyer. The bird pretended that he did not understand what was being said at all and turned away. Okarkul ran away. Cho tried to capture the fugitive who had eaten the core. The boy scowled at the fact that the monster dared to touch such a precious thing. He promised to deal very severely with the scoundrel who did this. Suddenly, the silence was broken by an alarm. A flock of huge pigwings flew over the city. The authorities asked people to go to the nearest shelters. Danger was in the air, and the siren again alerted the people. A woman with a child in her arms ran headlong to the storage room, the door of which was slowly closing. She asked to wait and not to leave her alone. White-faced woman asked to help at least her child. At the last moment, Choi landed on the monster and nailed the monster's head to the ground with a shovel. The woman recognized her savior. The hunter simply asked if the mother and her child were okay and not injured. High in the air above Choi and the vanquished monster was an okarkul. The hunter fixed the camera on his assistant. The bird flew high in the sky and took quite good shots from such an angle. The gods were impatiently waiting for a new battle. The assistant manager was sitting in the office of his boss. He talked about Choi being a real problem for the organization. He is too strong and popular. Before this, the boy is very boastful. The chief believed that the main problem was that the boy was not a participant and a member of the organization. He was also troubled by the artifact the boy possessed. The association could not remove the item from the hunter. The assistant suggested simply taking the shovel from Choi. The chief replied that these were not their methods. He added that they are not ordinary hooligans and cannot act like that. On the contrary, it is worth rewarding the hero who saved the city. The insidious head of the organization said that the boy would be given the mysterious apartment number 44, which had not received a single tenant yet, and all the people who tried to settle there mysteriously disappeared. The man asked how the assistant thought about his idea. It bordered on genius in the boss's opinion, and it was worthy of such a hero who was becoming more popular among ordinary people. The reputation of the organization will also rise. But when something happens to Choi, in this way all suspicions from the organization will disappear, because it is impossible that after the award and all the honors, someone would try to harm the deserved hero. At this time, in Seoul, near the defense line of Sector A, a group of hunters were undergoing the admission procedure further, beyond the defensive fortifications, which were supposed to contain the monsters and become a protection for the citizens. The hunters asked how much longer they had to wait. They asked very anxiously how much longer they had to stand in front of the door. And why was the security guard not warned earlier that a group of hunters was to pass in this particular place? The guards on the wall anxiously moved the muzzle of a machine gun. One of them asked his partner what the hunters were muttering there. His friend assured that nothing terrible had happened, and one just had to keep oneself in one's hands. The man near the machine gun thought that if the hunters did not have extraordinary abilities, he would teach them good manners. The partner said that they can't do anything now anyway. The hunters talked among themselves about the information that the scouts had provided. The reconnaissance group found traces of a herd of explosives. One of the hunters was upset by this fact because there was very little left until the end of his shift. The guard on the tower turned his attention to the horizon, behind which a cloud of dust could be seen. His friend asked where it could have come from. Sergeant Park could not believe his eyes because the cloud seemed to be moving. Cho was walking down a street where people were wandering. He heard that the assault unit in Seoul was looking for doctors and asked everyone to contact them. A unit of Sun stormtroopers was planning a military operation. The women in the control room said that due to the threat of an explosive device attack, the alarm level was raised to the second level of danger. One of the hunter units disappeared, so help was needed to find them. The man, who looked like the commander of one of the hunting squads, denied his subordinates to interfere in this situation, because the first-rate monsters will not even pay for the equipment costs for the campaign. Choi realized that almost nothing had changed in this world. Human nature has become, and even centuries of evolution and cohabitation of people in cities and various settlements cannot save humanity from destructiveness. 24 hours ago, Choi was sitting in the office of the Anti-Monster Association. The man who was the head of the organization confirmed that the boy understood him correctly. The association gave a free house to the hero. It was a reward for his courage and willingness to sacrifice. Not every hunter could dream of such a thing, but only exceptional fighters with monsters worthy of it. The house was located in the city of Hanami. This is a city that was formed quite recently and was very useful for hunters of all ranks and levels of training. There you could get the necessary information and buy equipment and gear for hunting. The guy understood that it was a new building. From the very beginning, it was the most prosperous and developed district in Korea. But the disadvantageous location on the flat terrain made this city easy prey for monsters. Hunters began to come to this place in order to train and protect the local population. The boy thought about whether the price of his heroism was too high. The assistant assured that the house is very good. Choi guessed that something was planned against him. However, it was not yet clear what exactly. It was necessary to behave very carefully and try not to show anxiety. He decided to see what kind of house they were offering. The gods began to actively communicate with each other. They all understood that there must be extraordinary adventures ahead. Patrons supported Choi's intention to inspect the house offered to him. The guy assured that he would soon go to the place, but before that he asked whether the gods had prepared gifts for him for the housewarming. The gods hinted that the boy forgot his conscience and daydreamed a lot. Choi was approached from behind by his old acquaintance, the blogger, whom he met in the ruins of the city after another monster attack. The man praised the boy for his bravery during a battle with mumps with snouts. The man offered a joint stream in the spa salon. After all, Choi had not yet fully recovered from the battle with the pigwings. The guy thought about how much this streamer pissed him off. The streamer said that he was very sorry that he was a little busy last time and didn't have time to help Choi. If urgent matters did not distract him, then he would definitely be a good help to the boy. The streamer asked when the guy is moving to a new place of residence. Cho did not understand how the man already knew about this. He replied that he got the information from his younger sister, who was a real information maniac. The girl was aware of all new rumors and lies, and she fondly shared them with her older brother. The girl blushed and said that she was very pleased to meet the famous and popular monster hunter. Choi greeted her in return and assured her that it must be very difficult for the girl with such a brother. The man grumbled that the girl was covering the camera lens. He offered Choi to show him the way home. Choi asked what the streamer had planned against him. He replied that his intentions were pure and completely good. You should not be rude to a person who wants to help. Choi may not trust him, but the man knows this city very well. They were walking along the city street. There were very few people, and Choi asked why the situation outside was like that. The man replied that many residents had gone to strengthen the city's defenses. Because according to the latest information, there is a threat of an attack by explosives. A group of hunters approached the streamer from behind. They ordered Cho Seop to turn off the camera. The leader of the hunters asked why the streamer was still in town and when he would stop his stupid filming. Cho Seop asked how his friend was doing and how things were going outside the city. The man replied that he was not a friend of the streamer. He asked Cho to quit clowning around and join the assault squad. Cho Seop replied that he would be happy to join the band, but he already had plans for this week. He had some business with the boy standing next to him. The leader asked if this was the popular Terry hunter. He asked Choi to show his hunter card. The boy asked why he should comply with his request. The leader made sure that the boy was really sharp and self-confident. After all, he defeated only a few weak monsters. He held a sharp, serrated knife to the boy's throat. The leader taunted the young hunter who thought he was cool after being able to kill and chase away several weak monsters. The leader continued to talk and hint that defeating a few low-ranking monsters within the city limits did not make them true monster fighters. They can't even stand next to real defenders. He ordered to stop filming broadcasts and to be grateful to the real monster hunters and not to show off. The leader offered to check whether he was right and confirm his words in action. Choi agreed to find out which of them was the clown. Cho Seop was too frightened by what was happening. He thought that something terrible might happen. Fortunately, a group of local law enforcement officers rushed to them. The woman in command of this squad ordered them to disperse quickly. The leader assured her that he and his friend were just having a nice conversation and did not plan to do anything bad. The assault unit watched it all. The men who belonged to it were members of a movement that was engaged in the destruction of monsters that required group work to fight them. They claimed that they were fighting for justice, but in reality, they were no better than thugs. Therefore, the attitude towards them in local law enforcement agencies was twofold. Not every unit had a good reputation and was popular among the locals. Cho Seop brought Choi to his new apartment. The man said that it would be really cool to live here. But if the boy hadn't been scared that time and finished off the Zero Blade, he would be living now on Kim Mushin Avenue. Choi thanked for the help and assured that his assistants are free and can go about their business. Cho asked if Choi would at least offer them some tea, since they had spent a lot of time getting the hero to the house. Choi asked if he could knock out Cho Seop's teeth. The man assured that this time they would not bore the boy and would check on him later. The girl apologized for the behavior of her brother, who behaved inappropriately. The boy looked at his new house and asked the eagle flying nearby what he thought of this house. Okarkul behaved very strangely, and it was clear from his reaction that something bad was hidden here. Choi searched the entire house for anything dangerous but found nothing. He could not believe that there was something hidden here, but he did not look for it. The boy fell on the bed without strength. He asked the Okarkul why he shouted so loudly and foreshadowed some danger or trouble. "You can't just scare people and deceive their hopes." Okarkul was still screaming, and Choi decided to take another look later. He asked the Okarkul to behave more quietly and look after the house in his absence. The hunter himself promised to return soon. Okarkul shouted loudly, making the young man think about this signal. A voice from the loudspeaker warned of alarm. The city was attacked by monsters. The east line of defense was breached by the attackers. An order was given to all hunters to prepare for the defense and battle for the city. The gods immediately revived. The boy was indignant at their reaction. He didn't even have time to rest, and besides, he was not happy that he could receive a new blessing from them at such a price. Choi wondered what kind of monsters attacked this time. He grabbed the shovel when suddenly an explosion was heard nearby. The hunter immediately realized that explosive devices had penetrated the city. The cries of people asking for protection could be heard everywhere. Unknown people asked to stop the monster. The monsters were approaching. A rescuer ran up to Choi. Another warned that monsters were rapidly filling the city, and that's why you need to quickly get away and evacuate. Choi could not afford to lie down. He rose from the ground and saw the ruins of the city. The detonators continued to destroy what survived. Okarkul shouted from somewhere above. Choi asked what other misfortune could happen, and why do they go one after the other? A monster suddenly appeared behind the boy. He looked like the mythical Minotaur, but unlike his legendary relative, he had 4 arms. Cho was afraid of a new opponent. He looked helplessly at the monster. Okarkul. Although he was small, but he still belonged to the monsters that possessed the element of air, and that's why he was able to protect his master by dispelling the ball of flame that the monster released. 2 monsters faced each other. Finally, the strength of both of them ran out and the hunter had to step in. Choi swooped down on his opponent and swung his shovel to deliver the decisive blow and end this fight. The boy hit the monster on the face with all his might. He shouted loudly. Blood flew in the air. Cho took revenge for the attack on him and the destruction of his new home, even though he had only been there for a short time and didn't realize what was wrong with him. A core fell from the body of the defeated enemy. The guy didn't pay attention to it. After all, he was trying to understand why his house was destroyed again. It was like some evil prank. Collecting his thoughts, Choi pulled himself together and decided to thank the winged assistant for notifying him in time about the danger lurking nearby. He gave the core of the monster to the Okarkul as a reward and fodder. A herd of explosives was approaching from afar. The guy thought that this was too much and was too much. If you think about how much strength he spent to cope in battle with one representative of this type of monster. Some unknown bloggers filmed the broadcast. One of them looked through the binoculars and noticed a herd of monsters approaching Choi. The unknown thought that today would be the end of the popular hunter. The cameraman, who was filming the unknown, lowered the camera. His boss pounced on the poor guy for missing such a good shot. The boy replied that now it would be more important to help Choi. The man protested. After all, he saw what kind of hell was going on where Choi fought the monsters. The boy was attacked by 3 2-star monsters. The man was sure that they would not last a minute against them. In addition, he added that it would not be good to take someone's booty. The operator thought that his superior's logic was too strange. The man replied that with such attitudes the little one would not live long in this cruel world. The man threw the camera at the cameraman and ordered him to continue filming. The birth of a new hero can only be more interesting than the death of a legendary hunter. The fall of a famous defender will have high ratings. Choi and Okarkul confronted the 3 monsters. The gods began to mentally say goodbye to their favorite. Some of them hoped that they would meet in the next life. All patrons were sorry to say goodbye. The boy could not understand why the gods so quickly decided to bury and say goodbye to their favorite. He couldn't believe that the gods had become so heartless. He promised to deal with the monsters. The monster attacked Choi from behind. The guy did think about the fact that he is on the verge of death, and you should be more careful or just run away or retreat in order to gather your strength. Ojin of the gods reprimanded his companions for behavior unworthy of the great patrons of the hunter who stood up to protect humanity. Choi thanked him for standing up for him and supporting him at such a critical moment. The god who protected Choi said that with his efforts, the boy had almost unlocked the effort bonus. There were 14 spectators among the deities. This indicated that he was soon to receive a valuable donation. He could not miss the opportunity to receive a donation that could help him in the fight for his life in such a difficult moment. Choi decided to fight to the last, and the boy had to show whom the grave awaits here. A new god has joined the broadcast. It added faith in one's strength and victory over monsters. The chances of winning have only increased. He asked the Okarkal to help and stop the monster's breathing attack. One of the gods invited his friend to broadcast. The number of spectators increased and Choi received donations from patrons. The hunter felt as if time had stopped around him. The gods suggested choosing a random number. Choi called the number 8. He still couldn't figure out what exactly had happened. A message from the system indicated that some unknown god had lent his power to the boy. Divine chakra became available to the hunter for a certain time. The boy felt that the energy simply overwhelmed him. He seemed to be able to do almost anything he wanted now. Cho attacked the opponents like lightning. His shovel glowed with a bright blue glow and entered the bodies of opponents with ease. They looked frightened at the enemy, who a moment ago was on the verge of death. It seemed to the boy that he could see the slightest movement of his opponents. They seemed to freeze before him. It was a very cool feeling. Choi didn't know how long this effect would last, but he needed to end this match soon. A man and a cameraman watching the fight couldn't believe their eyes. They watched as one boy single-handedly dealt with a herd of monsters. The cameraman asked his boss to step back and not interfere with filming. Cho dealt a critical blow to the enemy. The boy shouted for the monsters to get away and stop their resistance. Otherwise, he will send them all to hell where these monsters belong. He did not even notice how he was left alone. The boy stood over the bodies of his enemies. He couldn't understand how he managed so quickly. Hunters gathered around. Therefore, the entire territory of the city was cleared of attackers. Silence reigned everywhere after the battle. The hunters looked at the legendary hunter, Operator, who single-handedly defeated 3 explosives. The gods were preparing fireworks to celebrate the victory. Only one of the patrons asked to be on the alert. Hunter. Filming the fight from afar, I thought that the protection of hunters is similar to that of a normal hunter. Therefore, all defenders follow the defense tactic of a safe-ranged attack on monsters. The boy was an unusual hunter. One blow from the monster could lead to the death of the hunter. However, this boy attacked stormtroopers single-handedly even in close combat. He was really either too brave or just plain crazy. It was not included in any framework. Defeating the 2-star monsters showed that Choi's training level was well above average, and this meant that the hunter-operator was definitely not the norm for catfish. He must possess secret techniques. Choi stood on the ruins of his house. He noticed that his feathered assistant was looking for the core of the monster to feed on. The boy felt sick. The earth seemed to be running away from under his feet. He thought that he must be very tired, but after gathering his strength, the hunter realized that the ground really went down somewhere. A monster that looked like a huge worm came out from under the ground. Its sides were covered with guns. The hunters around called this monster a fortilleria. Even according to the words of experienced wrestlers, it was extremely large. The hunters began preparing for the shelling. They activated force barriers. Cho couldn't understand what the hunters were doing. He shouted that they were not provoking her but simply moved away from the monster. The men were already mentally dividing the spoils. They counted the money they would get for the body of such a powerful monster. Self-confident and overly safe, they didn't notice the monster rearing up and preparing to open fire on their enemies. Cho screamed desperately and begged the hunters to run. He noticed that this was no ordinary 2-star fortillery. The gods noted that it was too late to warn the hunters. They preferred to silently wait for the resolution of the situation. A barrage of fire poured down on the men trying to find protection under the force shields. They started running in all directions. Shells flew in all directions and brought destruction and death to the remnants of the poor city. Cho took cover from the projectiles headed straight for him, but the shells flew past him. He looked around in surprise, not believing that he managed to survive. A hunter from among those who had mentally overcome such a dangerous monster noticed that a girl, a huntress, saved him from death. She hovered in the air and prevented the projectiles from flying further, restraining them by force of will. He recognized her as Kim So-yoon. The hunter called her a goddess who came to their rescue. The girl interrupted his joyful tirade and advised him to run away as quickly as possible because she would not be able to withstand the shells for long. With a movement of her hand, the girl turned the projectile launched by the monster in his direction. She was going to return them all to the previous owner. They all crashed into the monster's body, but did no damage at all. The shelling is over. The hunters, who escaped not far away, stopped out of curiosity and looked at the monster and the girl who faced him. They decided it was time for a counterattack. But the next moment, the commander of the hunters realized that the monster had prepared to attack. The cannons on the monster's body were put into combat readiness. People ran in all directions. At that moment, the gods ordered Choi to fight the enemy. He looked at the fugitives and realized that the fortillery did not perceive him as a target for attack. Okarkul shouted from the sky. The boy recognized that it was a harbinger of good and positive things. Fortillery still did not attack. Okarkul perched on Choi's shoulder, who was walking firmly towards the lurking monster. The hunters who were watching could not understand what tricks this boy was showing. Choi was standing under the monster itself. He thought that he was not interesting for the fortillery. The hunter tried to understand why this happened. Okarkul was flying somewhere above. Suddenly a very loud sound was heard. The body of the fortillery dispersed. Something similar to the entrance to a cave appeared. Choi thought he should go to the middle. He turned on the camera and greeted everyone in the audience. He assured that now they will be inside the fortillery. Choi turned on the flashlight on his cell phone. The inner part of the fortillery had the appearance of some kind of multifunctional plant equipment. Everything was completely mechanical and made of iron. The boy wondered how he would explain this to his followers. He couldn't just stand there and be silent. During the stream in this way, he could lose part of the rating and disappoint his followers. The guy decided to just talk. The gods were delighted with what they saw. One of them congratulated Choi on his victory. However, it is not known which one. Patrons wanted to examine everything in more detail. The guy was walking down the hall. Mechanical devices buzzed and rattled all around. Choi noticed a row of shells standing right in front of him. A creature that looked like a large drop of water was sitting near the weapon. The creature powerfully sucked some kind of garbage into itself. Chi thought that it could be a 2-star fortillery monster, but what this creature was doing remained a mystery. The boy wondered what kind of monster was so strange, and the more he looked around, the more strange he saw. The hunter said that the strange thing on the inside was very similar in layout to his recent new house that had been destroyed by monsters. He offered to inspect the place in more detail and see what was inside. Choi saw that everything inside was identical to how his room was set up. The authorities really thought about how to kill the persistent freedom fighter and tried to kill the hunter by any means. Fortilleria reproduced an exact copy of his house. Choi didn't understand what was going on here. The gods stated that their pet was actually not very far and not very intelligent at that. The patrons wanted Choi to guess for himself. Choi realized that human energy was the main nutrient for the monster, and so she reacted to the chakra that was an incentive for the boy. Patrons unintentionally added spice to the competition. It was already quite late, and therefore it is worth ending the stream. In addition, the audience is tired, and those who wanted to learn about all the secrets that were hidden inside the Fortilleria had to click the button and subscribe to the channel. The restless gods said they were getting too bored. Someone started humming a lullaby. Cho and Okarkul rested peacefully. While Choi slept, inside the Fortillery, his body underwent a strange metamorphosis. The changes were prompted by donations. The gods gave them at their whim, and it was difficult to assess or understand the specifics of the situations. But the bonus for effort is a more serious act on the part of the patron gods. A god who puts his blessing on the line is a true pride and honor among patrons. The bigger the gift, the greater the honor. And one of the ultimate gifts from the gods was a new body for Choi. It has changed a lot. He felt the power of God within him. His musculature was much better developed compared to the previous days. The body was transformed in order to be able to receive the chakra of the gods, who in the future were to bestow more generously on their champion. Choi thought the incentive prize was over, but everything indicated the opposite. He grabbed the box of shells and lifted it high above his head with one hand. Choi just couldn't recognize his body. Indicators of strength and other physical characteristics have grown much more than before. In the morning, he went outside. Choi ordered the strange creatures that lived inside the monster to continue to follow the house in the same way. He was sure that his order would be carried out in the best possible way. A crowd of people, including reporters, monster hunters, and ordinary people, ran towards Choi. They were all trying to be the first to find out if everything he showed on the stream was the real truth. Choi thought that these people had been waiting all night for his return just to be the first to interview him. He asked to forgive him, but for now the boy was not going to tell anything about the details. Choi tried to escape from the crowd. He felt that he could not use all his chakra in the same way as he had during the fight with the overgrown bulls, but his body still remembered the feeling of that state of exaltation. He slipped through the crowd that surrounded him. Dexterity skills were still running on their last mana. The people around could not understand how the boy in a moment found himself in a completely different place. Choi didn't notice the huge, burly man standing in his way. The stranger introduced himself. His name was Kang Ho Yeon. He apologized for stopping Choi from moving on. This man was the deputy commander of Seoul's special capture unit. The stranger directly said that he had a special business for the boy. The deputy promised high-quality equipment. The outfit itself was made from materials taken from the body of a rank 4 monster. In addition, Choi could get the position of commander of the capture unit. For this, the boy had to join his special purpose unit. Everyone around was very surprised by Khan's proposals. One of the men assured that he had heard with his own ears about the very high price and quality of the weapons and equipment of the capture units. After all, they had a high salary. The boy understood that he was being offered a lot. What was the equipment worth? But he also guessed that all that was being offered was just a toy compared to his shovel. But the main reason to refuse was his desire to defeat and destroy the Zero Blade. And for that, you had to be alone. Only in one match did he have a chance to take revenge. Choi thanked him for the generous offer but was forced to decline. He walked past the man. To defeat the Zero Blade, the hunter had to act alone, and in this way he will develop physical and spiritual strength. The hunters looked in surprise and confusion after the stranger who had just refused the commander of the unit for capture. It was difficult for ordinary people and some hunters to understand Choi's inner position. The commander was offended by the refusal. He slowly turned to Choi and assured him that he had guessed about the Zero Blade and the plans for his future. And so the boy thought like a real monster hunter. A month ago, a serious conversation took place at Seoul City Hall. A man in a classic suit, accompanied by armed and equipped people, entered the meeting hall. He offered to get down to business right away. He sat down on the couch, behind which stood a large bodyguard. The man asked how things were going this time. One of those present answered that thanks to the ZIT Corporation, it was possible to establish certain sales markets and business in general. Another man added that everything was going according to plan, but certain errors still exist. The second-ranked Zlobocarps began to mutate. They have changed in size, but this is still within the expectations of the course of the experiment. The chief, whose name was Yu-Il-Ak, said that the main task of the minister he was talking to now was to prevent the spread of information about what was happening in the course of their operation. This should have been a good deal. The man was frightened by the fact that, over time, there were more and more people who were ready to work independently. Hunters refused to work in a team. They refused to work for the interests of the government. They became uncontrollable. Such individualists were even more dangerous than the monsters themselves, with whom they fought. This could eventually turn into a real rebellion. Recent events confirmed this thesis. Independent hunters became a problem. It was necessary to reduce their number by any means. It is good that it was this man who managed the course of the operation. He had no moral principles that could stand in the way of the operation, and the managers will help him." The captain replied that his curators could already prepare hymns of praise in his honor. At this, the mysterious meeting ended with the adoption of one thing, the only one, but a very radical decision on this issue. Choi started a new broadcast. He congratulated everyone who was present with him on the stream today. The boy promised that something really extraordinary awaits him and his followers. He recalled the events of last summer. Every year it's at this time that the evil carp get out of control and start doing very strange and sometimes dangerous things. Choi was not interested in carp, but learning how to fight monsters of the third rank was a hobby for him. Cho noticed a car that was just driving towards the river. Now the car was rapidly moving in the opposite direction. Something had to happen to make the driver tear the car like that. The feeling was bad. The car with the hunters was chased by monsters that looked like fish with legs. One of the defenders ordered to open fire on the monsters. His partner urged him not to do anything stupid and just run away faster. The men could not understand where these monsters came from. After all, the information from scouts indicated that the monsters are in the upper part of the river, and if the monsters get to them now, the hunters will surely be dead. Choi decided to help the escapees. He rushed toward the car. The man behind the wheel honked with all his might to get the boy off the road. Choi swam high and flew over the roof of the car. The boy activated the chakra that still gave him strength. He activated his weapon to knock back the enemy with one blow and give the hunters a chance to regroup. The young man fell right in the middle of the enemy ranks. The force of the blow was enough to send the monsters flying in all directions. Choi himself was worried all this time that he might not have enough strength for such a blow. Fortunately, the earthquake worked, and the young hunter was pleased with how he had thrown the enemy back. The gods asked their favorite to never underestimate their help and the gifts they give him. But all the same, the ranks of the enemy did not thin out. The monsters closed their ranks tightly and continued to push through the streets of the city. Choi couldn't figure out how to stop this onslaught of monsters. The gods decided to send a new donation to help Choi. Patrons have been asked to answer the phone call, which will now ring. The boy thought that he was being mocked, because the call now would be inappropriate. The battle was raging. The parties fell into battle. And Choi didn't understand how he could take the call now, although he understood that a lot depends on this now. But after all, patrons could not be refused. Their kindness and help will be useful to the young hunter many more times. And one should be grateful to the gods, because it was with their help that he was able to achieve everything he has now, and he owed his position to them. Choi did answer the call. He didn't understand how the call came from the tip of his shovel, but it was not important at the moment. A loud explosion rang out in the air. It was as if thunder tore the fabric of reality. Explosions filled the entire street. Fortillery opened fire on the monsters that threatened the hunter. The monster was no longer afraid to damage the city because only ruins remained around. The attack had a devastating result. Cho looked at the handle of the shovel and at the strange object that had formed there. He realized that he now had a direct connection with the monster, and it was a very good donation from his patrons. Thanks to this, many human lives were saved. The hunter looked at the powerful monster and the cannons that appeared from its body. Cho thought that the help of such an ally would be greatly needed in the future. If there was such a crowd in the center of the city, then what was going on near the river? It was a chance to raise your rating once again. The hunter-operator had to come to the battlefield near the river and once again save reckless hunters and self-defense units from death. After that, he was to reach heaven. The hunters sitting in the back of the car looked at the carnage and saw the boy leaving the battlefield. The men could not believe their eyes when the young man did not take any of his booty with him. There was a lot to see here, although the shells simply tore the monsters apart. One of them saw a monster still alive. The man thought this was their chance to make a small profit. The partner said that they would leave the monster because he had a very bad feeling. It is worth getting out of this place. The hunters who went further did not see how the monster, which had survived the hell of the battle, began to gnaw the body of its relative. The monster transformed before my eyes. He became much bigger, and his body changed. The creature screamed loudly. At that time, a fierce struggle was taking place at the upper reaches of the river. The battle was gaining momentum and was the largest in recent years. Hunters have never seen so many monster carp in one place. Kim and her companions could not believe that so many monsters attacked the city. The hunters were already very exhausted, holding back the rush to the city. However, it was impossible to despair. After all, thousands of lives were at stake. Kim carefully watched the enemy and commanded the squad. She was impressed not so much by the number of monsters as by their size. This year the monsters were much bigger than their predecessors. The attack was extremely powerful. Also, the hunter girl drew attention to the fact that the monsters were very diverse. She had never seen such species in her life. The mutations that happened to the monsters were extremely striking. The hunter understood that it was necessary to destroy the main mass of the enemy before the situation got out of the control of the defenders. There was very little left before the critical point. Little by little, monsters suppressed people's defenses. A burly man, who was the squad captain, activated the force barrier. He ordered his subordinates to hold on, otherwise they would give slack, and the enemy would break through the formation and be able to go around from the flanks, which threatened the encirclement. The hunters were still on the defensive. They agreed with the commander that last summer it was easier to deal with the influx of monsters. At this rate, their squad could lay their heads first, and other defenders will fall after him. The captain asked his subordinate if he understood the reasons for such a difficult situation. He replied that the government's response was the same as last summer. The man protested, because one look at the monsters was enough. At first glance, you could see the striking changes that had happened to the bodies of the monster. Carp. They evolve only from the fact that they devoured the bodies of their relatives, but at the same time, very fast copies appeared. One got the impression that the herd had divided responsibilities between individuals. These monsters evolved very quickly. Since last summer, they have changed too much and become extremely active. Kim saved one of the squad soldiers. The commander thanked the girl for the saved private. The huntress girl decided that she couldn't delay any longer. She gathered all the mana available to her and forcefully gathered the monsters into one big ball. The girl pressed her hands together, and the whole ball, which consisted of the bodies of monsters, burst. Blood splattered in all directions. The captain looked at it mesmerized. He could not believe that a person possessed such powers. However, that did not make the monsters any less. They climbed and climbed from everywhere. People lost faith that they could win, desperately defend their positions. That's what they have left to do. A man in a suit slowly approached the defenders. He is amazed at how irresponsibly the hunters approached the task of defending the city. It was a pitiful sight. The team could not cope with several fish. The man continued to taunt. Behind him stood a special squad. Each member of the squad was fully equipped with armor. The stranger asked if the hunters were now worthy to fight under the Soul flag. Ilak ordered the assault squad to begin the operation. The soldiers had to deal with the current situation. The warriors were determined because this was their main task, to fight against any manifestations of danger. The artillery missile complex was supposed to open fire on the enemy. The rockets flew out of their slots and headed towards the enemy. Each projectile brought death and destruction to the enemy. The monsters had no chance against them. Iron tubes were stuck into the bodies of the monsters. They nailed the carp bodies to the ground. But this was not the main thing that threatened the enemy at the moment. Ilak prepared a surprise for the enemy. Soldiers in armor raised their hands and fired a bolt of lightning at the enemy. Lightning energy spread through the ranks of monsters. Tips on iron rods allowed to transfer the charge. The enemy was to be killed by electric current. The man in the suit was sure that these hunting grounds would now be under the control of the assault squad. 80% of the loot in this battle was given to the assault squad under his command. Rows of stormtroopers stood opposite the hunters. The defender. The Lones were not happy with what they had just heard from the leader of the assault squad. They were outraged by this fact, because Ilak did not know how many losses they had. Khan was very angry. He went to Ilak. The man wondered when the lone hunters would start thanking his squad for saving their lives. The captain grabbed the self-confident leader by the shirt and lifted him off the ground. He was sure that the squad and their leader knew in advance about the monster attack. His ambitions came at a very high price, as many hunters died today. The man denied everything. Kong demanded an explanation as to why UIL-AKU had so many specialized military equipment. It was too much, especially for casual hunting, and besides, there are so many stormtroopers. Kim interrupted their conversation. She could see that the tension had reached a critical point. The hunter girl asked the men to calm down. After all, their quarrel now should not have divided the ranks of the defenders. Now is not the time for quarrels. One of the lightning stormtroopers approached the commander. He said that the preparations for the next stage of the operation will now be over. The final stage of the operation was to begin right now. Ilak confidently walked towards the river. He was going to lure out the monsters. Khan said that he still wasn't done talking to him and needed to finally work things out for himself. The captain said they would get back to it later. The assault squad lined up. Ilak ordered to act and stick to the previous plan. The soldiers replied that they would follow the instructions received the day before. Everything should be resolved now. Some of the stormtroopers entered the water and lowered their hands. They released a charge of lightning directly into the water. The enemy was getting closer with every second. Some of the monster carp jumped out of the water. The captain ordered the soldiers not to worry about their safety and lives, because the rest of the soldiers covered them from above. Bolts of lightning raced toward the fish that leaped out of the water. The monsters stopped the attack. A huge, evil carp rose from the water. He was the leader of the entire tribe of monsters. He was the main target of both the lone hunters and the assault squad. The captain gave the order to proceed to the second stage of the plan. Soldiers were preparing reinforced special harpoons. The command to open fire on the enemy sounded. The harpoons left the muzzles of the rifles and sank into the body of the massive, malevolent carp, but I got the impression that he didn't care. Khan looked at the senseless actions of the fighters of the stormtrooper squad. He understood that this would not even help pass the time, because the monster would simply drag everyone who got into it underwater. But Ilak thought everything through. The soldiers released a discharge of lightning through the chains that were attached to the harpoons. The monster shook from the discharge. More and more attack aircraft surrounded the enemy. The plan was to fry the monster with a charge of lightning. But that was not all. Ilak activated the power of his core. A powerful charge of energy, shining with a bright red light, began to play in his hands. This method was called storm power. The charge went towards the monster. Khan did not know that the captain possessed such powers. Kim believed that Ilak was currently using some special mechanism that temporarily enhanced the man's abilities and powers. Both were very surprised. At this time, Ilak was walking towards the body of the monster he had killed. He ordered the soldiers to extract the core from the monster's body until it began to regenerate. He warned that this year the situation is very difficult, and there may be another leader nearby. Khan decided to help a detachment of stormtroopers, but the captain refused to help. His unit was fully prepared for the upcoming battle. Khan couldn't believe that Ilak didn't know about the carp invasion. They were distracted from their conversation by another specimen of the Zloba carp. Ilak asked the hunters not to interfere. The man was going to show his power to everyone present by dealing with a powerful opponent. Ilak showed his strength to his father. But in order to demonstrate his leadership skills and gain full confidence, he wanted to show the work of the second unit without his help. The soldiers had to cope on their own according to the plan. He called the commander of the fighters and informed him that he was now leaving the command to him. Everything should go smoothly and according to the points of the plan. The commander had to set an example for other units. The squad commander issued orders to subordinates of the second assault squad. Now the fighters were under his complete control, and the man was fully responsible for the special operation. Ilak told his assistant that he wanted to get out of this lousy place as soon as possible. The assistant asked where to take his boss. Ilak replied that he wanted to see his father now. Already in the car, the assistant congratulated his manager on his success. He was sure that now the lieutenant colonel would be satisfied with the results of many years of work and efforts. Il-Ak was called. He was informed that everything was under control. Squad fighters extract the core from the body of the defeated monster. The second leader of the Zlobokarps was almost dead. His turn will come soon. Il-Ak praised the squad leader for a job well done and promised to reward him for his efforts. At that moment, the man reported the death of the second monster. The commander ordered the soldiers to quickly remove the core from the second monster. He warned that the monster might still be alive, so you should be very careful with its body. The monster was still moving. The fighters talked among themselves about the fact that now the soldiers of the second assault unit would represent the entire squad. It was a great honor for them. The partner asked his friend to shut up and go about his business. Another monster suddenly jumped out from under the water. It was many times larger than the previous ones. The man had no chance to escape or defend himself. He resigned himself to his situation and humbly waited for death. The monster pounced on the soldiers. He chased them and caught them one by one. The core disappeared into the monster's mouth, along with the first killed soldier. Everyone understood that the leader had evolved in such a short period of time. The commander of the stormtroopers ordered to maintain formation. The command to prepare the harpoons sounded. The soldiers opened fire on the enemy. Lightning bolts followed the harpoons, but it did not cause any damage to the monster. The bad actions of people only angered the monster. He threw all the soldiers into the water with a powerful blow of his paw. There was no point in resisting, because the monster turned out to be extremely strong. A bloody fight began. Hunters came to help the stormtroopers. Khan shielded the squad leader. He ordered to organize a defense because alone he would not be able to withstand the attacks of the monster for a long time. The factions had to join forces. Khan shouted for the hunters to come to the aid of the assault squad. Otherwise, everyone will simply die. The man will try to buy some more time for everyone, but it will not be enough because the enemy is very strong. The commander of the fighters said that they may still be able to repel the attacker. The stormtrooper doubted this. He thought that they cannot cope with such an enemy. If the hunters wanted, they could stay. Distracted by the stormtrooper, Khan missed the shot. The monster's paw threw the hunter far into the water. He was on the verge of death. Kim came to the rescue. She tried with all her might to keep the monster from attacking her friend. The girl was amazed by the power of the evolved monsters. The monster was even able to break free from Kim's telekinesis. The girl realized that the clawed paw of the monster had already reached her. From fear or a terrible understanding of what was to happen next, Kim simply froze. The brain felt feverish, the body trembled with foreboding. Choi managed to come to the aid of the hunter girl at the last moment. He put all his strength into the blow with the shovel. The paw flew away in a cloud of blood. The girl did not even have time to understand what had just happened to her. The boy stood in front of the monster, which covered the stump with its paw. He asked if the monster was really the nuclear monster of the two. Choi addressed the audience and said that now their expectations will be fully paid off. The operator hunter finally started a new hunt, and this time, everything will be much more complicated and interesting than all the previous ones. Kim, who wanted to take revenge on the monster for her fear, was hovering over the Levite guy behind. Kim rushed to help her friend Kong. The man asked how long he had been in the prison. The girl assured that he was unconscious for only 5 minutes. Khan asked how he managed to survive. Choi fought with the leader of the Zlobokarps. The boy felt that his body was moving completely differently. It was difficult for the monster to even touch his enemy. The hunter thought that the chakra given by the gods might have returned. The gods were surprised by the fact that the boy's body still remembered the power they once bestowed upon him with good intentions. Patrons watched their favorite in amazement. Choi's feelings were different from last time. He cut off the enemy's second leg with a powerful blow. But this was still not enough to win. Choi noticed how a paw began to grow back where it had just been cut off. The monster regenerated very quickly, almost lightning fast. The monster ate the bodies of other evil carps and accelerated recovery. The boy decided to deal with him with the help of an earthquake, which he planned to cause now. But it did not have any noticeable result. On the contrary, the monster began to regenerate even faster. With each passing moment, the leader became less secure. One of the monster's limbs had the appearance of a huge fish with a wide-open mouth with razor-sharp teeth. Cho thought that the enemy was becoming insolent. It is necessary to finish the battle with victory, otherwise the result was unknown. The hunter realized that he was now in a very disadvantageous position. It was necessary to change the position, but, defending himself against the lightning attacks, he was unable to even think of a plan of action for a short period of time. He decided to call the fortillery for help because the level of danger for him had reached a critical mass. The enemy regenerated extremely quickly, but help was probably very far away. The assistant could not hear. An okarkul flew high in the sky. Choi heard that it portends something good. Suddenly the air was torn by the sound of a projectile flying. The whistle was quite familiar. The hunter was happy because help came to him in time. The fire enveloped the figure of the evil carp. Kang and Kim couldn't figure out where the projectile came from. After all, there were no artillery installations nearby. The explosion almost hit the hunters, but they were glad for the unknown and unexpected help. Cho hid behind a rock fragment. He noticed that the attack of the fortillery this time was completely different than last time. Perhaps it depended on the distance at which the monster was, but there was no time to think. The leader was rising behind. He was wounded, but still able to continue the battle, and it remained a mystery how much strength he still had. The fortillery attack simply bought time for Choi. It was necessary to put an end to the evildoer. The hunter thought that this time he should use the unknown monster core that he had taken for himself. Choi wondered if he had the appropriate talent or ability to awaken the energy within the core. The gods advised me to remember the principle of action and the result of chakra work. One of the gods advised to concentrate on attack and own energy. It should have helped to win. In addition, another god joined the viewing. The young man remembered how powerful he felt as the chakra filled him with power. After that, he managed to pierce the enemy's body through with a shovel. The energy pierced the monstrosity and moved on. It was a victory. Kim and her companion watched this duel and its results in amazement. They realized that the power of the hunter operator also consisted in using an unknown core, the nature of which scientists have not yet clarified. At this time, in the central headquarters of the attack aircraft, an unknown person asked the commander of the second detachment what had happened. Ilak was apologizing for the incident he had dared to allow. The manager said he was not interested in an apology. He made sure that his question was correctly understood by the commander. Ilak replied that it is not known where the boy who intervened in the hunt came from. It was he who took the core of the monster. The chief of staff is sure that the excuses sound very funny, because this time an extremely large number of people were involved in the operation, and a real disaster happened with the fighters of the organization. Ilak was sure that it was the woman standing behind the manager's chair who reported the failure of the operation. She was quite ambitious and intended to take the vacant position of commander of the second unit. The manager said that he had the impression that Ilak's position was very difficult for him. He hinted that the hunter operator could completely replace the squad commander in his position. The man who was Ilaka's father assured that only his son was to blame for the failure, and there is no need to shift the responsibility to someone else. You should learn to take responsibility for yourself and be responsible for your actions. The irresponsible son involved a huge number of soldiers in the operation. The plan is a complete failure. The results are deplorable. And Ilak played a real show in front of the hunters. The organization is disgraced. The woman leaned into his ear and said that punishment would be enough for the boy. After all, he already understood everything and made the appropriate conclusions. The boy knew how to perfectly correct what he had done, and that's why it's worth giving him another chance. The father believed that he should take all possible measures so that nothing else would happen to his unit. They simply have no right to repeat another fiasco, and it was necessary to break the son's pride. The man was worried that his son, who was too proud and self-confident, could cause trouble. In turn, Ilak is determined to prove his usefulness to his father and punish the upstart hunter for what he did so carelessly with his soldiers. The woman behind asked if there was anything she could do to help. The manager pointed to Choi's image on the screen and said that she would now have a completely different task. He ordered to learn as much information as possible about the hunter-operator. It is necessary to make their enemy become an ally and join their ranks. The woman noted that the manager had a very high opinion of this guy. The man assured that Choi reminded him of a former colleague. The woman looked at the manager in surprise. She asked if it was the legendary Kim Mushin. The man was significantly silent. The assistant realized that in the absence of supernatural powers, the boy defeats monsters only with martial arts. The man promised to use his younger son for this. In order to get such a powerful ally, you need to use all possible reserves. And the manager was not going to stop halfway. The unknown man was giving a press conference to the Korean branch of the Monster Fighting Association. Journalists asked rather uncomfortable questions about whether the organization had information about the influx of monsters. The press was also interested in whether it was true that the fortillery, which unexpectedly got out in the middle of the city, dropped a huge bomb on the Khan River. And what are the monster hunters going to do with the monster in the future? The representative of the association asked to ask questions in turn. He promised that he would answer all the questions that interested the correspondents, but let them ask them in turn. After all, it is so difficult to find your way around. His assistant approached the man. He said that the organization could not contact Choi in any way, and getting closer to the boy is hindered by the activity of the fortillery, which opens fire on anyone who approaches. The hunter cameraman himself filmed another stream for the audience, but this time it was an unusual stream. Choi was broadcasting live from the middle of the fortillery. He promised that he would introduce the inner world of the monster in detail. Choi pointed to the real fortillery. It was an ordinary monster that looked like a drop of water. The boy poked his finger at his bodyguard and talked about the capabilities of this monster. He even had a whole squad of clones. A message arrived on the boy's phone. The boy looked in surprise and realized that it was a very important notification because it was about the Zero Blade. Choi had not heard anything about this monster for a long time. The gods began to mark whether the boy would go on a long journey. They packed their bags and prepared their IDs. One of the patrons was already going to exchange currency. Okerkul pulled the boy from his thoughts. Choi understood that his plans would drastically change after this message. He was supposed to go to China, but because of the monsters, traveling abroad was quite a problem. Air travel has become more expensive. But the boy wisely believed that flying by plane would save energy and travel time. He appealed to streamers to help solve the issue with the prospect of giving away an incentive prize. And those who respond to his request the fastest, he will invite to the fortillery for a tour. Choi expected that the fans would definitely not pass up such a chance to help their favorite. He believed that someone had to help him, otherwise Choi had no idea how he would get to China. After all, a lot of equipment was damaged by the attack of monsters. Perhaps his request was a little too much. The user who was signed Princess in Polka Dots wrote that his acquaintance informed about E.T. that the authorities wanted to contact Choi. And then, maybe he will be able to arrange a trip with them. He did not pick up the phone specifically so that he would not be drawn into a new cycle of events. But how did the princess know about the calls and intentions of the higher echelons of power in Korea? She was probably not an ordinary user. Choi replied directly in the stream that he was ready to talk to government officials. He emphasized to the fans that the representatives of the authorities themselves wanted to talk to him, and not his whim. The leader of the organization scowled at his subordinate, because he could not answer anything intelligible. Or maybe the man did not think that something important had happened. Il-ak replied that the second assault squad was taking full responsibility. The assistant approached the man in the chair and warned that the hunter-operator was trying to get in touch. Il-ak sat low with his head bowed as he realized the magnitude of the problem he was in. The man was happy and started a conversation with formalities. Choi asked to skip the official part. He immediately asked if he could get a plane. The leader replied that the boy does not understand how this world works. He was surprised that such an experienced hunter and just a grown man did not understand the magnitude of his request. The leader was angry and could not fully cope with the emotions that ran high after the conversation. Il-ak snatched the phone from the manager's hands and promised that the plane would be provided by the assault unit. Choi understood whose voice it was. The man on the other end thanked him for his help that time. Choi realized that he could already plan his future trip. With every step he took, he came closer to exacting revenge on Zero Blade for the deaths of his relatives. And now the hunter is leaving for China. Instead of an airplane, the assault unit provided a helicopter for use by Chiva. On this transport, the hunter operator arrived in western China. The pilot reported that they had arrived at their destination. Choi looked out the window and realized that his expectations and reality were very different. The guy imagined China differently. In addition, he was still disappointed that he was not given the promised plane. He understood that the command of the stormtroopers was trying to make amends for the previous time when they framed the hunter and in general all the loners who hunt monsters and protect people. Choi thought it was not important to show his ego, but you just have to be grateful for what he got. The main thing was to reach the goal. The pilot warned that they were going to land. The boy climbed out in the middle of some wasteland. He asked the pilot if he had made a mistake. The man replied that he flew exactly according to the specified coordinates. The pilot asked to contact him when everything was over. The helicopter took off, and Choi wanted to believe that the pilot would keep his promise to return after the hunter's mission was over. Okarkul did not portend anything bad so far, but also good. They called the hunter. The number was Chinese. It felt like a lot depended on this call. But I still didn't want to answer. He simply decided not to answer, but to start a stream. Choi, who was broadcasting, was watched by a man sitting on a horse. The stranger had heard that the hunter had come here from Korea. And finally, the operator hunter came out of the fortillery into the white world. He boastfully emphasized that he was ready to pursue Zero Blade under any circumstances. Suddenly there was an exclamation. The guy turned around. The rider asked Choi not to make any unnecessary movements. The man ordered the hunter to confess his family. The boy protested because the stranger almost killed him. Besides, Choi didn't understand anything that was said to him. The stranger insisted that Choi speak, and he, in turn, asked to speak Korean. One of the gods decided to give a gift of language to a favorite. The boy began to understand the Chinese language and the rider's request. The stranger took out a sword from its scabbard. He asked to obey him because otherwise he is forced to kill the boy. Choi asked if the man was really that confident in his abilities, because the hunter himself did not think so. The young man asked not to do stupid things but to hide the weapon and talk. He assured that he only came here to hunt the Zero Blade, and he was in no way an enemy of a stranger and had no ill intentions. The rider asked if the boy was talking about the devil from heaven. Choi's speech and clothing did not inspire hope that he mastered the art of dueling. The guy asked to just take his word for it. The stranger laughed loudly. He asked how the boy would try to fight the demon of heaven then, but the main thing was that the young man had an inner passion. He had to accomplish his goal. The man added that soon a man should arrive from afar. The boy must be ready to meet him. Cho reminded the rider of whom the chief had told him about. Even the omen bird was here. The rider assured that his clan listens very carefully to the omens and prophecies that the Okarkul bestows on people. The man was willing to seek out the devil of the heavens in exchange for the oracle telling the future. Choi wondered to the last if it was a trap. The man assured that he understood the boy's hesitation. After all, it was very difficult to just trust like that. But he just wanted to know about the future of the clan. The rider correctly understood the reasons for the hitch. He drew his sword and struck Choi with it. Not even a scratch remained on it. And the man said that if he wanted to do something to harm the boy, he would do it just like that. And he would in no way wish to plot against the boy. Choi thought that it would be difficult to build a relationship of trust with this man, but he will definitely not find a Zero Blade in the desert on his own. He introduced himself to the stranger. The man also gave his name in response. His name was Ha Hu-jin, and he was the 13th son of the Ha clan. The guy was very surprised because he didn't think about modern China that way. Choi was amazed at what he saw. He did not expect that the neighboring country had degraded so much after the influx of monsters. There were primitive houses around. The clothes and weapons of the people gave off a certain archaism. The behavior and manners of those around us were relics of previous eras, and local residents felt a very strong fear of foreigners. The guy thought that in such conditions it will be very difficult for him. His new companion said that they had arrived at the place they needed. He said that now the boy would see the pride of the Ha clan, an artifact that was about to turn 500 years old. Yahweh saw through the dust and smoke that settled, a huge building. The boy was impressed by her size and proportions. It was the royal pavilion of fire. Choi realized that he had entered a completely different world alive. At the entrance to the grand palace, Choi Ta-ha was stopped by a guard. He asked the young owner who this stranger was. Ha replied that he was their guest of honor, and he wants to see the head of the clan to solve an important matter. The guard answered him something very quietly. Ha pretended that he was very angry, and that he could not tell the guest that he should expect a meeting. The guard apologized and asked not to be angry with him. A young pretty girl opened the door in an old-fashioned way. Her name was Namgoon Inran. She ordered to follow her through the winding corridors of the house. Choi was amazed by the beauty of the pavilion. He drew attention to the fact that it was full of young, beautiful girls. At first, the boy thought that all the girls from this village were gathered here. Namgoon ordered not to be distracted. He will be able to enjoy the beauties later. The girl led them to the elevator. Ha was amazed that the master had allowed him to use it this time. Namgin emphasized that today they have a very important and honorable guest, so the host cannot refuse him. Choi thought that since everyone was paying so much attention to him, he must be an important special guest. Hua said that very few people have seen the thing up close, and Choi also rides it. It was a great honor. The elevator doors opened and the whole group entered a wide, luxurious hall. There in the center, on a high chair, more like a throne, sat a little man. He was short and fat. The man greeted his guest. He said he was welcoming guests to the world of Ha Hu Chang. Ha and Namtin he ordered to leave him and the guest alone. They humbly bowed their heads and left the hall. The man was left alone with Choi. The owner said that he had not been nervous for about 60 years, but now he remembered what it was like. The boy thought that the host looked very young. The man noticed it. The master said that the source of his seeds and longevity is the core of monsters. If you use it correctly, you can master the full powers and reveal the secret of your own body along with other abilities. Yu Yi Wang, a man from Korea, was very similar to the master of the house in terms of these abilities. Cho concluded that he ruled and controlled the entire village. The guy turned to the owner directly. He asked if the leader of the Ha clan could establish the whereabouts of the Zero Blade. This was the most important thing for the young man now. The man replied that of course it was. He reminded Choi that he was in a big hurry, and the owner himself is sometimes too safe and kind to strangers. He replied, "Boy, that the soldiers of the clan are now looking for the monster everywhere, and they should be back soon." The man was sure that the road had greatly undermined Choi's strength, and that's why he should rest. The host's daughter will take care of the distinguished guest, and the young man can relax and rest in comfort. The girl recommended herself. Her name was Ha Hu Lin. She invited Choi to go with her. The host then said that a good rest is very important before a significant event. The boy guessed that everything was not so smooth, but he was ready for anything to catch the monster. Besides, the girl was sitting next to him. Choi asked the owner's daughter to leave him because he wanted to be alone. The girl looked at him in fright. She said that the head instructed her to take care of the guest with warmth and gentleness. The girl asked not to put her outside the door. Choi thought it was too much. The girl looked directly into Choi's eyes. She asked not to look away from her. The owner's daughter used hypnosis. She asked the young man to reveal the secret he was hiding from everyone. The guy was losing consciousness, but with an effort of will, he rejected the hypnotic influence that the girl exercised on him. Choi looked at the girl and asked what kind of delusion she was talking about, and who she is, and in general, what he was supposed to tell her. The girl was confused. She couldn't believe that someone was immune to her charms. For the first time in a long time, she couldn't read another person's mind. The gods were very angry at her prank and offered to punish her. Choi guessed that the girl was specially sent to him. She tried to get into his head with the help of charms and learn something important in their opinion. The guy demanded an explanation about her behavior. The girl said that the owner forced her to bring a shovel to Cho, in which the clan chief noticed an important artifact. The man reminded that there could be no mistakes, because a lot of resources were spent on this matter. The girl tried to refuse. The head leaned towards her angrily. He asked if she meant to say she wouldn't do it. The chief used blackmail against the people and her younger brother to force the girl. He believed that it would be better when she made the right choice and submitted to his will. He called her his beloved daughter, but she was ready to ask someone to save her. Choi realized that he had read her mind. The gods indicated that the boy had used the girl's power against herself. One of the patron gods pointed out that the chakra still remained in the young hunter's body and continues to give him strength. The girl knelt before the hunter. She asked to forgive her because she did it not of her own free will. Choi was still thinking about how he used her power against herself. The boy invited Hu to speak frankly. Choi came to see Ha Hu Chang. He asked for an explanation for what had just happened. The man pretended not to understand anything. In his mind, Chang guessed that things had not gone according to plan. It seems that the daughter's hospitality was not up to standards. The headshot. He was holding a gun. The man emphasized that it is time to discard good manners. After all, Choi already guessed everything. Therefore, it is not necessary to break the comedy. The guy thought that it was not normal to open fire on guests. The hunter put out his shovel. He held it in his hand like a sword. The heads stood opposite. He said that even though the boy possesses the artifact, he is still a simple person, and therefore one bullet, and he is a corpse. The man asked Choi to give him the shovel. The boy asked if the owner really believed that the shovel would change everything and solve problems. Chang ordered silence. He said that there is no hope for anything in China anymore. The government and the state abandoned this land, and that's why soon all the people here will die of starvation. The people of the province tried to negotiate with the authorities, but the supreme leaders found it unprofitable to invest and support this province. And armed with a magic shovel, the inhabitants could defeat the devil of heaven, and then they would be noticed. In this way, they wanted to draw attention to their predicament. Chang cherished such a plan all these years. Choi guessed that this was why Chang was spreading the word about the Zero Blade. The clan head just wanted to lure Choi here with his shovel. The boy said he was giving the shovel and threw it in the air. And while the shovel was still in the air, Choi attacked the old deceiver with lightning. The man flew far to the end of the hall where his chair was. The man who brought Choi here ran into the room. Ha ran to the noise. What was coming from the room? When it started to make even more noise, he couldn't stand it and ran into the master's room. There he saw a strange picture. Hu and Choi stood in the middle of the hall. In his hand, the boy held an artifact, a shovel. The head of the clan was sitting on the chair. The young man realized that new problems were beginning to creep closer to him. Ha was just burning with rage. Ha said that he trusted the young guest, and he did not live up to his expectations, and dared to do bad things in someone else's house. Ha said that Choi might not even dream of getting out of here alive or even unharmed. The young member of the Ha clan drew his sword. He pointed a gun at the guest and said there was no excuse for it. Flames roared around the entire room. Cho thought that it would be better to simply cut down the enemy. Ha said that, although he himself did not love this man, he was his only father and truly his own person, and the murderer of his father had to die or answer for his vile act. The girl covered Choi with her body. She screamed and asked Ha to stop. The boy heard his older sister's voice and came to his senses. He asked what she was doing. After all, he protects the sworn enemy of the entire clan. The girl said that she did not take the side of the enemy, and her brother should know something before jumping to conclusions. She said that the father was a bad person. She mentally made an interpretation in her brother's head. Choi thought that the iron core not only allowed him to read thoughts, but also broadcast them to someone. It was a very impressive ability. Ha leaned over his sister. He could not believe what his sister showed him. All the crimes of the named father were before him. Although some of his actions were interpreted as good, they mostly satisfied pride. Ha apologized to his guest. He was very ashamed that his father dared to do such a thing. He owed Chek a lot. But they were torn from their thoughts by screams coming from the yard. Something terrible was happening there. The entire palace was engulfed in rebellion. Namgin led it. Her people killed everyone who got in their way. Under the leadership of Namgin was a unit of black wolves. Ha said that the black wolves were his family's personal guard. but he did not understand why his stepmother would rebel against her own clan. But everything was much more primitive than Ha tried to imagine. Like most people Choi came across, Namgin wanted to possess the boy's magical artifact. The woman demanded to give her the weapon. Then she will let the boy and everyone else go free. Choi drew his weapon and prepared for battle. He was very angry at the fact that everyone considered the shovel their property and claimed the right to own it. He was amazed at the self-confidence of some people. Ha promised to cover his comrade's back. Hu asked why the boy didn't stay and protect his own sister. Ha said that he should help Choi overcome such a formidable opponent because now the top of the clan will come against the boy. But Choi didn't need help. He asked to just watch how he would deal with ignorant people who think they can just come and take possession of the shovel. And when the boy started fighting, Ha understood everything. He had never witnessed such a battle in his life. Using a shovel and martial arts, Choi scattered all the opponents around. Energy raged around the boy. Enemies were afraid to even approach him. Choi looked at Ha and remembered their meeting in the desert, and then the boy could easily destroy the 13th son of the clan. And nothing would be left of him in the literal sense of the word. And now he had to finish things. The Black Wolf warriors just stared at Choi's lightning-fast movements. They believed that they had been deceived when they talked about an opponent who did not possess magical abilities. Now the bandits began to fear. But as a group, they still felt the power and were confident in their superiority. The militia decided to deal with the upstart mercilessly and cold-bloodedly. All in a group, they rushed at the boy, who was now pretending to defend himself. Namgyun thought the head was bluffing when he told her about the artifact and its owner. She began to believe that the rumors about this boy's battle with the heaven demon were true. Stepmother Ha began to fear. At this time in the main hall of the pavilion, Ha and his Setsra could not finish saying goodbye to Chang. They noticed how the core he was using started to glow on the man's finger. The core was inserted into the ring. Ha realized that Chang would not die now because the core was feeding him with power. It was supposed to support the health of the head even in a critical situation. However, the desire to possess this artifact was too strong. Then something happened that few people expected. The core has shown its true form. It was a huge eater. The monster used the head's body to feed on its powers. Ha shouted for his sister to hide behind him. The boy believed that the monster was not a threat yet, because it had just hatched. He was supposed to be helpless and weak for a fight. It was worth killing him before he gained the power of a 3-star monster. Kudin tried to protect his sister from the evil monster. The boy was wounded, but he still did not give up because he understood his responsibility for the life of his own soul. The flame of the sword this time was too burning. The boy felt his core begin to vibrate more strongly. His bond with the core became even stronger. It was a feeling of real power, about which the head told him. It was simply outstanding. Ha decided to finish off the eater before he could gain more Siddha and evolve. Hujin's lightning attacks exhausted not only the monster, but also the boy himself. The monster avoided direct contact. The monster swam all over the pavilion and courtyard in order to find a new container for its body. The creature screamed loudly because it felt very strong pain from the fact that it was defenseless without a container. A devouring spider attacked Namgin. The girl screamed and asked for help. The monster entangled her in a web and was going to take it with him. It was worth rushing to save the Ha clan's stepmother. The leader of the pack of black wolves ordered to gather in a pile and fight off his mistress. He told how the warriors should fight against the devouring spider. The leader ordered to forget about fear. In addition, there was a large wound on the spider's body. This could be used, and not just to kill the monster, but to capture it. But it is necessary to detain the monster and not let it escape. Choi thought that these fighters were just going to chase the monster. Black wolves chased the monster. They were in a hurry because they were afraid of losing to the monster when he got more power. And now they could not be so afraid of him. It was only necessary to avoid the traps he set. When a group of pursuers got into the web, they could not understand where the animal had such intelligence. But they were late anyway. Their Madame had transformed. The fighters could not come to terms with this thought. Madame became a monster. One way or another, they had to kill this creature, whoever it was before. Their courage and dedication were worthy of praise and admiration. But Namgin had other plans. She gained new powers in the body of an eater. Thanks to this, she could tear the bodies of opponents. Black wolves could not escape from their former owner. The monster was merciless to enemies. Cho realized that this creature was not like the usual spider eater. The guy turned on the camera and started streaming, but his phone rang. The voice asked to stop the broadcast and turn off the camera. The man addressing Choi was in a helicopter flying over the scene. The pilot was very offended by the fact that some streamer from a small neighboring country decided to disgrace the entire Chinese nation. Okarkul shouted. The boy thought that even during the battle with the evil carp, the soothsayer was silent. What terrible thing could happen now? What could frighten the Okarkul so much that he forcedly screamed? Choi thanked the monster for dealing with the rebels on his own. Now the boy could fully concentrate on the court. Only the screams of the pilot and passenger of the helicopter circling around were disturbing. The symbol on the bottom of the helicopter was familiar to the boy. This was the symbolism of the Red Dragon, the fourth organization in the world that had quite powerful strike forces at its disposal. Choi believed that they were only getting in the way at the moment. The angry dragon commander threatened the boy that he would be his next target after the monster. He ordered everyone around to attack the monster, and after eliminating the monster, you need to take the shovel from the hunter. The goal was quickly established. The commander was sure that even though there was a 3-star monster in front of him, the spider would not be able to attack them in the air. Self-confidently, he looked down on the enemy. Hunters from all helicopters hit the monster in unison. A powerful explosion rang out. The place where the creature was turned into a fiery hell. Flames roamed the earth, destroying everything around. The commander rejoiced like a child. He said that now the monster had tasted the power of a great country, and now it's the snitch's turn to answer for his actions. Kavalko was to be punished for his audacity and pranks. Below, the monster activated its core and, gathering all its strength, attacked the helicopters hovering above it with a powerful beam. Choi saw this, but could do nothing. A powerful shockwave threw him away from the monster. The shockwave was very similar to the one used by stormtroopers in battle. The commander of the Red Dragons held the same opinion. A beam of pure energy tore through the air and knocked down the helicopters circling around. The captain ordered the rotorcraft to fly to the sides so that it would be more difficult for the monster to hit them. The pilots had an extremely difficult task, not to be attacked by the beam and evade the shockwave. But these were not all the surprises prepared by the monster. He used a web to capture one of the helicopters. The web entangled the propeller blades and the entire rotorcraft completely. The device began to fall. At this time, the Okarkul, which Choi was holding in his arms, shouted happily. The boy could not understand the reasons for his friend's joy. The hunter thought that the monster had used the power of the stormtrooper. Perhaps it was owned by Namgin at one time. And the most important thing was that this spider was endowed with intelligence. He could plan and predict the moves and actions of the enemy in advance, and he skillfully used it in battle. Choi had no intention of fighting this creature. The gods asked the young man if he sometimes jokes. They wanted to believe that the boy was just tired when he thought about it. But Choi believed honestly that he won't make it this time, and he's not a philanthropist. One of the gods prepared a donation. This stopped Choi and gave him confidence in his abilities. Now he felt completely different. The collaboration of the Korean monster hunter has begun. At this time, the squad commander was looking at the destroyed helicopters. He couldn't believe that the Red Dragon strike force had been destroyed by a single monster. The reason for the defeat was Namgin's mind and memory. Her experience of fighting as a human that once possessed extraordinary abilities and knowledge of advanced information technologies did their job. In fact, they didn't even stand a chance against her. Choi attacked the spider with a quick strike. He aimed the shovel right at her core, and he almost succeeded. Namgin felt a strange pain that she had never felt before in her entire life as a human and as a monster. After recovering from the attack, the spider saw a magical artifact in the hands of the attacking hunter. She realized that she should not be hit by this weapon. At first she was going to absorb the others. And then, when she gets a charge of energy and strength, then she will deal with her offender. The monster wanted revenge for his insults. None of his abusers should have survived today. All of them will die in torment. Spider-Girl swooped down and raced down the web to Ha and his sister. Choi tried to get his shovel, but he couldn't. It became longer and heavier. Even with chakra, he couldn't move her. The boy, in desperation, asked the weapon to be of such dimensions. How was it before that? A miracle happened, and the shovel decreased in size. A new symbol was formed on the handle. Cho realized that he could now control the parameters of the shovel. Since the shovel could not only decrease on command, but also increase, the boy decided to take advantage of this. He was going to reach Ha with his sister in a matter of seconds. Hoojin and his sister were running down the corridor of the palace. The boy took his sister to a safe place, but suddenly a spider attacked them. Ha flew away. But even now he was primarily concerned about his sister. But the monster was hindered by a hunter flying from the heights at the monster. He gripped the shovel tightly in his hands. The spider didn't know what to do now. After all, she definitely did not have time to repel the blow. Her memories did not prompt her. Cho shoveled the monster right through. There was a huge hole in the monster's body. In a silent scream, Namgin opened her mouth for the last time. What happened happened. The victory was difficult, but deserved. The girl turned to her savior, the young master Han Sik Choi. She thanked the fact that the boy was near them in a very timely manner. She was very surprised when the hunter decided to leave this place. He said his work here was done. He had been deceived and he was now going to figure out what to do next. He only learned new information about the awakening of the core, and got a good experience in a fight with a smart spider. And he also perfected his shovel and prepared it for further battles. The shovel kept ringing. He thought something had happened to the fortillery. The girl asked Choi if she could go with him. He took the girl by the forehead and showed her his memories. They were filled with pain, fear, and a desire to avenge their family. Hu had a hard time holding back her tears after seeing Choi's heart. He apologized and said that the path he had chosen for himself was not worth the girl sacrificing herself for his company, and that's why he always acted alone, trying not to risk anything or anyone. Choi was already flying in a helicopter to Korea when he heard the urgent news. The ranking of the top 5 monster hunters has changed. The reason for this was the recent event that happened to the strike group of the Red Dragon organization. Despite the fact that the hunters from the specified organization, who were ranked 3rd in the top, did not participate in this battle, the consequences of the failure became an impossible burden for the organization. The host in the studio talked about what is bad for one person is very good for someone else. The presenter suggested reviewing the new rating after making all the changes. Captain Africa took first place. A great hero of his continent, he fought the Murope army alone. The enemy forces were overwhelming, but the hunter single-handedly held back the onslaught of the enemy. Without him, all humanity would become the prey of the Muropes. The second number on the list was a man with the nickname Army Man. He was the most powerful man in Russia. The third was Master Johann. He was the leader of the strongest shock squads of the 6 stars. Thanks to his data, he was able to create this famous and glorious unit. The master was followed by Shiro Yamato. He was the strongest swordsman capable of cutting through anything with his 2 swords. And finally, the one through whom these changes in the top occurred. The operator is a hunter. He himself did what the Red Dragon stormtroopers failed to do. The boy single-handedly destroyed the monster with the latest dangerous mutation. The host emphasized that he would be interested in looking at Choi's power from a different angle. He opined that the boy's shovel was a monster. After all, the Earth is filled with a huge number of monsters. Many of them are not organic life forms. It is to such monsters that a shovel can belong. She may be a representative of new forms of monster mutation that are not yet known to scientists. After all, she often changed her parameters. And no one but the operator himself could wear it. And let's not forget that this was the weapon that wounded the monster called Zero Blade. And recently the shovel got an upgrade again. She was changing her size. Okarkul and Fortilleria always followed the operator, hunter, and were ready to help in battle. Thus, the hunter himself had certain quirks that could testify to his difficult nature and life. The helicopter was flying over the sea of death. Choi looked at the okarkul standing next to him. He had to thank the bird for his help and advice during the fight. The gods wondered if Choi was ready for new challenges and duels. Okarkul shouted. This time, he predicted trouble. Cho did not see how a huge monster that looked like a hornet or some other insect followed above the rotorcraft in which he was flying. The pilot saw the danger at the last moment. When the huge lizard monsters entered the cabin, Choi recognized this monster as a Murop. He hit him in the face with a shovel. A powerful blow from the magic shovel cut off part of the monster's head. Choi looked out the cabin door to see what had happened to the monster. The sea fell. The boy thought, how could this monster be in these places if its usual habitat was in Africa? The monster could not calm down. The huge insect was still trying to climb into the sky. Choi decided that the enemy had to be finished off, otherwise the monster might attack again and break something in the helicopter. A helicopter with a passenger was already waiting in the city. Choi's former boss was on the roof of one of the city's tallest skyscrapers. He was surrounded by fighters of the 2nd Assault Squad. The commander warned that the guest would arrive soon. The propeller landed on the roof. Choi was overjoyed to finally be on Earth. He could not come to terms with the fact that a huge bug was attacking him in the sky, and his level was much lower than the Zero Blade. Il-am met Choi. He said that he hoped that the hunter-operator would die during the flight over the sea. The boy did not expect to meet his former boss. He was struck by Yu-am's appearance. Choi guessed that Il-am was the youngest son of the leader of the stormtrooper squad. The man was very nervous when this topic was brought up. He denied it, but Choi didn't believe a word he said. Il-am said that they don't have time for quarrels or idle talk. The organization's car was already waiting for them, and both boys would go home to Choi. The young man asked in surprise why they had to go there. The former hunter was still trying to convey to his new companion that it was late and they needed to get to Seoul. Choi asked not to bother with stupid questions, but Il-ama had a clear order. He told Kaveh to stop breaking up the comedy, because a limousine was already waiting downstairs. The boy thought that Il-am was a little out of his mind. He was surprised that the man so persistently offered the services of the organization. Choi resolutely went to Il-am. He decided to find out what the matter was. Why did the organization lure the guy with such expensive services? Something was not clean here, and Choi really didn't want to fall into a new trap. The hunter-operator ordered Il-am to tell everything while Choi was not too angry. Il-am said that he really doesn't know anything. He was only ordered to help the commander of the 2nd Squad. Choi understood that he was talking about Ilakawi. And now the situation took on a new meaning because no one knew what the commander of the 2nd Squad was up to, and his boyfriend considered him a very dangerous opponent. Choi had no desire to talk to Il-am anymore. He activated a shovel and some chakra to get to his house on his own. It was a new and unique way of traveling, especially for Choi Kong-sik. The chakra made it possible to develop a fairly high speed and at the same time reduce air resistance. Cho felt like a human, a bullet. He did not feel any obstacles on his way, and he moved confidently. A surprise awaited the young man at home. A man crawled out of the fortillery door. The fortillery itself was sitting on his head. The stranger begged it to stop and promised that he would not try to get inside again. Cho recognized the man as a member of the assault unit. When he got to the middle, there were a few more members of this squad. He wanted to get answers to the questions, which only became more with every minute. The stormtroopers were sitting on the floor in front of him. Choi asked what they were doing inside his house. He guessed that their target was a very rare iron core that was under the fortillery underground. But they were prevented by his little friends who lived in the house. They almost killed the stormtroopers who illegally entered the territory and wanted to steal the core. The men apologized. Cho mentally analyzed the actions of the stormtroopers. It was very doubtful that they wanted to cooperate. People do not behave like this when they have serious intentions and really want to help and provide assistance. He said he understood them, and just lets go. The stormtroopers could not believe that everything would be so easy. They thanked. Choi wished him a good day, and they parted. And before that, Okarkul took a picture of the thieves. The boy looked at the fortillery. The child gathered around him. They were all very hungry, and Choi was worried about that, so that they don't start doing something bad out of hunger. He did not know what these monsters feed on. One of the slimes crawled up to the host and absorbed a bit of chakra. After that, it greatly increased in size. The guy understood the principle of action, but scattering chakra wasn't very smart either. Choi remembered that today is the day of the polka dot princess's visit. He had to meet her with dignity. People in chemical and radioactive protection suits were unloading something from a helicopter on the roof of a skyscraper. They believed that the pilot was right, and the transport attacked with a wall. But the radiation from his residue was very strong. The Murums were ants, but not at all the hard workers that ordinary people think of. The task of these monsters was to make people slaves. The reproduction rate of these monsters is very high and simply unbelievable. These monsters have long turned Africa into a real hell. But recently the situation has generally gotten out of control. The Muroms mutated and grew wings. This meant that they had a new queen. Kim was not far from the border with Korea. She received information that Muroms had been spotted in this region. Now she had proof of the activity of these monsters. The hunter girl called for help. Kim called on all registered hunters. Those who were nearby come to help. After all, the appearance of even one Murop portends quite difficult problems for hunters. It was an emergency situation. The hunter girl repeated her call. She believed that this was a situation of the first rank of danger, and all responsible and self-respecting hunters should come at her signal. Choi left immediately after receiving the notification from Kim. He wasn't going to sit behind other defenders. Arriving at the place, he saw a group of streamers, hunters. They were not very suitable candidates for fighting monsters. Choi understood that it was not duty that brought them here, but the desire for glory. Among them, Cho did spot the hunter of the highest morning, Oh Mansu. He was talking to someone and asked why it was taking so long. He wondered if his interlocutor knew how serious everything was. The hunters nearby did not understand why he was angry. The girl said that Mansa considers himself so important and irreplaceable that the world will simply fall apart without him. She was a mid-rank hunter, and her name was Lee Miho. She emphasized that Mansa wants to become an idol for many. Kim approached the band and apologized for being late. The younger sister demanded more time for her upbringing. Cho Seup said that she spoiled her a lot. The band was about to leave. Among themselves, the girls were talking about Choi Kang-sik. Cho couldn't understand why he was so popular and why everyone loved him so much. Mance ordered to shut up and get into the car. The case could not wait for its solution. She, who was watching all this from behind the bushes, thought that such a team would cope with the Murop on their own with their soaps. He had nothing to do there. He had more important things to do today. He arrived at the princess in polka dots. More likely he flew to the balcony of her house. The boy felt himself partly a criminal for breaking into the house in such a dishonest way, but he did not have to choose. The gods behaved very noisy. Even for them, it was a very interesting way to get into the girl's house. The patrons were very nervous and afraid to advise Choi. He asked not to push them too much. The girl went out on the balcony and found Choi in such an awkward position. She recognized him as Choi Kang-sik. And then she decided to hide behind the curtains because she did not expect such a guest. And she was dressed inappropriately. She said she hadn't expected him to arrive so soon, and that's why she didn't prepare. The girl said she would come out to him when she was ready to meet. He decided to talk about the strange way he was moving now. She peeked out from behind the curtains and asked if he really got here with a shovel. He asked how she knew about it. The princess wondered when the artifact had such unusual characteristics and parameters. The girl ran to change her clothes. She bustled around the room, and Choi thought that she reminded him of someone very much. His younger sister, of course, could not find her things and asked her brother to help. The girl quickly put her appearance in order and went out to Choi. She asked if the Murop that attacked him was real. He was such a strong opponent. He did not expect such a question. The girl said that she was very interested in learning about monsters. She blushed and asked that when he was the hunter-operator who defeated the spider-eater with one punch, it should have been a very easy task. Choi replied that it was not that simple. Even a red dragon-type strike force can be easily defeated by an unknown type of monster that the special forces have never encountered before. In addition, it is worth remembering about the mutations that are happening now. That is why, regardless of the situation, you can never be sure of the outcome of the battle. Conditions can change very quickly and unpredictably. The enemy can mutate at any moment. The girl considered Choi Kang-sik to be a modest hero. The gods inside were happy with how things were developing for their favorite. Some of them asked when they would have children and what their plans were for the future. Cho reminded them that a fortillery was waiting for them. He picked up a shovel. The girl asked if they were really going to travel on this thing. She was very afraid of such an adventure, but the boy reassured her and told her to hold on tighter. They raced very fast over the night city. The girl did not think that the young man could develop such speed. He held her close to him and cared about her comfort. Choi kept wondering if she was scared. The girl honestly admitted that she was a little afraid, but it was very interesting, and it happened to her for the first time. And that's why she was simply delighted with what was happening. She was often sick, so she rarely left the house. Choi looked at the cute girl and thought how much she looked like his younger sister. If the sister were alive, it would be very difficult to tell them apart. Even the manner of behavior was very similar. Murap attacked Choi and his new girlfriend. The hunter never understood where this monster came from. The insect knocked the hunter off course and he and the girl began to fall, but still held on to the shovel. Cho tried with all his might to hold on to the shovel, although Murap tried to prevent him from doing so. The guy felt a duty to the girl and was very concerned about her not getting hurt. The insect grabbed the shovel with its jaws and held it. Choi decided to quickly kill a dangerous opponent and descend to the ground. He used the shovel expansion attribute and injured the monster's face. Seizing the opportunity, he swam away from the huge insect and directed the flow of chakra straight into the monster's core. The beam pierced through the enemy. The core flew to the ground. The monster was dead. After landing, the boy looked at the girl. She almost cried. The polka dot princess was simply in awe of Choi. She considered him a hero and the best among hunters. He conquered her with courage and skill. Okarkul distracted them. He shouted something about impending danger. There were no monsters in sight, but a strange noise was in the air. Choi saw hordes of flying monsters approaching the city. The hunter covered the girl from danger with his body. He gripped the shovel tightly in his hands. The hunter was still trying to understand how he had managed to get caught up in such a fight. Choi ordered the girl to hide behind a pile of rocks. She asked what the hunter would do. Choi replied that he had unscheduled business at the moment. Full of determination, the boy planned to repel the attackers. Chakra played in his body, provoking him to fight. With a lightning attack, Choi dealt with the flying monsters. Limbs and the liquid that replaced the monster's blood flew into the air. 4 opponents were ready. The last monster left, but the last creature ignored Choi. The leader of the herd attacked the poor girl who hid behind the stones nearby. She tried to cover herself with her hand from the monster. The question remained, why the insect attacked the polka-dotted princess? Choi didn't have time to defend his new girlfriend with a shovel, but the body of the insect exploded. It caught fire. Fortilleria helped the princess. The slimes covered the enemy hunter with aimed fire. But the monster was still alive. The level of danger that this enemy carried was very high, if even the weapons of the fortillery could not harm him. Cho finished off the monster with a blow to the head. Everything is finished with insects for now. The hunter was embarrassed for inviting the polka-dot princess to visit him, and instead this nightmare began, in which the girl was also involved and almost got hurt by the clutches of a dangerous monster. The princess assured that everything was not so terrible. It was just incredible. She grabbed the boy's hand and thanked him for showing the battle with the monsters up close. She considered him a real hero. The girl simply could not believe that this is how the strongest hunter spends every day. Cho asked the girl to stop. After all, it became a little uncomfortable for him to listen to praise and hear about admiration for him. The hunter and his fan made it to the fortillery. The girl admired what she saw. She was holding slime in her hands. Choi asked the polka-dot princess to follow him. He still had something to show. The princess was surprised at how much space was inside the monster. Choi said that the girl was the first to see everything from the inside. Of course, not counting the hunter himself, therefore she should be careful. The guy showed his room. The slimes tried their best. and now the room shone with cleanliness and an impressive interior. He was going to continue the tour further, but suddenly an iron door separated him from his guest. The hunter couldn't tell when the slimes had time to do it. He asked the porter to open the door because the girl was very frightened. The gods hinted that this was not appropriate now. The girl leaned against the door. Choi shouted from behind the door that he apologized for that. What scared the girl? The princess replied that she was not afraid. Vice versa. It is very comfortable and cozy inside. She held the slime in her hands and stroked it. The princess wanted to take one slime home. Meanwhile, Choi was thinking about how to bring the girl back home. After all, it is not a fact that there will no longer be Murapov nearby. The boy wondered why the last monster missed him and attacked the girl. Choi believed that the monsters were hunting him. Their target was the core he possessed. It is possible that this girl was not as ordinary as it seemed at first glance. The doctor who treated Choi when he was admitted to the hospital got the result he needed. He called the guy and asked for a meeting. He replied that he would check the schedule and give an answer. The doctor looked carefully at the monitor and said that Choi would be interested in what he heard. The information was about Choi and Zero Blade, namely what they had in common. The doctor entered the office. He apologized for being late, but the wait was worth it. It was necessary to meet because it is difficult for the doctor to fit everything into one message. It was just an amazing discovery. Choi looked at the photos of the people and the case files of those who managed to survive the Zero Blade attack. The place and time differed, but all of them somehow survived the encounter with the monster. And to be more precise, these people were the ones that Zero Blade allowed to survive after meeting him. Choi got angry because he thought that the monster didn't run away that time, but just felt sorry for the novice hunter. The doctor asked if the enemy's reaction did not alarm Choi then. And how did he then manage to stay alive despite the attack of the monster, which could have easily dealt with him? Choi remembered how his father covered the boy with his sister in his arms from Zero Blade's attack. With the last of his strength, the father told his son that he should live. These were the last words of the father. After that, Choi didn't remember anything. The man asked if a normal person could really shield the children with their body from an attack that could cut through sheets of steel like normal paper. Even if so, why didn't the monster kill the children right after? Choi looked at the doctor. He did not understand what he wanted to tell him. The man replied that the boy could be the perfect container for the Zero Blade. This is a very likely version to explain what happened then. Choi wasn't sure about that. It couldn't be that simple. In his opinion, the doctor added a little of himself, but the doctor said that his conclusion was fully justified. He showed documents in which everything was justified. Each of those who survived the encounter with the Zero Blade were not related to each other, and these people could not be connected to the cores of other monsters. Accordingly, there is a high probability that they are suitable for one particular core. The decisive proof of the theory was the following. The internal skeleton and body shape matched 93%. It was very unusual for a simple coincidence. Maybe it was just an ordinary theory. But the doctor seriously believed that Zero Blade specifically left all possible receptacles of his spirit alive. His purpose is unknown, but he does it for something, and only further research can shed light on this. If the supposed container, the avatar, possesses the appropriate core, it can itself transform into a Zero Blade with all its attributes and specifics. That is, the monster could be an ordinary person before that. Choi asked if the doctor had seen anything like this before. The core of the monster, which was embodied in a person, eventually turned the owner into a monster. And the mutations that occurred parallel to this were very unpredictable. There are special organizations in the world that study this phenomenon at the scientific level with serious support. The core of the monster keeps a lot of secrets. Therefore, such theories can be accepted. Some of the survivors of the skirmish could potentially become another Zero Blade. If he turns out to be right, then it will remain a secret how people without special abilities can take possession of the core of the monster. For this, it is necessary to urgently start a new study. It was important to find out what the monsters were hiding inside. Choi wondered if he could turn into one of the monsters. The terrible prospect scared him. But nothing fundamentally changed for him. His sworn enemy remained so. Even if he was once another hunter, a loner who also fought monsters and protected ordinary people. Choi believed that he would use any means to fight the monsters, even the most radical. His goal was to kill Zero Blade and fully enjoy his revenge. He heard a cry for help. The woman asked to protect her from the monster. Choi saw Jo Seop-hyun's younger sister. He wondered how she ended up here and looked for him at all. The girl replied that it was not important now. She said that her brother might be dying at that moment. From the desperation in her eyes, Choi understood that the girl was not lying. She said that her brother started the broadcast when he was about to fight the Anthrops. Cho organized a team hunt. He was joined by the Ice Prince Oh Man-soo. The team also included the best healer Lee Mino. Her name spoke for itself. And finally, it was all headed by a Korean tour. Cho, also a girl, Hunter Kim So-yoon, promised help in hunting. The girl herself was not happy about what she would have to take part in. She just couldn't believe that this fool would film everything. The team walked through the streets of the destroyed city. It is not known where the holes in the ground came from. One of the hunters remarked that it could have been done by anthropoids, but then who killed them all? It remained a mystery. Mansu suggested first extinguishing the fire that was raging around and only then start searching for survivors. The hunter used his supernatural abilities and extinguished the fire. Now it's the turn of the other hunters. Lee Minho was supposed to heal all of the survivors and help them regain their strength. A magical aura spread around and people began to come to their senses and rise from the ground. Lee's healing circle had a miraculous effect. It seemed that only one person survived this battle. Only the man in uniform was moving. But there was something strange in the way he breathed and moved. It was interesting to listen to what the injured hunter would say to him. Lee asked her husband what happened here. He only asked to protect himself. In addition to Anthropos, according to him, there were also monsters here. At this point, the man stopped talking and simply moved his lips. The girl read only that you need to run away from here, because it is very dangerous here. The sounds began to disappear. Kim is the first to understand what is happening here. Cho tried to shout at the girl. The recording stopped at this point. Sister Cho asked to hurry and protect her brother and the other hunters. No one from their group answered and did not get in touch. Cho realized that he would not get that much information about the attack. The only thing he could see during the attack was an explosion and a lot of smoke rising into the air. But why was there no sound? The hunter asked if Jo Seop-han was really going in the direction of the airport. The girl agreed. Choi said that he is not sure that Cho survived, but he will do everything possible to find him in any case. The gods are shocked by Choi's words and reaction. Some of them shed tears. The hunter stood in the middle of the holes in the ground. He was amazed at the complete silence that was everywhere. It seemed that he got into some cotton wool. The burrows most likely belonged to the attacking creature. Choi decided that it was imprudent to go underground, but trying to lure the enemy to the surface is a very good idea. He started the stream and greeted the audience. Gods also increased among his patrons. No matter how loudly Choi tried to speak, he couldn't be heard. The sound seemed to be smeared. Viewers also wrote about not being able to hear anything, but it was not a technical error. The hunter realized that the enemy was close. A monster came out from under the ground. He looked like a huge worm. Cho chopped the monster's head with a shovel. The monster seemed to start falling to the side, but the next moment his wound began to tighten. The enemy's regeneration and recovery speed really surprised Choi. He understood that it would not be easy to deal with such a monster. This bastard was clearly an unusual monster. According to the boy, this specimen was larger than its relatives. He outgrew everyone and learned to absorb sounds. But the monster began to flee to its lair, realizing its vulnerability under such conditions. The main source of energy for the monster was silence. The sound enhanced his abilities and powers. They especially like to feed on human screams, which are a real delicacy for them. And therefore it can be assumed that all those whom he kidnapped are still alive. They are simply in his lair, where he systematically feeds on their moans and pleas for rescue. And Choi will have to go underground. Kim came to her senses first. She saw other hunters covered in slime and unable to move. People were in a state similar to sleep. The sounds did not reach her, and there was no point in calling someone. It was all the effect of the poison of silence. It was very dangerous in this place. The poison created a very toxic vapor that acted on people and poisoned them, depriving them of strength. Before all this, the vapors took away extraordinary powers. They blocked the centers of power. But Kim still wasn't going to give up. She did not want to die in this place. After all, then her younger sister will remain completely alone in this cruel world. Minho emerged from the depths of the cave. She shined a flashlight and greeted Kim. The girl said, "For a long time I was looking for a huntress," but she could not believe what she saw. Lee said that the poison of silence is everywhere. The girl said she had a double core. One of her abilities is resistance to this type of poison. In normal battles, this is of little use, but her body remembered it in situations like this. Immunity plays an important role here. The girl looked at the helpless hunter. She resented the fact that the latter could not use her powers here. The desire for revenge drowned out Lee's voice of reason. She kicked Kai. The huntress still could not understand the reasons for the healer's behavior, but the girl herself said that she wanted Kim to die like a dog. Minho wanted to be more famous, but the generation that watched her loved Kim more. She was tired of constantly hearing about such a beautiful and cool Kim So-yoon. All her life, the huntress spoiled the mood and took away the popularity of the healer. From everywhere she heard the name of a girl, a hunter who possessed extraordinary powers. But what angered her the most was the attitude of Kim herself, as if the huntress had no business with all other people. She seemed to consider them her servants. Kim replied that she had not even thought about such a thing. Minho lowered the hunter's head into the poison with her foot. She said that today her sworn enemy would die. The huntress will simply disappear from the face of the earth and will no longer interfere with the lives of other people. Lee will even pretend that she is sorry. The poison began to penetrate inside. If this continues, Kim will surely die. The situation was very bad. The huntress could do nothing. The explosion threw Lee away from the hunter girl. Choi came to the rescue. He shoveled his way to the victim of the healer's attack. The girls did not immediately understand what was happening around them and who came to the rescue. Choi thanked everyone who watched him and said that he made it to his destination well. Next, he was going to free the entire team from captivity and deal with the monster that fed on sounds. "It will be even more interesting," the hunter promised. Lee stared in horror at the unknown hunter who had ruined her intention to get even with her mortal rival. Desperation and fear gripped Minho. She was torn by contradictions about what to do next. The healer threw herself on the boy's neck. She decided to wait for the poison to take effect on Kim. She said that she was very scared and now everyone is shaking with fear. Lee asked to be brought to the surface first. Choi thought that this girl had a rather lively appearance. He realized that the girl's body was invulnerable to the poison, and therefore she could wait until he freed the other hunters who were injured. Choi took Kim in his arms. He spoke to her in order to understand her condition. The girl warned that the monster would come at any moment. "You need to be ready for a new battle." He said that it will be difficult for him to save the entire squad by himself, so he will not do without Kim So-yoon's help. But the huntress replied that nothing would work. She cannot concentrate after being poisoned. Choi ordered the girl to gather her strength. This is not the time to give up on a legendary girl monster hunter in such a place. She was extraordinary, not like other Lobotraker hunters, and it was the pure truth. But she didn't have enough strength to recover from being attacked by a monster and being in this cursed place. The boy started to scream, but the sounds faded. The owner of this place was already somewhere nearby and was preparing to feed. The monster's head popped out from under the poison. He grabbed Lee Minho right in his mouth. The girl helplessly raised her hands up. Choi was already running to help the healer. He wanted to cut off the monster's head with one blow. But already in flight, Choi realized that he would not be able to pierce the core of the monster with one blow. The girl screamed and asked for help. She didn't want to die, but she was still very attractive to the monster with her screams. Cho understood the danger of the current situation. But the core of the monster was too far. But if he misses now, he might hit Miho right. For this, he will be rejected by all fans. Okarkul tried to warn his master. But in this place no sounds were heard at all, and therefore the young man missed the attack of the enemy, about which the soothsayer warned. The situation was saved by Kim, who got over herself. The boy thanked his rescuer. After all, she was able to concentrate and discard all that she had thought up for herself. Now the confrontation will be more or less on equal terms. The monster still held the healer. Miho herself could not understand why the girl, the hunter, whom she wanted so badly to kill or get rid of, came to her aid. Kim said she doesn't care who's in front of her. She's just doing her job. Kim Seo-yoon decided to save the hunting team no matter what. She scattered all the poison that was in this place with telekinesis. Choi was delighted with the strength and power of the hunter. He believed that Kim pretended to be weak in front of him. Miho was standing in the middle of the cave. She understood that she owed her life to Kim So-eun. The huntress herself was on the edge, and that's why the monster was on Choi. The boy had to deal with the monster on his own. Now it was easier to get to him. Choi punched through the monster's core with a powerful punch. Now it was all about to end. He immediately turned his attention to Kim So-eun. But from what he saw in him, ants ran up his back. Miho stood in front of Kim's body. The huntress lay without strength. The healer said that she grew to hate the huntress even more after she saved her at the cost of her life. She is not ready to forgive Kim. The girl screamed. She became hysterical. After all, she thought that Kim was just mocking her. The hunter, in her opinion, wanted to expose her as weak and offended. But she will not be able to do it because soon she will die. Mi broke free from the telekinesis that Kim Seo-yoon put on her with the last of her strength. The girl began to destroy everything around her with her energy. The hunter girl thought that the healer would kill everyone here with such reckless actions. Choi managed to grab Kim in his arms. He tried to scream, but the sounds disappeared. The boy called to join forces and save the team of hunters. After that, you need to get out and call for help. He pointed a finger at the monstrosity that was miraculously regenerating itself even without its core. Soon the monster will release a new batch of poison. Did the huntress want everyone else to suffer? Kim and Choi united in a single rush to attack the monster. The monster did not expect such a turn of events, because usually his victims were unable to fight back or resist. Clearing the lair of silence is complete. Kim So-yoon was in the hospital. She kept thinking about what happened to Miho. Her body was not found in any hole, nor in the body of the monster itself. The search team searched for the missing girl for a long time. The hunter's strength at that moment was at the limit, and she could not hide Miho from the monster. But what happened next, she vaguely remembered. She was torn from her sad thoughts by her younger sister, who ran into the ward. Kim wondered how her sister ended up here, because her health was quite weak, and therefore it was strange that she was here. The girl said that she felt fine and wanted to see her sister. She said her new friend was helping her. This slide was capable of absorbing and releasing energy. He became the new assistant of the polka dot princess. Choi specially gave it to the girl, although the assistant was small. The girl did not tell about her assistant to her sister, because she was a monster hunter. The atom will not be happy that she carries a monster with her. Kim was very glad that her sister felt better. She was surprised by the fact that the younger sister got to know someone so quickly. Recently, Kim Seo-yoon has been spending little time with Seo-yoon. The little sister asked how her sister, the heroine, was feeling. The hunter said that nothing terrible happened. She just did her best, and even got out of this fight with a certain artifact. Everything was ambiguous, like human life lately. That day, Kim simply spent 3 times her power limit, and feels bad after that. But the main thing that she didn't like was that she owed her life to Choi. But thanks to him, she was able to learn the limits of strength. Kim felt she needed a core for a larger powerhouse. The sister asked what benefit Kim was talking about. The huntress said it wasn't important, and she meant it. But she looked at the strange bracelet. She assured Seo-yoon that she was fine. After what happened, she could no longer lead a normal life. And it was no one's fault. You just need to be responsible for your actions. The sister said that it was time for her to go back, After all, a new friend was already waiting for her. Kim said, "So that my sister was careful on the way home, she assured me that everything will be fine. She was in no danger with her new friend." Seo Yun was walking down the hall. The slide was sitting on her head. The girl asked if he was too stuffy and apologized if he really was. She was just afraid of how her sister would react to the slime. Chui was at home. The slimes were working on creating something very similar to an airplane. The hunter watched this process. He was satisfied with the result. After all, soon he will become the owner of the plane. Definitely. That these fools from the organization laughed at him because he once took all this garbage from them. But with the help of slimes, he will create air transport for himself. His new friends will do everything for him. Nothing was impossible for the slimes, because as Choi noticed, the fortillery itself was made of scrap metal that the slimes collected and created mechanisms. Weapons were also their business, and they were constantly developing. With a special weapon that the slimes also made for him, Choi felt very confident in his abilities. It will be a good help in repelling new attacks. Artillery support will help deal with fairly strong opponents. Choi started broadcasting. He warned that he has prepared an unusual broadcast for fans. This time he wants to show them his weapon, and right now he is testing the launch of a rocket designed to counter giant monsters. Fans just went crazy from what they heard. Choi did not expect such a violent reaction. Of course, this rocket will fly into the sea. The hunter offered to lead the countdown with him. The audience helped Choi. The rocket suddenly flew by itself. Independent launch was not part of the guy's plans, and the projectile changed its direction. She was heading to the city center. To be more precise, the rocket was headed straight for the hospital. On the approach to the hospital, the combat modules of the rocket separated. Fire and fire rained around. Choi couldn't believe it. He caused the death of many people. In despair, he did not even know what to do to him. His life was about to end. Plans for revenge could also be shelved. Choi decided to read what was written in the chat, but users noted that they were amazed at how the hunter planned everything. 10 minutes before the launch of the rocket, the leadership of the attack aircraft unit arrived at the hospital. He personally decided to inspect the hospital. It was his duty. In addition, the situation needs to be corrected. The woman accompanying him said that the stakes were too high this time, and it was impossible to screw up again. This will be the ultimate fiasco for the unit commander. The man thought that one day he would finish this woman. The commander and the woman campaigned for Kim So-eun to join the government of their organization. They offered very favorable terms of cooperation. Otherwise, in their opinion, the girl hunter is simply wasting her talents. The man emphasized the last battle with the monster of silence. After all, then, with the support of the assault squad, everything could have had a completely different result. The incident could have been avoided, and it would not reach a critical point. The unit's representative stressed that while Kim would be hanging around with hunters, loners like Kang Ho-yun and Cho Seop-yun, as long as she needed help from outsiders like Choi. The hunter girl replied that she didn't care at all. She is not interested in what the representatives of the assault squad offered her. The commander said that he knew that the girl would not be able to understand. Kim asked why they came to her instead of Han Sik. The girl added that it was probably because they would be able to control him. If they were interested in unique abilities, then they needed Choi. The woman watched the commander's work from the side. She emphasized that once again the commander made a mistake. She definitely had to report this to her management. The man evoked only sympathy. He still continued to process the huntress. She replied that she was not interested in the offer. After all, the goal with which I became a hunter was the desire to save people and fight monsters. But the motives of the organization are unknown. But she had the impression that they would definitely be on different sides of the barricades. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion outside the window. Everyone present in the chamber turned their heads in that direction. The sound and vibration indicated that these were ants. Kim ran to the window and noticed a swarm of blackbirds flying down the streets. The huntress decided that she could not just sit idly by. Despite the objections of the commander, she was preparing to fight the monsters. Kim So-eun jumped out of the room. The commander shouted that it was very dangerous. She disobeyed the order to stay put. Kim believed that if she did nothing, there would be a threat to her sister's life. The girl fought with monsters, but there were too many of them. She understood that soon the forces would leave her, and she was very tired. She couldn't hold on any longer. But help came from an unexpected place. The man activated his power, and flames began to roar around the monster. Seo-yoon asked to help her sister. After all, she was very tired, and had not completely recovered from the previous battle. The commander tried. He understood that the younger sister would be the key that would help him penetrate Kim Seo-yoon. The huntress girl could be in debt to him for rescuing her sister, or helping her in this fight. He assured that helping hunters is his main job. The commander said that the girl has the opportunity to observe his strength and power. The man was simply enjoying his abilities and influence. Kim Seo-yoon noticed the swiftness of the commander's attacks. But Il-ak could destroy enemies only alone. It would be difficult for him to face a herd of enemies. She was afraid that soon her strength would finally leave her, and then she will leave her sister alone. The assistant commander entered the battle. The man assured that reinforcements from the assault squad should arrive soon. They need travel time. Therefore, it is necessary to concentrate on defense with joint forces. Kim Seo-yoon noticed that rockets were hitting the insects. She could not understand where the fire was coming from. However, she soon noticed Choi, who, with a shovel in his hands, began to beat the enemies. The boy himself thought that his end was near. The boy believed that the launch of the rocket, which started independently, would put an end to his career. Who could have known that ants would end up here? Kim was glad that her friend was by her side. He said he was accepting the baton. The commander saw the boy. He was very angry that Choi Kang-sik had interfered in this matter again. Sister Kim, on the contrary, was overjoyed at the appearance of her hero. She did not notice that the Muroms gathered around her again. People from the other wards began to appear. They considered it a good sign that a hunter cameraman came to their rescue. He was not only a universal favorite, but also protected well from monsters. Cho thought the same thing himself. It was a good chance to improve my reputation. He said the fun was about to begin. The commander looked after him. He couldn't believe that an ordinary guy had such abilities. He had become much stronger since their last encounter. At the same time, Choi asked the gods for help. He wanted to save people. The hunter-operator lowered his shovel to the ground. This caused a significant earthquake. The earth and the asphalt that covered it went in waves. The spikes of the blocks pierced the monsters, bringing them death and torment. People watching this began to loudly chant the word operator. The commander looked angrily at the winner. He got the impression that everything was thought out and planned. Okarkul shouted from the sky. Choi understood that this was a warning from a pet. So, the danger is not over yet. A swarm of blackbirds was approaching from afar. The sky was completely covered with insects. The entire swarm rushed in a concentrated manner to the hospital premises. The swarm acted harmoniously, as if it were one living organism. Cho did not wait for the enemy to approach. He summoned a fortillery. It's time to help the slides and test their weapons in action. A minute later, a storm of fire began. It was at this time that the attack aircraft arrived. They emphasized that from now on, the situation will be transferred to their jurisdiction. But Choi was already sitting on the body of an ant that had been crushed by shells. He said that he had already managed to cope with everything on his own. Stormtroopers can also not worry about cores. Okarkul tasted them. But stormtroopers can search. Il-ak was angry. Everywhere they talked about the fact that the stormtroopers altogether are many times weaker than Choi. They are only good at being helpers for a guy, and then they will hinder more than help. The woman took the commander by the shoulder. She asked him to calm down and not make the situation worse. The commander was already going to deal with those who spoke badly about his assault squad. You need to exercise self-control. Choi filmed the broadcast. He showed the consequences of a missile strike, and he added that the swarm of blackbirds had already reached the center of Seoul. As a result, there are almost no safe places left for ordinary people in Korea. While he was bragging and promising a prize of an ant antenna to the winner, her sister ran up to Kim. The guy realized that he was familiar with the girl's sister, a hunter. The girl asked her sister to give up hunting for now. Kim asked Choi to take care of her sister while the hunter recovered in the hospital. After all, Kim herself was very tired, and she needs to remain under the supervision of doctors for rehabilitation. On top of that, there are no safe places left in Korea. I don't want to admit it, but it really is. And the boy was the strongest hunter she knew personally. Cho possessed extraordinary strength. He had the best fortillery. Only under his care can Kim calmly hand over her sister with a calm soul. She asked to fulfill the request and is ready to pay. Ki So-yoon bowed to Choi. Her sister is confused by this act because she has never seen Kim bow to someone and show such respect and trust. The hunter agreed, but he asked never to bow to him again. But he stressed that he would do so until Kim recovered and entered the main force. The boy understood that he and Yun would be a little uncomfortable. The gods began to prepare for the honeymoon. It smelled of love. In the news, there was talk of a new attack by the Moor Pew. They attacked a hospital in the city of Seoul. This attack could have had serious consequences. The attack was repulsed, and the swarm of monsters was destroyed by the efforts of the streamer hunter. Thanks to his intervention, a swarm of monsters was neutralized. The hunter himself suffered minor injuries, but society was dissatisfied with the work of the security and anti-monster department. Organizations could not predict the attack of monsters. The head of the organization did not understand how they were supposed to predict the attack of a swarm of blackbirds on the capital. After all, the monsters themselves are not characteristic of their latitudes and habitat. The assistant asked the minister to provide information for other countries regarding the movement of Meropes. The man did not understand what we were talking about, because in order to provide information, you need to possess it. And they had a problem with that. He understood that if this continued, then his place was in danger. He will have to use Che Ka-sik's help. He was interested in what this popular hunter does. The assistant emphasized that Che had a date with a girl in his fortress. The manager asked to find out all the details and arrange a meeting with the hunter as soon as he is free. Choi led the girl to a luxurious room. She was glad that this was her room and bedroom. He emphasized that the fortillaria liked the girl very much. After all, the room was much better than his own. The girl suddenly said that she could not do that. Her sister was in the hospital, and she was here now enjoying comfort and peace. The feeling of guilt did not allow her to relax, and it is not known when the city will be attacked by monsters. Seo-yun asked for a room in the fortress not for her, but for her sister. She wanted Kim to feel safe, although it was very difficult to ask a boy for such a thing. The girl was uncomfortable, but she expressed her request. Choi objected. He said that Kim will be more relaxed when she knows that her sister is safe. He had a bad feeling that the monsters might be specifically hunting Seo-yun. A swarm of Meropes attacked the fortillery. Okerkul shouted loudly. Cho gave the order to open fire and prepare for a long defense. The girl understood that Choi was preparing for uninvited guests and knew something in advance. The batteries opened fire on the enemy. Muropov was torn apart by shells, but there were a lot of monsters. Fortillery did not have time to reload the guns. Cho understood that bloodletting could not save from the onslaught. But the fortillery helped to buy some time. There are very few rockets left. The slimes worked non-stop, but the swarm was too large. If this continues, there will be only one way out. Choi attacked the Meropes, who had gathered on the walls of the fortress. He chopped the bodies of monsters with a shovel, not even paying attention to who happened to him. He asked the girl not to leave the shelter, so as not to distract her. He was sure that the swarm had come here for Seo-yun. The girl thought that she was the cause of the appearance of Meropes in Korea. It remained a mystery why the monsters chose her as their target. Seo-yun thought about her sister. The girl fully believed that she had brought monsters on her sister, and she almost died, protecting the youngest. The girl was afraid that she would spend her whole life like this. The slimes tried to calm her down. Choi landed on the balcony of the fortress. He saw the girl and asked her to hide. After all, it was very dangerous here, and wielding a shovel in the air was very inconvenient. Seo-yun asked if she was right in her guess. Choi said it was possible. But first they will deal with the swarm of winged monsters, and only then will they think about solving this phenomenon. After the victory, they will plan a further course of action. The girl knelt down in front of the hunter cameraman. She asked to kill her. After all, when he takes her life, the threat to the entire city will disappear completely. Murams follow the queen's hormones. And the girl's ability was the ability of the Murope queen. The hunter scowled at the girl. He wondered if he had heard correctly that the girl wanted to make him a murderer precisely because she was afraid. She replied that as long as she is alive, she is a danger to everyone around her, and even to the whole country, to which swarms of monsters have arrived because of her, which had not previously been found in this natural area. The girl did not want to burden others. Choi assured him that everything would be fine. You just had to find a way to use the girl's abilities to defeat the enemy. If she can collect ants half in a swarm, then nuances were hidden here. Just as she summoned the swarm, so she can drive it somewhere in Africa. The girl asked how she could do it, since she had no core. Choi chased away the pesky monsters and said that together they would come up with something. Until then, he will guard and protect her. The girl thought that it was like a scene from some romantic movie. She asked if the young man would do this for the rest of his days. The gods saluted with delight. Choi simply said that he should work together with the girl. He didn't mean to say anything like that. The problem needed a complex solution. The hunter could not understand where the gods and slimes got all this. He was sure that only he was taking the situation seriously. The girl said that she was as serious as ever. She would never have joked and spilled her words like that. She stated in all seriousness that although she does not look alike, she is actually Kim Mushin's daughter. Her father became a real legend among the first hunters. His associate was the currently active Yu Wang. Kim was the hero who saved the nation from destruction during the first massive monster invasion. Choi couldn't believe that he knew Kim's two daughters, but now there was no time to find out. The swarm gathered around the hunter and his girlfriend again. Moors covered the horizon. Choi ordered the girl to return to the vault. He thought about what he should do with the Murapas. By themselves, they were not a problem, but there were so many of them, and it was difficult for the hunter to fight in the air. On Earth, it would be a little easier for him to do this, but on top of that, monsters were chasing the girl. The guy decided to just fight, and then something will happen. The girl disobeyed the order. She watched the battle. Seo Yun couldn't help her hero. That made her sick. She decided to pray for her protector so that he would be granted victory. Choi planned to end the battle in the air. It is necessary to transfer the enemy to the ground. There he will be able to completely master the situation. The gods warned that the hunter's girlfriend was in danger. A new swarm was forming. At this rate, Choi might not have time to help his beloved. A new swarm of enemies prevented him from moving. The gods promised that they would soon give a new donation because they had not yet figured out how to help in the situation. Choi and Seo Yun's hands glowed with a pleasant pink glow. It was a sign from the gods that this couple's love was blessed, and they will never leave each other even in the most difficult situation, but will always support each other. Cho felt the power that was hidden in the ring. Energy overwhelmed the hunter. He himself understood that this donation would be one of the most important for him. The rings resonated with each other. The girl and the hunter looked at each other. They realized that someone was trying to bring them together. The gods wanted to bless this union and connect it with a thread of cosmic happiness. Cho entered a new battle with a superior opponent, but now the boy's movements were lightning fast. Its trajectory was impossible to consider. Opponents fell one after another. The power of the ring was phenomenal. The hunter-operator felt very light, like fluff. He felt a power that he believed could overturn mountains and dry up seas. This fight even gave a certain pleasure to Choi. He smashed and destroyed the last swarm of blackbirds for the winnings. Everyone who watched this battle from afar couldn't even say anything. The hunter moved like a small lightning bolt. It was as if he was in several places at the same time. The girl was glad that this battle was over, but she was worried about the fact that soon a swarm of blackbirds would fly here again. They will chase so everywhere. After all, they hunt for it or simply want to possess it. The hunter replied that for many years Captain Africa had held back swarms of these monsters within the continent. But it could not be that no country saw a swarm of blackbirds flying across its borders. The answer was that the monsters had flown in from a neighboring country. Therefore, it was necessary to activate all hunters and the organization and to monitor where the swarms are coming from. So find the place where they are formed, and you can easily get rid of them already in the nest. And at this time, the news was talking about 2 invasions of swarms of blackbirds just today. And again, Choi, the hunter cameraman, came to defend the city. And again, the government did nothing. The president called the head of the anti-monster organization. To avoid an unpleasant situation, it was necessary to enlist the company of this legendary hunter and make him your ally. The assistant assured that he was ready to carry out any order. This time he had no room for error. The president was furious. He could not understand how some boy who appeared out of nowhere was able to overtake the organization. Cho called the director of the organization. The boy hinted that it was difficult for him to defend himself against the onslaught of swarms of halflings, but he was also uncomfortable with all the honors falling on his head. The hunter said that pleasantries are enough, and therefore it is necessary to get down to business. He asked the government to help him. Now a small swarm was heading east. And that's why it was necessary to send a plane to follow. It was necessary to find out where the moorhen's nest was, and already then you can attack the den of monsters with united forces. The guy asked if the organization could do it. The director was angry at first, but it cooled down quickly. He understood that this was a unique chance to gain a new ally. Choi told the girl that he had taken care of the question from the surveillance. Now you need to prepare for the next step, namely before the storming of the walleye's nest. And while he has asked the government to follow the route of the movement, he has a great idea about where they might be. If they flew to the east, then the nest is located not far from the coast of Japan. And only when they learn a more specific location of the nest, they immediately attack it with rockets, and then they will finish off and remove the cores of monsters. Seo-yun was happy, and the boy looked fascinated at her smile. Cho was going to show the most ambitious project of the fortress. It was the newest and coolest fighter that would get the fighter to Japan in a very short time. Slimes created a masterpiece this time. The boy saw what his assistants had done. He expected something completely different. The boy was expecting a cool steam plane, and in front of him stood a very cute girlish plane. Choi thought he had fallen asleep and was dreaming. The ants returned to the den. There they were met by a man in a hood and raincoat. He looked disappointedly at what was left of the great swarm. He was very angry because the cursed beetles could not get hold of one girl. You will have to take the whole operation into your own hands and deal with the upstart hunter yourself. The stranger will show the true art of fighting a hunter with monsters. After all, he was fed up with the dilettante. The plane was flying over Hokkaido, one of the islands of Japan. Choi was thinking at the wheel that you shouldn't judge a thing by its appearance. Transportation was fast and convenient to move around. He got here in 10 minutes. The boy could not believe that the plane was so comfortable and fast. This is all thanks to a substance made of slime. It felt like very high-quality latex. Choi was worried that the girl would get tired, but he was glad that his girlfriend liked everything. She enjoyed his company. But one thing was confusing. The girl was not sure that she should fly. She could provoke a new attack. She was against it even when a person from the government and the board of the organization called Choi and said that the monster's lair was on the island of Hokkaido. The Ministry of Defense or just a group of hunters could not act. Politics were involved, and besides, people were very afraid of the sea of death, through which it was necessary to fly. Therefore, Choi was now considered to be some kind of international agent with certain powers to fight monsters. He rejected all the girl's objections that she would be a burden. Seo-yun's strength helped defeat the last swarm attacking the city, but the main thing was Choi's desire to protect her beloved and be by her side. Choi thought that Miss Seo-yun really suited the role of Queen of Entropy. When they get close to the nest, the beetles will begin to think that they now have 2 queens. They just have to go crazy. The hunter decided to take advantage of this moment. He attacks directly in the nest of his enemy. The gods thought it was not very good to use a girl as bait for hunting. The gods were not happy with the plan. The outlines of a tall building appeared behind the snow. It was strange to see such a building in the middle of the mountains. It was also not noticed on the maps. And how could such a huge space exist without infrastructure? Maybe the people abandoned the place after the monsters attacked. But suddenly the building started to grow. Choi ordered the plane to climb and gain altitude. The hunter believed too much in his own strength. It was not a building, but a monster. It was called 4-star concrete. He could freely manipulate stone and iron. Quite a formidable and dangerous opponent. It was not necessary to oppose such a thing unnecessarily. The monster was capable of destroying or building an entire city in an instant. A very mysterious and powerful creature. However, what was important here was what the vector of attention would direct and what this monster would focus on. But it is not necessary to drain it. The plane hit a concrete tower and broke into pieces. Choi and his girlfriend's life was on the verge of death. Below stood a stranger from a nest of insects. He warned that if he continued like this, he might get into trouble with Kontian. He was only worried that the girl could die or freeze to death in the hut. The man was only bothered by the fact that it was difficult to find a worthy candidate for the role of queen, and this bastard won't let her die just like that. It was worth just following them among the mountains and snow. Choi, meanwhile, was fighting against the concrete monster. He used the maximum allowable size of the shovel to simply split the monster. He was already rejoicing in the victory over such an opponent, when an unknown man came out to him from the sidewalk. He praised the boy's fighting skills. The hunter turned out to be much more skilled than the man had heard about him. And then the stranger asked where the girl was. He couldn't believe that Choi had just abandoned her in the mountains in this weather. His husband looked like the Japanese hunter Shiro Yamato, but it remained a mystery why he wanted So Yun. Unusual energy was also disconcerting. Up until this point, Choi knew very little about the Japanese hunter Shiro Yamato. He possessed a unique fighting technique with 2 blades. Little was known about him in general, but now you can add one more. The hunter has the ability to control the 4-star monster for his own needs. The next moment, Shiro attacked the boy. But the attack was repulsed. The shovel turned out to be a very valuable artifact because it deflected Shiro's blade. The gods did not indicate that they could give another donation. But now, it was quite interesting to watch the battle because both opponents had the same number of patrons. Therefore, the forces were almost equal. The number of viewers remained the same, but the Shiro gods asked not to disappoint them. The hunter himself believed that Choi was an ordinary upstart. But next, the one who gets the bonus will be Shiro. The Japanese promised patrons to show a real show. The hunter activated the concrete. He tried to crush Choi. All that was left of the boy was a pile of ashes or powder. It was only necessary to take the artifact. But it was too early to celebrate the victory. Choi managed to fight back. He said that for a man with the ability and patronage of 23 gods, Shiro could show something more. Choi considered the opponent weak for him. The hunter operator attacked the enemy and told him that he could only dream of Choi's death. The battle should be very interesting. Seo Yun passed out amidst the snow and rocks. She was warmed by the heat of the slime. The last thing she remembered was the attack of the concrete monster. But now she was interested in what happened to her beloved Choi. After all, he was definitely not around. Shiro and Choi have been fighting for a very long time. The Japanese could not understand why his swords did not cause any damage to the enemy. If the battle turns out to be boring, then his patrons will leave him. We need to finish this jerk off quickly. Cho turned to the enemy. He provoked Shiro's anger so that he would lose control of himself in the situation. He understood that controlling monsters was a very valuable bonus from the patrons, the gods. But physical strength was better in Choi. The hunter-operator understood that his opponent had sent the insects to attack Seoul. It remained only to find out why the Japanese needed it. Yamato replied that he wanted Seo Yun. Choi got angry. He could not understand what this slave needed from his girlfriend. He asked Yamato about it. He replied that the dead man does not necessarily know about it. Just let him watch. The Japanese ordered the monster to hold Seo Yun in his hands and follow him. They went to the nest of entropy. The girl felt a pulsation of strange energy. Cho attacked the concrete. He began to break it with a shovel. The monster was falling apart. Perhaps Chow will soon be able to rescue his beloved from captivity. Shiro couldn't believe that the hunter would beat the concrete again. Choi broke the monster. His beloved resonated with the core of the monster concrete. As it turned out, Seo-yun was a superhuman with 2 cores at the same time. She herself looked around in surprise. Choi held Seo-yun in his arms. He asked her if the girl was injured. The hunter looked once more at the way the core of concrete vibrated with the girl. He wondered if the girl herself knew about it. Concrete cores are still very rare, and that girl didn't think that she would be able to get a core immediately after the monster died. Choi himself was surprised that there was a fool who simply gave them the cores of a powerful monster. Yamato was very angry. He activated an ultimate skill called Infernal Flesh, but the attack was repelled. Without knowing it, the girl protected herself and her lover from Shiro's attack. The next step in mastering the power of the concrete monster was that the girl made a stone staircase and lifted it with Choi to a rather large height. The hunter was amazed at how quickly the girl trained. He was amazed that Seo-yun could create such complex structures with just the power of thought. It was like using some kind of cheat code in a game when it gives extraordinary possibilities. Now it is worth following the language. They walked through snow-covered mountains. Choi said that he already knew about Shiro running away, and the boy had several questions for the Japanese hunter. The girl apologized for pushing the enemy so far. Choi replied that nothing terrible had happened. They had a backup plan and a backup route. Seo-yun was very well suited for the role of the queen of winged monsters, and even now she was emitting hormones that could cause monsters to lose their minds. In the end, they will not be able to restrain themselves and will show themselves. Their search was soon to be crowned with success. When it became clear about another candidate for the role of queen, the low-rank entropies became active. Yamato stood in the cave in front of the swarm queen. The individual wanted to say something to the hunter, but he asked her to be silent. He was simply asking to be told how much entropy was left. The girl named the exact number. The hunter was satisfied with the named figure. He knew that more than one swarm would be ready for battle by the time Choi got there. He ordered to prepare the swarm for departure. The girl asked, maybe they need to be more careful. Shiro did not pay attention to the number of individuals that died. It didn't matter to him how many had died and how many more would die. The main thing is to direct so many that the Korean hunter cannot resist them. The queen reminded that their enemy was not alone. That girl is traveling with him, and together they constitute a significant force. In addition, the girl now possessed the core of the queen and the core of concrete. She was a formidable opponent. Shiro activated the energy, forcing the queen to obey him. He was angry because he did not expect that the queen would teach. After the battle, the patrons were not happy with Shiro. If he cannot change something, then you can forget about the bonus. But most of all, he feared that Choi might interest Yamato's patrons, and they would fall over to his side. Therefore, Shiro took his anger out on the controlled swarm queen. He demanded that she be obedient. He was not interested in the opinion of the queens of the swarm. Her function was to lay new eggs and increase the number of individuals in the swarm, a purely utilitarian attitude to the performance of one's duties. The queen bowed before her lord. She said that she would work harder for her master, Mr. Yamato, to fulfill his sacred mission. The hunter himself believed that she was sabotaging. Shiro truly believed that she was of no help to him. The queen deliberately underestimated the rate of reproduction. It needs to be replaced as soon as possible. And it was the girl who had to take her place as queen of the swarm. It was important to build a system of influence on the new queen, but that was a matter of the future. He will try to influence the new queen of the swarm. Choi and Seo-yun walked through the snowy valley. The girl heard a strange noise. It seemed to come from afar, but no monsters were seen on the horizon. The ground beneath them began to collapse. Monsters rushed out of the cave. They fell into a deep cave from where monsters rushed towards them. It was some kind of beetle. They spat acid. Each time the enemy became stronger and more persistent. The hunter-operator activated his shovel. He spun her so hard over his head that he formed a shield around himself and his friend. Choi demanded a match with Yamato, who was hiding from his opponent. Choi's patience snapped. He began to kill monsters that could not understand that it was time to retreat. Something bothered the hunter, but he did not yet understand what exactly. Acid wasn't the only thing that pissed him off. Okarkul called out to Choi, who seemed to have fallen into a battle shawl. He couldn't stop until the bird called him back. The hunter only then saw that Seo Yun was no longer in the place where he had left her. Yamato kidnapped the girl. Shiro believed that his opponent underestimated him. Beetles were just consumables. They could be sacrificed for the sake of a successful operation of a higher order. The Japanese man was sitting among a huge number of monster eggs. He talked about his future plans and reminded Choi that he was not far-sighted in planning. If the hunter-operator does not find this place, the beetles will continue to reproduce. The anthropoid nest was an endless nursery, and a tangled system of tunnels and passages between them. An endless labyrinth could confuse anyone. Many hunters tried to get to the center of the nest, but they were eaten before they could even see the queen. The tunnels continue to grow in proportion to the number of monsters inhabiting the nest, and everything above them will become their home as well. Shiro believed that only he could control such a dangerous element. He self-confidently looked for a new queen of the swarm because the old one began to suspect something and reduced the amount of reproduction of individuals. Yamato took the concrete core from So-Yun. Instead, he promised to give her another gift. The girl should have liked the new power. She should be happy because she is the only one who was perfect for this role. The current acting queen wrapped her tentacles around Seo-Yun. The monster towered over the girl. The queen promised to make another queen who would help her rule and breed new swarms. Shiro reminded him that it was an honor to help him. The girl resisted and said that she did not want to take part in all this. She asked to stop and not to touch her. Besides, Seo-Yun was worried about her boyfriend. Suddenly the girl fell into an unknown place. It was very dark around and it was not clear where to move. A huge beetle was approaching her. The girl was afraid. She felt defenseless before the attacker. She was saved by Shiro. But it was not the same hunter, a braggart who tried to make her the new queen of the swarm. The girl did not understand what was happening around her. She was surprised by such rapid changes and metamorphoses. The boy asked her if she was sure they were going in the right direction. The boy was addressing someone named Yuki. It was as if he hadn't seen Seo-Yun. It was like a dream or a vision. The girl, whom Shiro called Yuki, answered him that she felt some kind of calling, and she understood that she was well suited for the role. Seo-Yun understood that Yuki is the current queen of the swarm, and it was a memory of the times when she was still a queen. In reality, So-Yun was lying on the floor with tentacles holding her. To transform into a new queen, the current one had to enter everything she had left, and then the transformation will end, and a new queen will be born. It will be many times stronger and more powerful than its predecessor. She plays an important role in the formation of Shiro and his sacred mission. Yuki told Yamato that it would be her great honor to help him in his mission to save humanity. One simply could not wish for more. Shiro promised to help her control the queen's core and support her. He hugged Yuki and said she was all he had. Her abilities will be the key to saving the whole world. The girl became emotional. She did not expect that such an important matter would fall on her fragile shoulders. Shiro was very happy. The entropies sensed the queen's voice. The core was in her complete power. And even though she lost some of her power and her human body turned into something ugly due to the impact of the core, it didn't matter. Now she could save many. Yamato wasn't going to comfort Yuki. He believed that she had become the soulless monster that he really was, albeit in human form. He pierced the queen's chest with his sword. The girl asked why he did it. Shiro explained that this sword was a gift from the gods, and it allows you to control monsters that are weaker than it. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now he was going to use Yuki to take over the whole world and enslave people. The girl could not believe that Shiro had done such a cruel and treacherous thing to the person he liked so much. His own ambition overrode common sense, and even now the hunter asked for likes and comments. The Japanese understood that as long as the queen was in his power, it would be difficult to stop him even by a coalition of monster hunters. Seo-Yun resisted being made the new queen, but she had less and less hope. Shiro believed that Choi would never make it through the maze of tunnels, and therefore the girl had to simply come to terms with the fact that soon she will become the new owner of the world of insects. Monsters. She will bear him many children. And then Yamato will be able to conquer the whole world, and he will start from Japan. And after that the whole world will bow to him and call him Lord. He had already imagined all the honors that would be bestowed upon him. Choi fell into the cave from above. He was accompanied by an okarkul. The boy said that he had finally found the right place. He could feel Seo Yun's presence. The hunter cameraman saw the girl and the queen next to her. Shiro stood in his way. The transformation of the new queen was about to begin, and that's why you just need to buy some time. He wondered how Choi found this place in the whole maze of passageways and tunnels. The queen, startled, told Yamato that the girl had refused to synchronize. She put up a shield to penetrate her mentality. It was almost impossible. Such abilities were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary girl. The Japanese ordered the queen to poison all the monsters under her control on Choi. The conversion procedure had to be repeated until they succeeded. They could not give up the idea of domination. Choi reached Shiro. He hit the Japanese right in the face with a shovel. He flew deep into the cave. The hunter-operator said that he still retains the title of the best young hunter. His assistant visited the Minister of Japan, who was in Tokyo. He said that there was an emergency situation. Anthropogenic activity is observed throughout the country. People in panic are looking for salvation. Cities are being destroyed. Cho stood over his defeated opponents. He said that further resistance was pointless. It was all over for the Japanese. But he did not agree to give up so easily and admit defeat. The hunter-operator snatched his lover from the queen's clutches. He decided that it was time to get out of this place. He'll be back here later with help. The queen ordered the remnants of the swarm to attack the fugitives. Choi decided to fight back the pursuers. He defeated the remnants of the queen's once mighty army, and he emphasized that chasing them would be much more expensive for the monsters than just sitting back and licking their wounds. Yamato and the queen escaped. The girl again blamed herself for the fact that it was because of her that Choi could not organize the pursuit of criminals. The guy calmed her down and said that he knew where the couple had gone. He emphasized that together they destroyed the nest of monsters terrorizing all of Korea, and they found him only thanks to Seo Yun, who sensed the lair and brought the hunter here. The girl actually saved the world. The girl burst into tears. For Choi, such a reaction was really wild. He thought that he could offend the girl with something. He asked Seo Yun to calm down as they still had to deal with the queen. The girl told the hunter about what she learned from the vision she saw during the synchronization. She felt sorry for Yuki, who became queen because of Shiro's trickery. I wonder what the relationship between them is now. The Japanese government could not cope with the attacks on their cities. Entropies suppressed any resistance. They took by their numbers. There was no point in hiding it for a long time. The minister asked to develop a rescue plan. In the underground bunker, Yamato met with government officials. They asked why Yamato Shiro was not doing anything to protect his country from the invasion of insect monsters. After all, he promised to stop the monsters. The state promised to give him a particularly large monetary reward. People died by the thousands. Many cities of the country lay in ruins. Chaos reigned all around. There were fewer and fewer safe places. Shiro agreed that he promised to protect and ensure peace on the lands of Japan. And that is why the minister and his assistant are still alive. And now, it's time to pay for his services. The minister was indignant at the hunter's impudence. Yamato Shiro said that he was not satisfied with what he had now. He was showered with crumbs from the table, and now they have the audacity to answer him so rudely. Such debts often have to be paid with one's own life. He asked why politicians did not resort to their usual methods. You can mobilize people, the army, ask partners for help, if they are not afraid of someone else's invasion of the territory of a sovereign state. He ordered the monsters to surround the minister and his assistant. Thus, using blackmail, Shiro tried to get the reward he was promised. In his opinion, it is time to return the well-deserved reward. Choi and So Yun realized that the main nest of monsters was under the very capital of Japan, the city of Tokyo. It was from there that Shiro built a network of tunnels for his army, and so he will quickly take over the main city. The hunter-operator thought that their stay in Japan was illegal, and that's why you need to think about how to come to an agreement with the country's authorities. But for this, you need to think about how to get to the capital. The slide made a pile of plane wreckage. Yi Choi and So Yoon set out for the capital in comfort. They did not notice one beetle that looked after them. The queen understood that the hunter and the girl were flying to Tokyo. Shiro ordered the minister to order that all aerial targets over Tokyo be immediately shot down by anti-aircraft defenses. Any air transport should be considered as enemy aircraft. The order went to all military units. All objects in the airspace of the capital must be liquidated immediately. Even if you need to call for reinforcements, it is worth destroying the insidious enemy at any cost. The minister reported to Yamato Shiro that the target had been destroyed on the approaches to Tokyo. Yamato could calm down. His main opponent is destroyed. But Shiro thought about how to satisfy the gods' curiosity so as not to lose their support. Yamato cut down the acting minister with his sword. He pointed to his assistant and said that he was now the new minister. The gods were not happy with Shiro's actions. One by one, they threatened to leave their beloved. This could not be allowed. After all, with the decrease of patrons, Yamato himself became less powerful. He ordered his aides to inspect the downed plane and bring him Chawa Kung-sik's body. The search team was approaching the crash site. Hunters wondered if anyone could survive such a thing. One of the partners warned that you need to act carefully and not to relax. Otherwise, you will see corpses. One of the hunters was going to kill the passengers of the plane with his own hands, to be absolutely sure that he completed the task. They believed that it was this enemy that brought swarms of entropy monsters to Japan. Cho stood in front of the hunters. He could not understand what it was about, and why he was accused of something he did not do. The hunter-operator said that he is ready to postpone the demonstration of the shovel, but something needs to be clarified. First of all, he was interested in whom he brought. And why do they believe that he was the cause of the monster attack on Japan? The hunters weren't going to listen to his excuses. They faced a clearly formulated task. Choi dodged the energy jets. He said that men are not hunters by any means. They attack in a group and cannot even listen to a person who wants to dispel some myths about monsters. However, hunters are idiots. Choi said that such a wretch has no right or honor to possess cores. They have no idea about the rules of behavior of a warrior and a hunter, and they attack like wild dogs that have heard the victim. But he gives his word even to dogs. The hunters asked if Choi even understood how many people died because of him. Whole cities turned into ruins and wasteland, and therefore the defenders were ready to do everything possible to destroy the scum. Choi realized that Yamato Shiro had lied to all the hunters, and perhaps to the common people as well. The hunters remembered how they had asked Yamato to fight him shoulder to shoulder. They considered it a great honor. Hunters from all over Japan then arrived at the call to rally and fight off the monsters, and punish whoever brought the monsters to their home. Universal elation simply hung in the air. Shiro was pleased. His plan worked. Everyone believed that it was Choi who was responsible for the entropy attack. Using the anger of the masses, Yamato will definitely defeat the hunter-operator, and soon he will be driven into a dead end. Meanwhile, the popularity of Yamato himself will grow. The gods will begin to treat him again as before. Everyone will start watching his broadcasts again. The plan had to be perfect, thought out to the smallest detail. Yamato Shiro addressed every hunter of glorious Japan. He said that because of one man, they all faced an unprecedented danger that would lead to a national crisis. And to prevent it, you need to destroy one person. This man was a hunter from Korea, Choi Han-sik. He was better known under the nickname Operator. It was he who brought the monsters to their home. It was Han-sik who was the source of terror and chaos. He was the cruelest man. All of them gathered here with a noble goal, namely to find and destroy Han-sik. The ruler, listening to Shiro's speech, was amazed at how cunning and devious a person he was. He hoped that Shiro would die soon. Over the ranks of the hunters, Choi slipped into the center of the crowd. He called Yamato a bitch and asked her not to mislead the crowd again. The hunter asked the cameraman to apologize and admit that he was lying. Choi was attacked by a huge bug. The boy was already tired of Shiro being scattered by monsters left and right. He asked if the hunter of Japan himself was not tired of playing these games. Entropy was very large. The crowd of hunters, who had been stirred up by Shiro's words, glared at the Hanshik. They thought that he dared to summon a monster right in front of them, and they prepared for battle. All the hunters believed that Choi was controlling the monster. Entropia did not attack Choi. The boy realized that Shiro had faked everything and is now working to make everyone else believe his words. Yamato's ruse was to succeed, but soon the hunter would pay for his tricks. In unison, the hunters hit Choi with energy beams. The boy was not going to die. He ran away from the attack like lightning, and when the hunters got tired, he counterattacked their ranks. People did not expect this from the enemy. They just scattered in the air. One of the men did not understand what was happening at all. They did not even see their enemy. A spot of light just flickered in front of them. Yamato watched the battle and understood how dangerous the enemy was. And although most of the hunter squad lay unconscious on the ground, Shiro believed that his plan was coming to life. After all, now the cameraman will be branded a murderer and an enemy of Japanese hunters. He is digging his own hole. The hunters did not understand what happened to their cores. It seemed that they were broken. Abilities did not function. They seemed to fail after a short circuit. Yamato realized that Choi was attacking the hunter cores. The new minister watched as Choi defeated the famous hunters of all Japan. The man still couldn't figure out who was winning. Everything seemed to be fine, but the hunters were losing to the operator. Yamato decided that it was time to use the ace up his sleeve that he had saved for just such a case. He dragged it to the last. He ordered Yuki to kill the hunters. This was already an extreme measure. In the whirlwind of battle, Choi saw that the monsters were attacking the hunters from Japan. He couldn't believe that Shiro would go to such an extent to further his slander. It was supposed to give the impression that the monsters were controlled by the operator. Yamato said that he wasn't the one killing his comrades, but the entropies led by Choi attacked the Japanese defenders. The hunters tried to defend themselves, but without the cores they could not do anything to the enemy. Choi dealt with monsters. He decided to show whose side he was really on. Because words didn't work now, it is necessary to show one's belonging to the hunters, lonely ones, and save others by deeds and actions. He helped a group of hunters avoid encirclement and death. The hunters looked around and wondered why the monster leader started fighting against his monsters. They understood that he was saving them, but the situation was critical. Choi himself believed that he would not last long at such a pace, and he had nowhere to expect help from. Hunters without cores were as helpless as kittens. Seo-yun was still not ready to enter. Choi was attacked by Shiro. The man asked if it is difficult to fight when you have to not only resist the attackers, but also think about the lives of the hunters, whom he himself condemned to death and long torment from the clutches of monsters. Everyone around saw how Yamato was crushing Choi. The hunters considered Shiro a national hero, who in the most difficult times came to the rescue and would lead the resistance to the enemy's attack on his country. The monsters were also retreating. It was a cunning maneuver invented by Yamato Shiro. The hunters around were very hopeful. They hoped that now, together with the leaders, they would attack the enemy and cut him to the leg. The manipulation was successful. Shiro was glad that his plan had succeeded. The hunters had no idea that they were being manipulated. They all worshipped Yamato as a hero. He will destroy the operator and rise to the heights of rule and glory. All that remained was to find the girl who possessed the core of the monster, Concrete. In addition, it is worth repeating the synchronization procedure. The new queen was very necessary for Shiro, for his future plans. And although Choi didn't want to answer where the girl was, he understood that finding her was a matter of time. All the forces of the hunters who survived today's massacre will be directed to the search for the girl, the queen. In the middle of the battle, the sound of loudspeakers distracted the opponents. Seo-yun decided to turn to the opposing sides. The girl said that now she will show a unique video that will shed light on the events that happened recently. Shiro understood what the girl was thinking. He could not allow the girl to shed light on the events that had occurred. The hunter gave the order to capture Seo-yun, but it was too late. The screen flickered, and the speakers made a sound. On the screen was Shiro talking about his plans and the use of monsters. He also talked about his plans for the future queen of the swarm. That's why he sent monsters to Korea. Yamato watched as he told a camera he couldn't see about how he wasn't like the other hunters, and there was no need to compare him with some losers and poor people. All those present heard these words. In the next video, Shiro ordered the concrete monster to grab the girl and take her to the anthropic lair. The hunters are surprised that their hero and idol mentioned monsters and ordered another monster. All eyes focused on Yamato. He understood that his idea had been bitten. Voices in the crowd said that the concrete monster was under the command of a hunter, and somehow Shiro was connected to the bug attack. Japan's top hunter realized that he had been caught. Shiro denied the truth. He said that this is a specially created fake, which aims to undermine his authority. After all, such a video could not be real. Choi said that he is nicknamed the Operator for a reason. He was constantly busy with the battle, but his assistant Okarkul was ready at the most important moments. After all, it is not necessary to always have a new camera with you. His faithful bird always flew where it was needed and correctly placed accents during the shooting of the broadcast. In addition, it was necessary to give some food to the gods. Shiro was terrified of the situation he had gotten himself into. The girl was happy, because finally the third video ended, where Yamato Shiro talked about his plans. COU understood what trump card Choi was telling her about. She thanked the minister who helped with the organization of the broadcast. The man said he felt like a real criminal. After all, he thought only about the good of Japan and its safety. And the methods of achieving this goal were to his liking. Now he had to suffer the punishment for his crimes. He was ashamed that he had followed Yamato's instructions so carelessly. Because of his ambitions, many people, his compatriots, died. This could no longer be allowed. He asked to save Japan. The girl assured that her beloved is a real hero no matter what anyone says about him. He was ready to risk his own life to save others. And there was definitely no one stronger than him. Hanshik spanked Yamato Shiro. He did not want to hit him with a shovel, because a traitor to humanity who was in league with monsters did not deserve to have an artifact of the gods smeared on him. Besides, Choi wanted a fair fight. Shiro believed that his desire for revenge was much stronger than the concept of honor. He used one of his swords and called for the help of all the monsters that were nearby. Use all the power of the monster. Yamato wanted to put all the power of the gods and the power of his core into the last blow. A weakling like Cho had no opportunity and no chance to resist such an attack. With a cry, he pounced on the sworn enemy. The operator dodged the blow. He simply moved aside because he did not consider it necessary to stand and wait for the blow to fall on him. With a strong blow of one hand, he pushed back the opponent. The hunters around watched as the legend of Japan was beaten. They surrounded Yamato and began asking him awkward questions about the monsters and his connection to them. The hunters were disappointed in him. They all saw Yamato as a traitor. The hunter lost his last hope. He called them all dirty pigs who don't deserve respect. All of them were waste and bio-garbage that got power by mistake. One by one, the gods left their favorite. They were disappointed in Yamato Shiro. None of them thought that a person could fall so low morally. The gods regretted the time wasted. Shiro felt his strength leave him. The hunters beat the traitor. They avenged their families, friends, and all the people of Japan who suffered at the hands of the traitor. He should have gotten away so he wouldn't be killed. In desperation, the hunter called the Swarm Queen for help. He said that these rascals had no right to do this to him, and their suffering in relation to all the dead did not concern him. All of them were to serve his purpose. He was still a powerful lord of the anthrope and the insect monsters. Under his leadership was a powerful Swarm Queen, and the hunters, who were worse than dirty pigs, had no right to even touch him. All of them, in his opinion, were unworthy to be called warriors. Hunters were simply a gathering place for freaks and bastards. He never respected them and did not consider them necessary. Yuki was to kill everyone on his instructions. Yamato lost his mind in order to summon all the monsters and make a big difference for the whole country. No one was supposed to survive. The entire population of Japan was to die. People listened to his orders with horror. Choi did not miss an opportunity. He made his way through the ranks of the hunters who were stunned with terror and astonishment. With a powerful blow, the operator knocked the core out of the queen's body and tore the monster in half. This is how Yuki's life ended. Yamato fell to his knees. He felt that he had lost. The last hope, his Yuki, left this world. The former hunter tried to command the monsters to attack everyone around them and enjoy the chaos and destruction. The monsters looked at him with anger. They seemed to have understood who is really to blame for the death of the queen. Yamato realized that he was in danger. The monsters did not obey him. Now they were controlled by the group mind. The hunter lost control of the entropies after losing the queen, and he was too close to the monsters. Entropies attacked the defenseless and pitiful former master. The operator stood over Yamato's torn body. The hunter-trader still considered himself the chosen one and extremely skilled and talented. He did not believe that he would die right now. The battle is not over for him. Shiro hoped for help from the gods, and that was not enough. But the bleeding still did not stop. The blessing of the patrons no longer worked. All donations were taken from him. The gods said goodbye. The number of patrons decreased. With horror, Yamato asked not to leave him alone. He promised that he would do everything as it was before, and the gods will again be proud of him and will be satisfied with his legendary deeds. The gods replied that few things would satisfy them more than the death of Yamato. He was miserable, and even in his last hours he could not accept the end as a true warrior. Finally, the legendary defender of Japan in the past died. Patrons congratulated Choi on his victory over Yamato. He carried out a plan to gather 24 patron gods. Now the boy will receive additional donations. A bonus called Ether was unlocked for the operator. He looked around in surprise. The boy got a unique opportunity to see the elements of the structure, the threads of everything. Even the basics of the universe became clear to him. He had access to the foundations of the universe. All information poured into his mind in a wide stream. Monsters of entropy for him were just elements of matter with a nucleus in the very center, and he had the opportunity to break this structure. In this way, he will protect everyone by destroying this kind of monsters completely. The species of this monster will die completely. And in fact, the entire army of entropies simply melted into thin air. All around were the ruins of the city and the bodies of the dead. The minister's assistant reported that entropies are disappearing in a strange way throughout the country. People rejoice and heal, glorifying an outstanding hero. It was a triumph for Hanshik. Humanity owed the boy salvation. The newscast started a few minutes later, and it was entirely dedicated to the legendary hunter from Korea who saved the country from the Anthropic army and killed their queen live in front of millions. In general, the tragic events unfolding in Japan were the result of the criminal actions of the now deceased legendary monster hunter, who was once the country's national hero, Yamato Shiro. Hanshik defeated him in a duel. What happened today was an extraordinary event for the country. The Minister of Japan made an address to the people. From now on, the Korean government will work more diligently and closely with Choi Kasik. Choi was relaxing in the jacuzzi. He was tired of the news, so he decided to rest and asked the slides to turn off the gadgets. He spent almost a week recovering from the battle with Yamato, and finally feels alive. If you think about it, the last week has been completely filled with some unnecessary crap. But thanks to this, he mastered a new, hitherto unseen power. She was extremely powerful. The obtained abilities allowed to manipulate the characteristics of matter itself. He could change the characteristics of any matter at will. Of course, he could not completely control the universe, and so far he had no plans for hunting or any skirmishes. The guy decided to take a break from everything and just see how the situation will develop in the future. The slides indicated that he had received a video message. The video message surprised Choi. After all, only his girlfriend knew this contact number. He decided to see who dared to disturb the hero during his rest. The guy ordered the slide to close. There was a girl in the video. Her name was Dana, and she was from Russia. She said that the situation is urgent, and his urgent intervention is needed to solve it. The country cannot do without his help. The girl said that the Zero Blade had appeared again. The country's authorities hide this so as not to sow panic among the population. But the hunters do not cope. The death toll is in the hundreds. Soon the country will be left without defenders. It is clear that only Choi can deal with the threat and save people's lives. The Russian authorities promised to provide him with everything necessary to fight the monster. After all, it was impossible to allow a new national disaster. The girl asked not to ponder the answer for a long time. They will wait for her for about a day. The authorities hope that the legendary hunter will respond to the request. The main priority now was people's lives. Cho ordered the slide to contact the fort and prepare the plane for the upcoming trip. This time they are going to Russia, and the trip was supposed to be very fun and full of adventures and risks. The gods must be pleased. The hunter and his girlfriend were standing on the landing pad and waiting for the plane to land. The girl asked if her lover really wanted to defeat Zero Blade. After all, it was almost a mortal danger. She understood that the subject of the Nui Blade was very painful for Choi. He just lost his head when someone started a conversation about this monster, and it was simply impossible to dissuade him from this dangerous undertaking. Seo Yoon had some doubt as to whether Choi could handle the opponent. After all, it was an extremely powerful monster. No one could even attack this monster before. There was no question of confronting the monster. The boy was reassuring, because he was the first to survive the battle with the monster. He even reached up to his face and struck him with an artifact of the gods. Choi was the strongest who saved the world, and that's why you shouldn't worry. The hunter waved at his girlfriend. He promised to return from Russia with victory, and their next meeting will take place in Seoul. The girl asked to protect herself and not to lose her head when it comes to a fight. She was very nervous. The plane entered Russian airspace. Choi thought he had become much stronger since starting his career as a hunter. He was more skilled since his last encounter with the Zero Blade. That time he was without donations. He now had the support of patrons and mastered the ether, making him an extremely dangerous opponent. The more trump cards he had, the better. The monster had to die this time. It is not known who attacked Choi's plane with a laser. It was similar to Yu Il-ok's ability, but was many times stronger. The fighter ordered the plane to follow where it was attacked from. The radar pointed to the hiding monster. Choi guessed that a vulture had attacked him. It was an extremely powerful opponent, but the situation was strange. The vulture itself was attacked by monsters that crawled out from under the snow. The monster himself fought off the attackers. The laser beams used by the vulture tore apart the attackers' bodies. They proved to be very weak opponents for a monster of this rank. The 5-star rank made itself felt everywhere. A group of people watched this confrontation of monsters. The man remarked that their minions were a very weak opponent for the Griffin despite their numbers. They only delayed the irreversible. The man's name was Mr. Kaiser. The girl ordered to stop the attack. The invited hunter arrived at the place. She thanked her husband for his help. Kaiser asked if they really needed a hunter from Korea. The girl said that when he is as everyone describes him, then it will help their common cause a lot, and he may become a key figure in their plan. The vulture did not stop attacking the plane. Choi thought it was a decent warm-up before the big business. He asked the slime to send him straight to the feathered enemy. Before using the ether in the fight against the Null Blade, it was necessary to test the new power on some less dangerous opponent. Each time, more and more nuances were revealed with this broadcast. He was trying to measure the amount of optimal energy to attack the enemy. It was also important to take into account the characteristics of the enemy's attack and abilities. Against certain attributes, their opposites should be used. If the opponent uses parts of darkness or dark matter, then it was worth opposing the light. You can experiment every time, but it can cost the life of the hunter. Now you need to block the laser. He struck the vulture. He must have never faced such an unusual enemy, because the ability of the laser failed the monster. He didn't expect anyone to be able to block his core and make him powerless. The girl and the Kaiser watched the duel, which ended as suddenly as it had begun. Both were pleased with what they saw. Now you just need to be responsible for setting up the contact. The hunter did not give the impression of being too proud or boastful. In addition, he responded to their request precisely because he considered the lives of the country's civilians to be a priority, and not the promised gratitude from the authorities. And above all, an important element of the puzzle was the obsession of the hunter-operator with his sworn enemy, Zero Blade, about which legends have already begun to circulate. The master warrior looked for a meeting with the monster anywhere. Choi didn't feel guilty for dealing harshly with the feathered assailant. The monster attacked first. In addition, he did not give up the fight, feeling his power and original strength. The hunter was simultaneously dealing with mastering the ether technique. It could not be that there were only pluses. Knowing about the law of balance in nature and the world structure, it was worth preparing for possible surprises. And then something happened that Choi had long expected and feared. The return of ether use affected his body and organism. It was necessary to deal with this effect before entering the battle with the null blade. Choi stabilized the stream of plasma and directed it at the enemy. The attacker was engulfed in a blue glow and his body simply decomposed in a stream of plasma. The operator himself was surprised by what he had just done. It was incredible. Kaiser is shocked by how the hunter destroyed the vulture with one blow. He was interested in the source of such strength in a hunter who, according to rumors, initially did not have any extraordinary abilities. Choi assessed his body condition after the battle. Plasma could not be used as a weapon twice in a row. After all, the body simply shook and shimmered, as if in a picture. It took a lot of life energy. The girl had guessed for a long time that the source of such power was gifts from divine patrons, but it remained a mystery how many gods were inclined towards this young man. With someone like this guy, everything should have worked out for them, if their plan is stretched over decades. After all, what they planned should not be realized in 1 year or 2 years. It was a visionary perspective. The man asked if the girl would be able to persuade this hunter. She replied that she had no other choice. She will have to use all her resources to get him to accept their proposal. Choi was still analyzing his situation and the sensation of his body. Unlike the chakra that increased the body's ability, this incredible power was many times more cool, but it carried a certain risk after using it. If this happens during the battle with the zero-blade bastard, there can be very serious problems. Therefore, it was impossible to rely on plasma. You should focus on your own strengths. He finally asked the one who was sneaking up on him from the hut to come out in the open and not play hide-and-seek. The girl who appeared before him asked to forgive her indecision. She was Dana, and she was responsible for the security of Russia. It was she who called the hunter here for help. She was the woman who used the feedback. The guy was worried because he didn't hear her sneak up on him. He guessed about her presence at the last moment. The girl promised to answer all his questions, which she thought. He had a lot. But she will explain everything in detail to him on the way to the place of deployment. The guy said that he is quite a busy person, and it is preferable to go straight to the point. And if it was all about the zero blade, then he had more than enough information about the future enemy. The girl said they were going to the monster right now. This was not expected for the boy, but the girl assured that it is not in the interests of Russia to deceive the hunter who was called for help. They are ready to fully cooperate on a fair basis. Up to them behind the Kurdalitsa. The girl asked if the hunter had changed his mind, and if he would refuse her offer. Choi assured that everything remains in effect. He simply could not wait to meet the enemy. It was cozy and warm inside the truck. The hunter praised the transport. In his opinion, the truck could withstand many attacks from monsters. Dana said that Russia, and especially its central part, is very dangerous. The territory of her country was very large, and it is very problematic to protect all of it. Therefore, it was necessary to divide the country in half and manage the west and east of the country separately. The central zone was the border. It was here that the highest-ranking monsters from all over the country were staying. The climate was harsh, and therefore monsters often fought for territory. The vulture that Choi killed was fighting for his territory because he was a recluse. The boy was surprised that a powerful 5-star monster lost to someone else. The matter was very serious, and even the hunter tensed up, although he understood the specifics of the vulture and its ability to sneak attack. This opponent's attack and defense were weak. Even with the same ranks, the power of different monsters varied greatly, and it was fair because nature kept the balance. And although the vulture was supplanted by other monsters, it still remained an extremely dangerous opponent for humans. He posed a serious threat to all who lived near his hunting grounds. Dana thanked for destroying such an enemy of people. If it weren't for the boy, it would have taken a lot of effort and time for the local hunters to hunt the vulture. And perhaps there would even be victims among hunters and civilians. Although in these parts hunters use minions as a resource for fighting. This woman watched his fight with the vulture and analyzed what this fighter is capable of, but there was still a man left. The guy said no thanks. After all, they are doing a common thing, and that was just a warm-up for him. Dana said they arrived at the location. She advised to dress more warmly, because the temperature was low. They walked through the snowy city. Choi looked at the houses that seemed to emerge from the blizzard. It didn't look like a residential area. Something was not right here. He felt something unfamiliar, but very powerful. Choi asked Donna if Zero Blade lived here somewhere. The girl replied that he now needs to make a choice to get what he wants. The gods looked at this situation with interest. It was simply not possible to leave it like that, and therefore it was worth figuring out what was happening in this place. The strange feeling did not let go of Choi. It seemed to him that he was in some strange dome. Behind him, a monster appeared out of nowhere. It was a Zero Blade, but something strange and incomprehensible was in the form of a monster. The boy only had time to place a shovel in order to protect himself from the blow of a powerful paw. Cho managed to fend off the monster's insidious attack. It was difficult, but he managed to react to the danger. The monster seemed to teleport here. It was as if the monster was lifeless. It was a completely different Zero Blade than the one Choi had fought last time. But if there wasn't, this monster also belonged to that kind of monster. There were only 2 of them now, and that was what Choi wanted. The monster has more blades. Choi did not understand the reason for the transformation. He saw only that the monster was behaving suspiciously. After all, there were usually more blades or blades when the monster fought with several opponents. Something suspicious alarmed the young man. He tried to strain his memory as much as possible and remember everything he heard and knew about these monsters. Now, every little thing was worth its weight in gold. After all, the hunter's life was at stake. The operator used chakra to power up his attack. He twisted a thread of chakra around the magical artifact and formed what looked like a magical drill. The center of the attack was directed directly into the chest of the monster. The boy barely had time to stop before the attack. He saw that Dana was standing in the monster's place. She looked at the boy admiringly. Her predictions proved correct, and now she was completely satisfied. Choi realized that it was indeed a fake Zero Blade. After all, the blades were too soft for the monster. The girl thought that the ability testing was over. She is sure that now they will put an end to the tragedy. The monster's body disintegrated. It was empty, like a toy. Okarkul looked disappointed, because he was hoping to eat the core, because he was hungry after the journey. But his hopes were disappointed. The hunter was angry with the girl. She cunningly deceived him. He was filled with anger and demanded an explanation for himself. Dana suddenly found herself behind him. Choi didn't understand how she was moving so fast. The boy was sure that the woman would fully answer for the deception and explain what was really happening here. He hated when something mysterious happened around him, and he did not understand either the reasons or the consequences. Dana said she wasn't deceiving the hunter. She was not interested in this and could, on the contrary, harm the case. Choi was indignant because he was given a cheap copy of a dangerous monster, and now they say that he was not deceived. He was angry with the girl, because this trip took a lot of resources and strength from him. He spends a lot of time in order to follow the monster and its movement. Dana assured that she would fulfill her promise. An avalanche of snow appeared above them. Choi began to lose his temper. The girl once again apologized to the boy for the inconvenience and asked him to calm down a little. Their bodies were enveloped in a green glow. The next moment, the world around me melted away. The 2 of them ended up on a rock in the middle of snowy mountains. Dana explained that the situation was an emergency, and she is forced to use her ability without warning him. Choi guessed that it was a teleporter. He became more and more confused in everything that was happening around him. First, they slipped him a snow toy that imitated the Zero Blade. then an avalanche and teleportation to the mountains. The hunter did not understand. What was happening around? The girl said that the worst and strongest monster that rules the east of Russia is the key to where the Zero Blade is now. That's the only way they'll find the trail of the Null Blade. And their common enemy was a snowman. Choi thought the girl was joking. Dana replied that he had heard everything correctly. But what common enemy could they have? The guy thought he was being tricked again. He got angry again because he thought he was being played. He began to talk about how important the fight with the Zero Blade was to him. The girl agreed. She held out her hand, and a strange sensation formed in Choi's body. Dana was also the chosen one of the gods. Gods, the audience inside the operator almost suffocated from the tension. The gods greeted each other. The girl was a player chosen by patrons, and she swore by the gods that she would not deceive Choi. The guy was ready to listen to the girl and her excuses. He was interested in how she slipped him the Linden Blade, and what a common enemy the girl was talking about. The girl agreed to tell. 10 years ago, all of Russia was in a state of war between different kinds of monsters. All the people were in despair. It seemed that there would be no end to this brutal struggle. People began to leave dangerous areas. And then the snowman appeared with his army. Attacks on people became more frequent. Monsters that crawled out from under the snow cruelly dealt with people. Sometimes there were whole avalanches of snow monsters that resembled people. Dana was small then. Her family was attacked. The parents, who were hunters, desperately defended and protected their daughter. But there were too many enemies. Father was killed first. Before the girl's eyes, her mother was pierced through by the snow monster's blade. The girl asked to spare her. She prayed to God and asked to help her, if, of course, he existed. The gods took pity on the girl. When it seemed that the end had come, Dana found herself on a rock near the city covered by an avalanche. From, under the snow, only the roofs of high-rise buildings were visible. God congratulated the girl who lost her parents in a fight with monsters. The system issued a notification that the girl has one viewer. God asked to cheer him up. He gave the girl a core. Dana did not know what to do with it, and why it was needed at all. A strange feeling came over her. Monsters surrounded the girl again. God offered Dana to try to survive in such a situation, and when the monsters stretched their paws for the girl, she rose high into the air, thus mastering the core. Dana thought she needed to go back to the place where she left her father and mother. She intended to say goodbye to her dead parents, and there was a possibility that one of them remained alive. The girl felt that she could not move. It was as if she was stuck in a block of ice. Fear seized the girl. She heard a strange voice that indicated that she had a special power, and the voice said that it gives the opportunity to choose. She could be buried with everyone else, including her parents, or she could become like the owner of the voice, and he was the snowman himself, and Dana will be able to continue living her worthless life. The girl was angry. She did not even want to imagine that she could become the same monster as Snowman, and he was the real killer of her parents. His hands were snow monsters attacking the family. God at this moment indicated that now is the time to choose. Dana had to concentrate in order to make the right choice, even though it could be very painful for her and would require a lot of mental strength. She alone could see the internal struggle within herself. Snowman said that he appreciated the girl's stupor, and that's why he will feel sorry for the girl. If the girl becomes like him and obeys him, then he will save the souls of her parents, and will protect this region and the country. A girl must choose what she really wants. She understood that something was wrong here. After all, the monster could not be a good sorcerer and help her relatives. She concentrated on this thought completely. Something was wrong. The reward was too attractive. Dana understood that this does not happen. The girl saw that the monster had a completely different source of power, a different core. She saw a magical blade emerge from Snowman's chest. At the same moment, the ice cocoon around her began to crack and weaken. Snowman's power dispersed and melted like snow. There were no more doubts. This monster needed her help, her strength. That is why the monster promised to preserve the souls of her parents and protect the homeland. Snowman wanted to get his profit with promises, but she was still too weak to make such decisions. The girl agreed and accepted all the conditions. It was in her best interest now, and she remembered forever her oath about taking revenge on Snowman. And when the time is right, Dana will gather her strength and take revenge on the abuser and murderer of her parents. The fire of hatred burned in her heart all these years, and he gave her the strength to live and get out of the most dangerous situations. She said that the hatred inside Choi's heart and the rage that filled her were the same. It was a common feeling for them, which sometimes turned out to be much more powerful than blood ties. And that's why she won't deceive him. The hunter believed her. He asked what the snowman's goal was and why did she lure him here. The girl explained that the blade sticking out of Snowman's body when she saw him belonged to Zero Blade. Dana said that Russia was teeming with high-ranking monsters. No other place on planet Earth had so many such powerful monsters. Snowman and Zero Blade repeatedly clashed in a duel. It was hard to believe, but the Snowman often lost to the Zero Blade and had to defend himself. In this way, the monster spent a lot of power and was forced to close the Null Blade in the space-time continuum. But the Zero Blade in turn made a deal with the Snowman. If the Snowman helped satisfy Zero Blade's blood desire, then the Snowman's life that was leaking out of him through the wound in his chest will be extended. Snowman agreed to the terms, and the monster used Dana to lure high-ranking monsters into its territory, which was used as a hunting ground. After that, she fed the monsters to the Zero Blade. Choi didn't understand why Dana was so worried. Sooner or later, Snowman's strength will leave him because of the wound in his chest, and then he will die anyway. The girl agreed. But the Snowman uses time as an opportunity. The monster transforms monsters into its own kind. And at a certain point, when the Snowman is fully prepared, he will break the seal and try to kill the Null Blade to break the deal with the enemy. Dana agreed that all this time she was a tool in the hands of the Snowman, but if she was only engaged in this, the other hunters would have finished with her a long time ago. But there was a certain profit that everyone received from the fights between monsters. The girl delivered the corpses of monsters to the Kaiser. Herr Kaiser's army uses these bodies, and now the forces in the soldiers between the Kaiser's men and the Snow White's army were equal. Thus, a certain parity was observed. And now they can quite rightly believe that they have the strength to defend their country. In Choi's opinion, it sounded a bit cocky, but he was interested in how Dana planned to deal with the Null Blade. The girl replied that it was for this reason that she contacted Choi. Russian hunters have long been watching his exploits at home and in Japan. After eliminating Yamato Shiro, it became clear that he would make it. For this, they also used a fake Zero Blade made of snow. In Russia, the exams for hunters were quite harsh, Dana explained. After all, the survival of the entire human race depended on skills. She did not ask to solve the situation with the Zero Blade on her own, and out of kindness. As long as the Zero Blade is locked in the space of the Snowman, no one can get there. And after the destruction of the Snowman, the blade will be released. Dana could use her power to give Choi an opportunity to take revenge on Zero Blade. She promised to arrange a match between the hunter and his sworn enemy. But for this, you need to defeat the Snowman. The hunter from Russia asked how Choi felt about such an agreement. He thought that a duel with Zero Blade is a worthy reward for his participation in the collective hunt for the Snowman. This can be done through joint efforts. He could not refuse such an offer. Dana was overjoyed and promised that she would fulfill her part of the deal, no matter what it cost her. They were interrupted from their conversation by huge monsters that crawled out from under the snow. A healthy monster with a bull's head let out a jet of fire from its mouth, trying to burn the human with it. Okarkal came to the rescue. He blew a jet of fire through the air, and at that moment, Choi attacked. The hunter fought the second monster and asked Dana if these opponents also served the Snowman. The girl replied that the monsters hadn't attacked before, so the Snowman might have been scared of Choi. Brand new patron gods joined the viewing. Choi promised that they would not regret their choice. With powerful blows, he dealt with another monster, but it was too early to rejoice. He noticed that the snow monsters regenerated too quickly, even after being cut in half. This was possible due to the fact that they fed on the cold and energy of eternal winter and snow. The hunter decided to try an earthquake as a means of getting rid of the pesky monsters. Cho must have underestimated his strength, and streams of lava erupted from under the ground. They burned and destroyed monsters. The operator received another donation from patrons. He and Dana looked at the lava in which the monsters were melting. The hunter emphasized that they must have dealt with the main henchman of the snowman himself. The girl was delighted with what powers Choi possessed. It seemed that nothing was impossible for him. This should have greatly helped in the fight against the common enemy. But the boy asked to hold back a little. It wasn't that Choi didn't trust Dana, but he still wanted to know the huntress's plans for the snowman and the plan to counter such a powerful opponent. The girl said that soon she will show everything. Dana and Choi entered a large complex located under the mountain. The hunter was impressed by the size and scale of the building. He was impressed by how much effort and work had gone into its construction. The girl said that this is one of the most classified facilities in Russia. It served as a fortress for the hunters of this region, and the Kaiser conducts his research here on the monsters that are provided to him. Choi walked past tall banks of corpses of various monsters and their embryos. Next he saw men dressed in very strange uniforms. They were engaged in something similar to practicing a maneuver. Dana explained that this is the core of this facility, the Lenin Strike Group. Without them, the construction of this fortress would not have been possible. The members of this unit were selected soldiers and possessed martial arts and weapons. The soldiers and Choi exchanged an unfriendly glance. The boy understood that they did not like him. Next, the girl led to the elevator on which they descended into the dungeon. Dana said Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Westy were waiting for them there. Vesti was the leader of the second-ranked strike force in the world. It was interesting to meet you. The mass media portrayed this man as very cold-blooded and someone who would chase profit in any situation, but he sacrificed a lot for the betterment of Russia. Finally, they reached the very bottom. They were met by Kaiser and Vesti. The scientist sat solidly in his chair, but Vesti threw his arms around Choi. He said that he had dreamed of meeting him in person for a long time, because he sometimes saw his streams. Choi pretended that he was also pleased to meet this man, about whom he knew very little. Vesti thanked the hunter from Korea for accepting the invitation and responding to their appeal. And if they have such a powerful ally, then you can breathe easy, because the success of the case is guaranteed. He had no idea what he could pay for such a service. Cho calmed down and said that everything has already been decided. He added that he was promised a solid reward and looked at Dana. The girl confirmed that she had promised to arrange a duel with the Zero Blade, and after defeating Zero Blade, Choi could keep the core for himself. Westy agreed that it was a decent fee, but it was the least they could offer the outstanding celebrity hunter. Cho did not like this man's ostentatious kindness, considering his reputation. Kaiser asked if now was the time to relax and talk about rewards. In his opinion, everyone who gathered here was completely uninformed and did not realize all the dangers of this plan. Vesti replied that the more serious the situation, all the more you need to relax and try to calm down. As a scientist, it was necessary for him not to interfere in matters of combat coordination because his field is science. Besides, he was safe, and he is constantly having fun with things and monsters that hunters bring him, who sacrifice their lives for science no less than the Kaiser himself. They work so hard for science. But unlike the Kaiser, Lenin's shock unit is not afraid of death and danger. These are real warriors who are not afraid to look a bony man straight in the face. He was proud to have had the honor of working with them. Kaiser added that the important thing is that when they lose, millions of people in this country and further on the mainland will disappear without a trace. And if Vesta likes Snow White, he won't kill him right away. The monster will simply play with the person, putting it on display. And this will be another spectacle. When wounded and crippled, the hunter will try to wriggle the hero out of him. Dana stood between the men and asked them to calm down because this is not the time to fight. They should work together for a common goal, not fight and stick sticks in each other's wheels. Things should have started well. Choi doubted it. He understood that contradictions between factions had arisen and had been raging here for a long time. But the duel with the Zero Blade rounded off the sharp corners of communication and interaction with new partners. All the participants of the recent conversation approached the table where there was a holographic map. The possession of the snowman was displayed there. And not only was it swarming with the monster's henchmen, but there were also plenty of other monsters there. And since the chaos that reigned in those places did not allow to fully calculate and scientifically model the situation, it was necessary to complete the operation as quickly as possible. Choi asked if he understood correctly that this was a surprise ambush-type mission by a small number of elite, specially trained soldiers. Dana confirmed his guess. They will covertly attack the enemy's lair with the forces of the Lenin Assault Squad. The most trained and prepared fighters will be selected for the operation. With the support of the Kaiser's scientific genius, everything was to succeed. For the first attack, the Kaiser will use his chimeras, which he created from the parts of the monsters supplied to him by the hunters. Chimeras were supposed to break through the first line of defense and delay the enemy's forces from further action. The army of chimeras was studied in the course of experiments that lasted tens of years, and now it was used as the strongest army in the world. This army was supposed to suppress the guardian monsters, and then it will simply distract the enemy's forces. While the Kaiser will draw the enemy's forces to himself and gain time for the operation, the three hunters, together with the elite of the Lenin strike force, must penetrate into the enemy's lair. The attack will be quick and skillful. The field of the future battle will be closed by a force shield, which the snowman has specially thrown over his lair. Dana had to deal with the magic barrier. It was in her competence to destroy the barrier. She used the enlightenment technique. Vesti said this was another of the girl's abilities. It allows you to see the inner essence of things. It does not matter whether it was a living organism or an object of the material world. This ability made it possible to see the weaknesses and shortcomings of the research object. Most likely she got this ability as a healing bonus. Time passed and Dana was still working on overcoming the magical barrier. And then Vesti emphasized that all hope now lies in the Kaiser's Chimera army. It was they who focused all the attention of the enemy at the moment. All the reserves of the perimeter protection were drawn there. There were many more enemies. Choi thought that as long as Dana was carrying the barricade, he could help the main force and draw away even more of the enemies that were on guard. Vesti said it was a bad plan. They cannot be separated. If Choi leaves the position now, he will weaken their assault group, and the boy was considered the fist of their group. One could not treat one's duties so lightly. The hunter from Korea asked not to worry. He just wanted to buy some time for the team, and soon he will return to the assault squad. Choi had no intention of disrupting the well-planned operation. The boy mentioned that the best way to fight snow monsters is the earthquake technique, which ends with an eruption of lava on the enemy. And that's why he used the remote control fire snow technique. Soldiers from Lenin's assault squad thought that in this way the hunter would destroy even the Kaiser's chimera. But lava fell only on snowman monsters. Cho felt the use of the ether weaken his body. Endurance indicators have decreased, but thanks to his actions the unit won even more time and scared the enemies, who began to act more cautiously. Dana finally removed the snowman's magical barrier. She asked to hurry because she would not be able to keep it open for long. Vesti warned that they might now find themselves in another dimension. Choi agreed, because he felt as if everything around him was frozen. Vesti said they had been warned about this effect, but he did not think that everything was so bad. Communication with the outside world has disappeared. A soldier of the shock unit reported that people are disoriented by the conditions of the local environment. Vesti asked not to worry and to reject panic. All this was foreseen even before the start of the operation, and people were instructed. Dana added that this is the space of the snowman. A lot of people and monsters were locked up here. The same danger could be waiting anywhere. It was necessary to start an operation to steal the cores, which would be done by attack aircraft. Snowman was saving the cores for the upcoming fight with the Zero Blade. And don't forget about the people who were frozen in this pocket universe. Soldiers of the Lenin detachment will perform entire operations. The hunters must personally destroy the snowman and the Null Blade. Dana warned the operator that if the operation fails, the area should be bombarded to lure as many monsters as possible. And until the monsters from the territory of Russia come here, people need to be taken to a safe place. The girl once again apologized for involving the hunters in this venture. Vesti reassured her, because the goal was noble. The man added that if it weren't for Dana, all of Russia would live under the yoke of monster attacks in conditions of constant danger. And now they will get rid of the most important thief, after the destruction of which a good time will come. 10 years ago, she sacrificed her life for the sake of people. And now it's time to pay your debts to ordinary people. The man ordered not to say another word, but to start the operation and kick the snowman's ass. Choi asked if they should go as well, since it would be difficult to find just 2 monsters in such a vast area. And it takes time. Dana emphasized that these 2 opponents are of a completely different level. Even Choi will face such a danger for the first time in his life, despite his experience. And if they lose, then both will lose the opportunity to take revenge for their own people. The operator said that he was really scared. But what was more important was that he was even more scared to think that his hatred for the monster could be extinguished in such a long time. But this is stupid, because the boy suffered so much. A huge figure of a hooded woman appeared in front of them. The woman extended a clawed hand towards Choi and his friend. The boy guessed that the snowman was actually female, and she watched him from the beginning. The monster turned to Dana. She called the girl her silly maid. Snow Maiden was very upset because of Dana's betrayal and her deception. The monster said that despite many good qualities, Dana is a fool. Snowman attacked them with blocks of ice. Choi taunted the monster, but Dana asked him not to be so self-confident. After all, this was no ordinary attack. The snowman's ice blades could even freeze time. The girl warned Choi not to touch the ice. The boy thought about how they should proceed, because they could not evade attacks forever. The ability was very strong, but even such a monster has a certain reserve of energy. To use it, the monster had to use its life energy. You need to make the snowman attack as much and as fast as possible so that she runs out of energy faster. The monster said that the plans of the humans were known to her long before the operation began. She left Dana alone to simply enjoy watching her efforts. But the girl went too far. And now she is determined to destroy Choi and his girlfriend. Snow Maiden believed that she should easily destroy the parasites. Of course, they were good at dodging and hiding from combat. Choi thought out a plan for the next course of action. He waited for the monster to weaken and reduce the intensity of its attacks or change its attack technique. Dana saw that these were the last throws of ice blocks. Now the monster fought only with them, and she still needed to control the situation of the army that was fighting the Kaiser's troops, and by the actions of the Lenin shock squad. The opportunity to attack the snowman was bound to open soon, and that's why you need to wait. Dana replied that she was closely monitoring the monster's energy level. She will definitely tell Choi when there is a good opportunity to attack the enemy. They dodged and tried to get the monster out of themselves as much as possible. Finally, Dana gave the command to attack the enemy. Choi activated his ability. Lightning pierced the snowman's body. The girl noticed that the attack had worked. The monster slowed down. They successfully used the opportunity. The snowman was very angry. She began to freeze the entire space inside the dome. Dana said that this is how she tries to gather all the energy around her for defense and attack. The snowman was afraid. Dana replied that they would have to run away from the battlefield. Otherwise, even the girl's abilities will not work in such an environment. But suddenly Dana said that there would be no need for this. She noticed something. 4 red eyes peeked out of the darkness. It was impossible not to recognize them, especially Choi. The eyes belonged to his bitter enemy, the Null Blade. The appearance of the enemy, for whom the operator had been waiting for so long, awakened new forces. Snow Maiden didn't notice how eyes began to materialize behind her, and then the entire body of Zero Blade. An atmosphere of murder and violence filled the space under the dome. Now not the snowman. Now the other was preparing to dominate. The sword sticking out of the snowman's body began to burn. The monster screamed in terror. She understood that the seals that held the Zero Blade captive in space and time had broken. She wanted with all her might to shove the sword back. The Zero Blade tore its captor into small pieces, but Dana and her partner didn't know whether to be happy for them or start to panic. It was as if the Zero Blade was ready to destroy the entire planet. Dana said the snowman used all her powers. They defeated her. The monster screamed in pain and deadly terror that enveloped her. Death stepped on her neck. The snowman screamed. She believed that she could not just die like that. She finally said that she needed very little time to prepare everything. But despicable humans ruined her plans. They dared to violate her territory and her peace. Dana promised that she would do everything quickly. She concentrated on the core of the monster. With a movement of her hand, the girl tore the monster's body apart. Dana said that Snow White should have killed her when she was a little girl. Vesti and the stormtrooper squad saw the space around them shudder. The leader himself could not understand what was happening and what consequences it would have. But everyone understood that Dana and Choi managed to defeat the old enemy. Dana held the core of a snowman in her hands. It was the first time she had seen him so close. The girl said goodbye to her father and mother. Choi, meanwhile, was preparing for the decisive match. He will become completely free after the death of the blade. Okarkul brought the boy to his senses. He warned about a new danger that was lurking for the operator. The boy realized that the Zero Blade that had been sealed was breaking free. His rage will soon break through into the material world. Choi barely managed to take cover from the monster's attack. If the gods had not given him strength, he could easily have lost his arm. He understood that his main opponent wanted to intimidate his opponent before the fight. However, the young man was no longer a helpless novice hunter. He prepared for this meeting for a long time, and now he was preparing to attack his blood enemy, the culprit of his childhood grief and unhappy years of wandering. Dana shuddered at the realization that the monster had managed to destroy the snowman's castle so easily. She was wrong when she put the Null Blade in line with the level 5 monsters. This was a completely different case. This monster was definitely stronger than those who possessed the 5th level. Universal malice itself drove this monster. She warned Choi, but he replied that he was well aware of Zero's place outside of ranks and hierarchy. But Choi himself was not made with a finger. He asked to make sure that there was no one else around them. When the hunter swims, he asks Donna to teleport him. He promised to show her what the core of this monster looked like. The battle was fierce. The air vibrated with the amount of energy emitted by these two powerful fighters. None of them wanted to lose. They both even rejected this option. The existence of one of them was at stake. The moment came when Choi did catch the enemy. He firmly drove the shovel straight into the monster's chest, and the hunter shouted to his partner to start carrying them to a safe place beyond everything. Dana moved the opponents to the snowy field. In this place, they remained alone. Cho was still in flight, attacking the enemy. Zero Blade fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to react. The girl was standing on a rock. She said there was nothing more she could do to help Choi. Her abilities in terms of attack were quite limited, but when help of a different nature is needed, she will always be by his side. The battle rested entirely on Choi's shoulders. The hunter sent his enemy to the ground with a powerful chakra blow. The explosion was so powerful that even the surrounding mountains shuddered from the force of the impact. Okarkul shouted from somewhere above. Choi laughed. The cry of the Okarkul, foretelling his fate, made the hero laugh. After all, he doesn't rely on anyone but himself for a long time. He thanked Tom for the efforts of the crow. Zero Blade would get up after falling. He recovered from a lightning attack of such strength. Cho looked at his opponent. The boy was sure that this time he could handle the monster, and will not let him escape again. With a powerful blow, he sent the monster flying until it landed very hard on the ground. It seemed that the monster was afraid. He was afraid of losing to a person, but he was not going to run away either. Something human slipped through his behavior. He was not used to facing a mortal enemy who was ready to attack him so fearlessly and attack him with confidence. Choi poured his soul into every shot. He tried to exhaust his opponent in any way possible. All that remained was to save the critical techniques for the final blow that would end the long wait. His strength was not enough. Cho taunted the tired and frightened enemy. He tried to hit the annoying person with fireballs and energy beams, but the hunter managed to dodge and avoid the projectiles. He charged at the null blade and almost had the enemy clinging to the ground when he realized that his blows were doing very little damage to the monster. It felt like eating a bag of sand. The monster regenerated instantly. He tried to aim at Choi again, but it was impossible. The gods blessed their favorite. The boy mocked the enemy, asked him to aim better and not to be nervous before shooting. The blade of the zero blade came out of the monster from the middle of the chest. The guy was confused. He didn't understand how the blade could attack its owner, not to mention the fact that he was getting bigger before his eyes. The monster rose in the air and transformed. He grew 2 more blades. Zero Blade considered his own blade a new enemy and therefore prepared to fight 2 opponents. The monster resorted to trickery and deception. Now his attacks were much stronger and the hunter no longer had the strength or desire to mock the enemy. Choi ran and dodged the energy beams. Everything around vibrated from energies and their collision. The hunter launched the shovel like a spear to aim at the enemy from a distance, and only then switched to close combat, which was very dangerous under the conditions of the null blade mutation. Choi's self-confidence was shaken. The monster folded its hands in front of itself and managed to stop the shovel, launched into it. He was preparing for something, and it seemed as if he was meditating. Zero Blade knocked back the spear that was flying at him and spread his arms wide. In such a strange position, he froze in the sky. Around him, like feathers of energy transformed. They had a rather menacing appearance. Choi had already seen something like this somewhere, but he could not remember exactly where. Okerkul shouted as if the fate of the whole world depended on it. Choi thought it was like a spark. He was blinded by the light of the monster. The monster flew away from the strange object that had formed, a pillar of fire headed for the ground. A powerful explosion rang out. Cho pushed very far. It barely carried him. He was burned and barely survived the flames. If it hadn't been for the shield he had formed from the ether, Choi had every chance of dying. His body would be torn to pieces. It was a legendary attack called a railgun. Zero Blade often resorted to her. He used it at critical moments. It was formed by rotating mechanical blades at high speed and under high pressure, which created a huge supply of energy that was directed to the right place. The monster was smart enough to perform tricks at the most suitable moment for this. In this he was very similar to some people, but there was no time to think about that. Zero activated. Chave galloped across the field. He avoided enemy shots. Simple attacks made him very tired. He held on with his last strength. If the fight drags on, his body will not be able to withstand the strain, and that meant only one thing. It is necessary to bring the distance as close as possible and get the monster to the critical place of its body structure. If a monster uses its maximum attack, it cannot stop a melee attack. This technique worked. Even for such a powerful monster, the railgun was too strong a technique. The monster was leaky, but the peculiarity was that he used wedges to fix himself. The mighty explosion that thundered out threw Choi far away. The boy no longer had the strength to resist the enemy. He just fell in free fall to the ground. With his last strength, he tried to retain consciousness. Zero Blade followed. It recovered after Choi's powerful attack. And now the monster wanted to put an end to their confrontation. This abomination has more than once shown the ability to learn and adapt. The hunter landed on his feet. He looked at the monster flying towards him. The operator understood that in this strange world there was not a single monster that could not be killed. Immortals did not exist. The color of the body of the null blade reflects the material from which it was made. Given the color of the current enemy, it was made of copper, and this meant that the best attack option would be lava. Dana and the Kaiser watched the battle and were surprised by the sudden earthquake. In these latitudes, it was generally a strange phenomenon. But now it was accompanied by the intensification of volcanic activity and the eruption of lava right next to the fighters. Choi attacked. He understood that no one had ever defeated his opponent since the moment he was created. This bastard attacked with an endless stream of blades and covered the whole sky with them. But this time, a completely different opponent stood up for him. A huge dragon-like figure appeared in front of the Zero Blade, levitating in the air. The monster felt fear. It was previously taboo for him. Cho saw how the monster was melting from the high temperature. He did everything right, And if the body of the blade was made of copper, then the monster was catastrophically afraid of heat. The long battle left traces on the boy's body. The ether was also active. It was necessary to finish everything quickly. With lightning movements, he tore the enemy's body to pieces. Choi fell to the ground with the monster. The boy inflicted such pain on the monster that all his victims felt, people who suffered at the hands of monsters. They suffered because of the loss of their loved ones and relatives. The blade ran away. Choi continued to follow him and tug at him every step of the way. The monster suffered. But the hunter himself also lost his strength. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. Cho sat down on the ground. He didn't want to think that it was his turn. He was disappointed if that was his limit. But as the null blade rose high into the air, as the monster realized the danger of close combat with the hunter, Choi Wei launched the blade into the monster's body like a harpoon. He pulled the monster on himself and tore at its body. In the course of the brutal attack, Choi did finish off his enemy, and now the boy stood proud. He held the remaining core of the Zero blade in his hand, and the hunter was completely sure that it was worth it.